Hello, everyone. Welcome. Let me enable my captions. There we go. Welcome to the first ever um Shuriken Community Challenge. Or I guess it's just the Community Challenge stream. One second. Hello, everyone. Okay, I have a few things. I have a few disclaimers before we start. Um, Something very unfortunate happened. Um, Something very unfortunate. What? My mic is weird. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. Apologize. There we go. It's on the right microphone now. Sorry about that. Um, okay, so I have a few disclaimers before we start, okay? Um, Something very unfortunate happened last night when I was preparing for the stream. I was downloading the artwork. Um, And for whatever reason, I tried looking this up, and I think it has something to do with Google Chrome, like how Google Chrome handles, like, certain files or, like, history storage. But I want to say, like, half of the artwork just got deleted. I don't know how. Um, I have tried to recover it the best I can. I genuinely, like, have no idea what happened. Um, but yeah, it's really unfortunate, and I feel, like, really awful about it. Um, so I just want to make a disclaimer: if, like, your artwork isn't featured in this, um, like, that's most likely why. There's just, like, I don't know what happened. I like genuinely don't know what happened. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to say that first and foremost. So I think this is gonna be, there's a lot of art, trust me. There's still a lot of stuff. But yeah, if for whatever reason you don't see someone's artwork or your own artwork, most likely it is because of the Pibby glitch Chrome had. Um that, or it somehow broke the rules, or didn't follow the original prompt. Um, that's my disclaimer. Secondly, I want to establish some rules, and I know you guys are fine, usually. Usually. But every single piece of artwork that was submitted here took a lot of time that someone, like, spent, like, took time out of their day to make. Some of these took weeks to make. Some of them only took a few days, but regardless, people put a lot of effort into these, okay? So I don't want to see, like, people making fun of the artwork, um, or people, like, giving unnecessary criticism, because that's not the point of the event. The point of the event is just, it's just to have the community create, like, come together and create something. Um, the mods are here. No, you will not die. You will not die. Just be nice, okay? Okay. Um, third, third thing, I am not alone this stream. I have a good friend of mine. Hang on. Let me unmute them. Trapped in mute hell. Hello, Petey.
Soda trapped me in the glowing prism for 10,000 mental years of going through the magic labyrinth. It's really fucked up.
Petey, do you want to introduce yourself?
Um, sure. Hi, my name is Petey, or Belle, or whatever. I am also known as Possibly Dog, or Possibly Dog 609 on Twitter. I draw, and me and Soda have been friends for like a year and a half now. This motherfucker's my ride or die, and I'm here to help.
You're being humble, bro. You work on Regretivator, Millenniacs. Come on.
I guess.
Anyway, I have Petey here. They will help me reading the stories. We have a lot of stories to go through. Me and them, we we were like up until like, how late was it for you? It was like 5 or 4 or
7 in the
something.
morning.
It was
7 in the fucking morning.
7 in the morning, like compiling all of the stories and all of the artwork. Um, just to have it for the stream. Okay, wait. Actually, now I can enable the music. So it doesn't.
Yes, bro.
I'll turn it up if it's too quiet, guys, but I don't want it to like be louder than our speaking voices.
Also, I will clarify, I did get like a full 8 hours of sleep. I just slept until like 3 p.m.
Yeah, I was like, I was scared you were gonna sleep through the stream. I was gonna call you if you didn't respond.
I have an alarm set.
Okay, great.
The only reason I got back to you late by like 10 minutes is I was on a call with someone.
No, you're good. You're good. Chat, can you tell me if this volume is okay? I'm just playing the practice makes one sec. It's quiet.
I'm so excited for everybody to see the stream layout for today.
Yeah, dude, I got custom shit in this.
It's very good.
How's that? I turned it up a little bit more, chat. Okay, great. Great. Okay. So, another thing I want to say. Last year, or it might have been 2 years ago. I don't remember. 2 years ago. We, I did this with another friend of mine. For Halloween. And it was really funny. And I think, like, the max amount of submissions I got, it was like 30. Okay? So, for that stream, we were just reading, like, really shitty, like shitty on purpose, I mean. Like, creepypastas based on fighting, right? So, using that experience from the Halloween stream, I was like, okay, maybe I'll get like 50 or 60 submissions. You guys want to know how many people submitted stories?
It's really funny. It's really funny. It's really fucking funny.
It's a really unfortunate number.
I'd say it's fortunate.
I would not say it's fortunate. 167 people. We have 167 people.
67.
Don't fucking encourage them.
I will absolutely. I am the little angel.
This is terrible. This is fucking terrible. But, so, we had to, but we went through all of them. And again, I just want to reiterate, if your artwork or your story is not featured on here, just know we did, like, go through. We have saw it. I've seen it, at least. I think I will try to upload the drive uh in BogCom after the stream, just so everyone can see what was submitted. But yeah. Also, because we have 167 submissions, I have here. Hang on. Let's switch over to the. Okay, here we go. I have a slideshow of. Oh shoot! I haven't added a chat. Hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. You do not exist on the screen.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I gotta add you guys. 1 second. You guys are being silenced.
Hello.
Catbox at source. Okay. There you guys. Now you're in the corner. You're in the corner. You're trapped in the prison. So I have a slideshow that will go through all the artwork that's been submitted. You can see it in the background there. We can't present every single piece of artwork. Again, because of how much was submitted. So, I figured this was probably the best compromise. But we will be reading some featured stories. And I have, like, some artwork that I want to specifically, showcase on the stream. It's just, like, a handful. But everyone who submitted, thank you so much for submitting. Like, some of these pieces are fucking crazy. Like, people sculpted, there's games! We're gonna play fucking games! Like, on the stream, specifically made for this challenge. I've been told there's been, like, a short film that was made specifically for this challenge. I have not seen it because the special instructions were to wait until the stream. I have not seen anything about it. Neither has PD. So I will be watching that blind. But yeah, we have some exciting things here for you guys. So, question is, where the hell do we even start?
I feel like with all the hype for it, I feel like we should save the movie for last.
I think so too. We should probably save. There's a few animations. Some of them they're only like a few seconds long, but we'll save the movie for last. There's also 2 games in here that we'll play. I think. Let me think.
Guys, would you rather have infinite shuriken but no games, or infinite games but no games?
That I don't. Okay. Also, I apologize if I don't see your donation this stream. I'm gonna be like, majority of the stream is gonna be me and PD like reading like the stories from other people. I will miss some donations. So I apologize for that.
This will be W LARP.
I guess, bro. I fucking guess. Okay. You know what? Let's start with I wanna feature some of these. Some of the artwork. Hang on. Actually, no. I think I'm gonna let the slideshow run up for a little bit because it's already showing artwork. So I think we should start with the story.
I agree.
Okay, I'm gonna open the the sheet I have. Some of these in the submission, people like, I left a little spot for people to tell us a little bit more about the piece that they made, or like give any fun facts. So I will read those before we go into the story. Just so you guys know a little bit more about. Well, should I read it before or after? Maybe after.
I think you should read it before. I feel like
Before?
it's like the author's note.
Okay, okay. All right. Let's. You have the folder open, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I literally don't know where to start. We could start with the comic.
Sure. I'd be game.
Oh, what was like Oh, crap. You remember the black and white one we were looking at last night?
There's
That was
a lot of those.
that was like 75 pages long or something like that.
I could not tell you which one.
Crap. Hang on, I gotta find it. Sorry, give me a bit. This might take a while, chat. Oh, I found it. Okay. It's not 75 pages, I lied. It's 56 pages.
Ooh, mamma mia. Alright.
Let me Okay, since this is a comic, I'm actually gonna switch my screen here. So let me set that up.
Give me 1 second.
Oh. Do you guys see anything on the stream? Oh. What the heck is happening? Okay. Sorry guys, I'm like maybe glitching. I apologize.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. I have the story here.
Which story am I pulling up? What's it?
It's from A Sleep Cat.
Okay.
We're just gonna be reading from the PDF, so.
Yup.
So this is fully illustrated by, I believe, one person. Let me read the notes that this person has left. Yeah, one person.
Everybody's getting an ad.
Oh, everyone's getting an ad. Crap. Okay, I'll wait for the ad.
Dude, I got ad luck RNG. I got like 5 seconds. Some people are getting like 2 minutes.
Give it like a minute. Oh, give me 1 second, actually.
While we wait, so you want to read Shuriken? I'll read additional voices.
Yeah, we could do that. I'll be Shuriken. Because I'm the main character.
You be the canon fighters, and I be like the additional voices.
Yeah, okay, we could do that. Thank you Smecky for 100 bits. Happy Shuriken Community Challenge. Thank you. Thank you Dark Blue Jazz for 100 bits. Shurikens. Alright.
More like
everyone
crafting challenge.
Okay, that's not. Okay, everyone can see this, right? Oh my god, we just got... Okay, hang on. How many subs is that? I think that's 5.
Train.
Thank you, Ordinary Apple, for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Alright, let's begin. This story is called, Missing Piece. By A Sleep Cat. Actually, let me take a drink of water. Okay. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, I'm gonna be late. That guy was so annoying. Keeps making me late and stuff. Whatever. The past is in the past, head for the future, or something like that. But if one more annoying thing happens today, I think I'm gonna lose it. Also, tell me if I'm scrolling too fast, chat. It's vigilante outfit! Let me zoom in a little bit more. Sure. Oh wait, do you want me to be Vine staff?
Yeah, you're Euro Cs and I'm additional
Okay.
bushes.
Shuri. Yeah, I know. I'll go a little bit slower. Sorry about that, chat. ... Yes, how may I help you?
Or can I have a...
Dun dun dun.
Hey, hey! Are you okay?
Yeah, totally okay. I can get your order now, bye!
I didn't even...
Realistic depiction of a Shuriken panic attack.
True!
How did they find me? Shuri! A customer just told me they haven't received their order yet. What the hell are you doing back? Are they still here? No, I offered them a discount, but they rejected it and left. Why? Oh, thank the deities. I'll get back. Sorry about that, slingshot. Are they someone I should be aware of? No, they're just some rando. It's been a few days since that happened. Needless to say, this guy is totally not a Vanland's officer. They're an orphanage volunteer. So, why? Why would they have that? That doesn't make any sense. Just who are you? Are they a secret agent? No, that can't be it. They're in the orphanage the entire day. So what is it? What am I missing? Whoever you are, you can't have that thing. I'll take it back. No matter what. At home. Hey, Sling, isn't Sherry a little odd lately? Right? He's been taking more sick leaves than I can count. It's just the flu, he says. I need a day off, he says. And what do you know? The moment I tried to check in on him, he's gone with the wind. Flew my ass. He's a terrible liar. Yeah, the last time I saw him, he's got bags underneath his eyes. There's something we're missing. And he's not letting us know what the issue is. Wait, didn't you say something about that customer sure was acting weird around? Could it be? I'm gonna check up on him. This is a cute Vine stuff panel. You sure? He's probably sleeping right now. Sling? Hmm? He's not here. And... right on time. Oh, wait. Is this Shuri? I think it is.
Yeah, that's...
Okay. I don't know what your deal is, but I need my thing back. So just go home and sleep quietly so I can steal it from you, okay? Huh? The alley. I can't follow them from the roof. This might be a trap. Huh, there's nobody here. This is totally a trap. Should I take it? It could be trapped, but on the off chance that it's not... Eh. Ha. That was easier than I thought! Shuriken! What are you doing here in the middle of the night? You should be asleep! Yeah, I know. Wait, how did you find me? We searched everywhere to find you, idiot! Also, what's with the getup? It's nothing. How about we go home now? I'm already getting tired just standing here, huh? Shuri, what's going on? Does it have something to do with that customer? Alright, I'll admit it. It is about them! But it's been resolved, so it's all fine now! Shuri. If something like this happens again, please tell us. Okay. I will.
Shuriken, huh? What a nice name.
Wait, you read it too fast? I was
I'm
still
sorry,
scrolling.
I don't know where you're at!
You got. You should. You gotta like open the Twitch stream on a different tab.
The Twitch stream is delayed, bro.
Oh, it's delayed. Oh, my bad.
Why
Okay,
don't you
I'll tell you when to. I'll tell you when to read it. Then how about that? You can read it now.
Why don't you just share your screen on Discord?
No, my computer's already shitting itself. I think it's gonna get mad.
Bruh.
Anyway, read it now. Read it now.
Shuriken, huh? What a nice name.
Epic. And that's the end of the story.
Bleh.
I'm gonna read you guys the notes. For this one. So, this one again was made by a sleep cat. Let me read their notes. Honestly, the story is just about Shuriken pushing himself over the limit, trying to find out the motive behind that mysterious figure, unknowingly causing concern for Vinestaff and Slingshot, who notices a sudden change in him. I wasn't able to properly tell the story due to time, so I couldn't explain the motive part, unfortunately. Since I wasn't able to explain it in the story, the OC is called Nem, and they are supposed to be Silver Shadow's arch nemesis, hence their vendetta against him. I really like that one. That one was super well made.
It's very good. It's so fire.
I really like it. Very cool. Again, that one was made by a sleep cat. Like, that's the full username. Very awesome work. Okay.
Actually, hype moments in Aura.
Okay, let's do the next one. Do we want to do another comic, or do we want to do? Let's do a written one. Let's do. I'm just gonna choose these at random. Okay. This one is called A Dance Within the Shadows. This one is by, oh crap, it's not telling me the file name. One second.
Bruh.
It's not showing me the file name. I had them all renamed. Okay, this one is by... I don't even... I don't even know how to say this.
Oh my god.
It's Row the Handman. Row the Handman, I'm pretty sure. That's how you say it.
Hold on.
Row the Handman.
Rough. Maybe it's Rough and D-Man.
Rough and D-Man? It might be. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your guys' usernames right. I apologize.
Alright,
This one is... Yeah, this one is a written story, so... I won't stream it, because there's not artwork. So we'll just be reading it and have the slideshow go on in the background. Yeah, we'll do popcorn reading. We could do it, you read one page, I read one page.
Sure.
Okay. You can start since I talked a lot in the last story.
Alright. Taking a sip of water before we do this?
Yeah, no problem.
A dance within the shadows. A car speeds through the tight streets of Crossroads. A detective holding a cigarette in one hand and a document in the other sits in the back seat of a taxi, reading over the contents of the folder. Written in the papers is a debrief and an investigation on the vigilante known amongst the citizens as Silver Shadow. A disgruntled look of anger fills the face of Detective Pulse as he shuts the document on a grainy zoomed-in picture of the vigilante while the taxi comes to a stop. When Pulse steps out of the car, he puts the document inside of his coat pocket and snuffs the cigarette on the ground. As he looks up, an officer comes to him. "Sir, we've cornered off the scene and found these rascals tied up next to a dumpster." The officer stands at attention and salutes Pulse. "At ease. Let me guess. It was them again?" As the two talked and walked through the scene, Detective Pulse looked at the beaten group of thugs that were left tied up next to the dumpster. While other officers and the forensics team scanned the area and gathered statements, Pulse found signs of a clear struggle, but little to no trace of the person who did this. He knew well enough and deep in his heart that this was the job of Silver Shadow. But where did this vigilante go so fast? And where was the person who started this wild goose chase for all these weeks? And what was their motive for all of this? Many questions flooded the detective's brain, but alas, there wasn't any time for theorizing, as even if he couldn't find the culprit, he needed to sweep the scene for paperwork's sake. As Pulse looked around the crime scene, his...
You can finish this paragraph.
attention soon drifted to a few dots of blood on the cold night's ground. But whose was it? The detective followed the trail and came across a ripped piece of black and green cloth. Embedded on it was a pattern he'd swore he'd seen before. As he came closer to it, he grabbed his gloves from his back pocket and picked the cloth up to examine it closely.
These patterns. I feel like I've seen these from somewhere before, but where? The detective questioned himself, attempting to use his many years as an officer to connect this strange pattern to any previous cases he studied or worked on in the past. While Pulse tried racking his brain around the discovery, Silver Shadow, whose real name is Shuriken, during his day-to-day life, was lurking from high above. For the first time, Shuriken feared his real identity would be found out by someone, and specifically a renowned detective who's been hot on his tail. You see, Shuriken kept tabs on all updates surrounding his vigilante identity on the news, and found out that Banland's police had hired Pulse due to his successful record and unrelenting nature when it came to justice. Knowing that the detective was getting close to a possible breakthrough, and also finally having the chance to see the star detective in action for the first time, Shuriken made a bold decision and sent a shuriken flying at the detective. With precise movement, the shuriken flew through the air and ended up making contact with the piece of cloth in the detective's hand. The sudden clang of metal from the shuriken and cloth slamming into an object made the officer whip around fast and aim his gear, the XLS Mark II pulse laser pistol, in the direction of his attacker. But before he's able to fire, additional shurikens swiftly dart at Pulse while he takes aim. In a flash, Detective Pulse shoots a barrage of shots at the incoming attacks, and a charge shot into the plume of smoke left from his counterblast.
Looking for someone, Detective? Wisps of green smoke billows out from the vigilante's mask as he speaks. Shuriken swiftly disarms and pins the off-guard detective against the wall as the officer tries to turn around to face him. Looks to me that someone almost got the upper hand on you tonight. Twice, for that matter. Pulse grunts as his wrist is pulled further up his back. Look, just quit while you're ahead and spare yourself the pain. And me the paperwork of cleaning up the mess is you. Whoa! Pulse is flung back from the wall and sits up to finally face Silver Shadow for the first time. The Silver Shadow, the one criminal that always seemed to get away from Pulse's grasp, was finally face to face with him tonight. And boy, couldn't the vigilante be any more frustrated with the detective. Oh, we got an ad.
I think we'll just continue reading from the bottom.
Alright. I'm the one cleaning up the messes that you and all those useless Bandland idiots keep failing to stop. Silver Shadow shouted, his voice slightly shaking in anger. Every single night, innocent people are afraid to walk their own streets while you sit behind your badges and paperwork pretending that things are under control. Silver Shadow scoffs, glaring daggers at the detective from behind his mask.
The detective stands up and dusts himself off. You abuse your gear and break the law to wage war against people that can easily beat you 100-fold. If they actually tried, that nick on your shoulder is proof enough. Pulse scratches his head and pauses, his eyes looking back up to the eyes of his assailant. I've met people like you before. His voice turns cold as he continues. People who thought they could carry the entire city on their backs as long as they fought for it. People who thought they were fighting for the better. A bitterness crept into his voice. Each one of them ended up one of two ways. Missing, Pulse summons his gun as Shurikens ready his gear as well, or dead. Pulse aims at the vigilante, teeth gritted and finger on the trigger. Silver Shadow, by the order of the Bandlands Police, I place you under arrest for the crimes of vigilantism and who knows how many counts of misconduct of your gear. Stand down now before I do something we both regret. Pulse barks the order, but to no avail, as Silver Shadow raises his hands in the air in a false act of surrender, and slams down a smoke bomb with his vision blurred. With his vision blurred, Pulse takes a shot in the dark and hits the wall that Silver Shadow is standing in front of, but as the smoke settles, the vigilante is gone, and as Pulse glances up, he sees the man standing on a rooftop. Catch me if you can! Silver Shadow shouts with a smug tone in his voice as he waves the document on him at Pulse from above. Pulse pats down his coat and realizes that Silver Shadow must have snatched it while the detective was distracted by the smoke bomb.
Why, you little... Get back here! Pulse looks around and sees a ladder leading up to the rooftops and rushes to it to keep the chase going. The glow of the city's neon light basks over the two as they hop from rooftop to rooftop. Two sides of the same coin, both wanting to better crossroads in their own visions, fall into a chase of cat and mouse. Detective Pulse fires a shot at Shuriken, but it gets dodged as Shuriken jumps from the rooftop, with the gap being too far to cross naturally. As Detective Pulse rushes to the edge while panting, he sees a kunai wrap around an antenna on the other side as Silver Shadow shoots up towards the next building. As a cold breeze crosses over the roofs, Silver Shadow turns to face the bright adjacent side, and with a cheesy grin from under his mask, he gives a mocking salute to the detective as he bolts away into the shadows of the night. Detective Pulse reaches into his coat pocket and brings out a pack of cigarettes, taking one out and lighting it as police cars swarm below him as they finally catch up with the chase. Till next time then, Pulse puffs smoke as the night slowly ends here. But the flames of the chase begin to fan inside the two.
And that is the end of...
Round of applause!
Yay! Or, that was our first written story. That's Dance Within the Shadows by Rough Hand Man? Rohandman? I'm sorry. I don't know how to say your username. Let me read the notes for this one. Give me a second to find them.
Every time we read a story, I'm gonna delete it from the folder on my end, so that way we know which ones we've,
Oh yeah, fair enough. Okay. So, this person says, I wanted to sort of give a cat and mouse feel for the detective and Shuriken, while also making their goals and wants similar in a way when I saw this prompt. So I hope I delivered well enough with this, despite some of its corny parts. Another fun fact, the gear that I based my take of the detective on is the XLS pistol, which the description calls the gun standard issue in the Intergalactic Police Corps. It really drove home the cop feel for me, since I'd imagine having a space gun while working day and night as a detective makes catching criminals easy and boring over time. Hence why he found a new spark in the chase at the end of the story, with as implied with the last line. I really liked this person's take on their detective. It very much does fit the like noir theme. Very cool. Alright. Let's move on to the next story. This one, we'll do a comic. We'll like, what's the word? Alternate. We'll alternate.
Okay.
Okay, so this next comic was made by Rizgosi. I believe that's how you say that. It's the giant image, PD.
Ooh la la.
Are we still doing the rule where you're like non-fighters?
I am additional voices. You
Okay.
are
Additional
fighters.
voices. Yeah, okay. Rizgosi. 1 second, let me switch tabs.
This one, I really like that there's a poster on it that says "Become a part of the pizza." What does that mean? Oh, I just noticed there's a fucking Among Us in the background of the first panel.
Here's the comic.
It's pizza with 3 Z's, by the way.
Become a part of the pizza.
The pizza.
Fuck yes. All right.
Pizza.
Let's start.
All right. Boss! Boss! Where's the detective? We need him immediately. Calm down. He should arrive right. Cool detective. Yeah. I'm here. Good. Watermelon. The clue, please. Okay, here it is.
I like the cat photo. Oh, did it get?
Sure.
Oh, it got blown away. I see.
What? Why are you giving me this?
Hello, Rainbow. Mailman. Hey,
Oh,
hey, chill. Just give you that piece of cloth, please.
Oh,
Thanks. Don't tell this to anybody. Bye.
wait! Who are you?
To be continued, maybe.
I'm very delighted by this one.
Short and sweet. Very cute. I really like the amount of cat photos in the background. Someone just like was really dedicated to putting cat pictures all over Crossroads.
There's cat photos, and then one of them is the fat fucking potato dog.
Where's the potato dog? I didn't see that one.
Top left.
Oh, on the oh Pibble. It's freaking Pibble.
It's fucking Pibble. I am a big fan of the cloth blowing away panel. I like that you just have a Roblox model in
I
there.
just realized this is just Bloxer. This is just Officer Bloxer. On panel 4. Very funny. Very cute. Let me read the notes for this one. One moment. Okay. I wanted to create a story as I feel fighting the world is so intriguing and how much is going on and how interconnected everything can be. Detective Mag, they them, is from Lost Temple, and they think very highly of themselves. Officer Knife is another OC of mine, and then they added a little smiley face emoji. Thank you, Rizgosi, for the little comic. It was very cute. It was very funny as well. Okay. Next story.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Take your pick of the litter.
Let me see. Oh my gosh, I keep clicking on all the comics. Where are the written ones? We have a lot of written ones too. Okay, here we go. This one is 2 pages long. It's from Cosmical Blur. Cosmical Blur, maybe.
Yep.
Okay, you got it? Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay. I guess I'll go first. So, okay. For context, this is written in, like, the style of, like, a log recording. So, log number 1. My name is Disguise, short for the Disguise to Go Watch gear. I've been tasked with the mission of researching and devising a plan to catch the nighttime vigilante. Considering I've been classified as the best detective in the land, I have extreme confidence I'll find out who this is. I'll be updating this log regularly to note down my work and any kinds of clues I find to be of importance. End of log 01. I hate how I have to say my full name in these logs. Something about identification. I feel as if my voice is good enough of verification. Soon they're going to start asking me some kind of face identification. I sigh to myself, now I'm stuck in this rundown area of Crossroads. I hate it when my cases are in these claustrophobic areas. I look up to see the waiter staring at me as they carelessly place the coffee onto my table. Notable features such as long, sharp pink horns. Though, it looks like they'd rather be doing anything else right now. Especially after how they treated my coffee. Though, I must admit, this place does have some redeeming qualities. Didn't think a cafe in this part of Rhodes would have such good coffee. I basically gulped the drink down my throat as I delved myself back into my work, putting the cash on the table and leaving the cafe as fast as I enter. Alright, Disguise, you got 8 hours to finish this case for a new record, and the only lead you got is that the vigilante comes out at night. I look up at the sky, the sun already setting, a grin appearing on my face. I'll catch you tonight, you vigilante. With a victory like this, I'll be promoted! All I gotta do is come up with a plan. I look down at the gear on my arm, chuckling to myself. Log number 2. What a stupid regulation. Disguise to go watch talking. I've devised a plan that is sure to catch the attention of the vigilante. I've decided to use my gear to its fullest potential and disguise myself as a citizen. My plan consists of breaking into a so-called popular cafe known as Thieves' Rest, and due to my recent findings, this vigilante is to appear in any kind of crime is committed. I believe this plan may backfire, which is why I have informed the warden and any other higher-ups of this little scuffle. Any kind of damage is to be paid by me, and for any police sent after me to be terminated. End of log 02. I walk up to the closed cafe, a small set of lockpicks molded in the shape of the lock on the door in my hand as I stare into the empty cafe. It's a bit disappointing. I'm using such a favorable cafe as bait. Though, better a building than an infernal. I open the door, walking in and observing the surroundings, knocking over a few chairs and tables. Nothing to create any kind of severe damage, even going as far as to set down anything made of glass on the floor. Even telling the warden my idea, I wouldn't be surprised if I was actually thrown in a cage if I did break something.
Out of seemingly nowhere, I'm thrown into a wall, my clothes being pinned down with sharp metal objects. What the? I stare at who stands in front of me. Obviously, it's the vigilante. I struggle against the objects pinning me onto the wall, stopping as I watch the vigilante carefully put the cafe back together. Went from a crime stopper to some kind of janitor? I chuckled to myself, thinking that the joke was funny. Apparently, the vigilante didn't think so, considering he threw me right out the door and tied me up, leaving me sitting there in the cold night watching as the door is locked up once more by the shadow. Look, kid, I have no idea who you are, but you better untie me this instant. I'll have the Bandland police on your ass. Though my threats are empty to the menace, clearly they don't waste any time meandering around, as I watch as he grapples away, forcing myself to slowly break out of the rope I was tied in. Staring into the sky as I go for my recorder log, I watch as the recorder doesn't, record. I realize the entirety of it was fried, small cuts lining the whole inside. What? How? My evidence! How? I look up and see the large figures approaching me, donning the famous Bandland police uniforms and badges. Great. Bandland police. Just what I needed. Even with my notice, this isn't gonna end good for me at all. Log 001. Again. My name is Disguise, short for Disguise on the Go Watch Gear. It's been days since that incident with the Shadow Vigilante. Made me get a whole new recorder and all. Annoying. Despite not being caught, I did catch some valuable information. When doing my little scheme, I realized the key to the Thieves' Rest Cafe could only be locked by a specific key mold. So, the only way that it could be locked is if the vigilante had the key, or a mold of it. Either way, my suspicions have risen, though my evidence was destroyed and my trust down with the police. That waiter with the sharp horns must think they're slick with their fancy movements. Thinking I'm dumb and all. Heh. Heh. It looks like you earned yourself a lifelong rival, Mr. Shuriken. Evidence or not, I'll make sure the Bandlands adds another to its roster. End! The end!
Wow, I like this one. This was cool, and also really funny. This one was made by Cosmical Blur. 2 pages, but I really like this character. Very, very funny. I like this guy. Lots of personality. Let's read the notes, shall we?
Yes, bro.
Okay. I wanted to give the detective one of those greedy and loyal types of infernals, since I feel as if a lot of Bandland's police/detective stories are pretty wealthy and see lower areas of Crossroads pretty undesirable. I also wanted the Silver Shadow to be one of those just out of reach kind of tropes, so I wanted the detective to practically know who the Silver Shadow is, but due to the Silver Shadow outsmarting him and destroying any evidence, he can't really do much about it. I used an early draft of this story as a base for my own creative writing class final. I got a 97 out of 100 if you care! Congratulations! Also, I also listened to all of the Pink Panther songs while writing this story, so yeah, Girl Like Me is an absolute favorite. If you do want to put a song in the background, I'd probably recommend Poison Soul. Hey, that was completely unintentional. That's completely. We got the playlist in the background. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to forego some of the special requests. Cause there was just way more stories than I expected. Sorry about that. Don't want you to be copyrighted. They fit the most, not gonna lie. Very, very cute short story. Thank you, Cosmical Blur, for submitting.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's move to the next one. Oh, let's do that Van Hammer one with like the guy that drew with the mouse. Let me try finding
Yes,
it.
bro.
That one I really like the art style. Hang on.
It was really cute.
I gotta find it though. Okay. This next comic is drawn by Yoshi4961. It's only one page, but there's a lot of personality in it. I really like this one.
It's so good.
It's good. Some of the comics will only be like one page. Give me 1 second.
I play Banhammer, you play fucking
Yeah.
Vine stuff.
Yeah, Vine stuff, yeah. 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna put this on the screen. There we go. Okay. So, the detective in this one is actually Banhammer, which I thought was funny.
They make him really grizzled and have like fucking stubble and like smoking a cigarette.
Okay. Alright. Let's start.
Alright. It looks like I'm in for another long night. But that's the job. Sometimes you gotta crawl through the gutter to drag the rats out. Lately, some wild card's been running loose through the crossroads after dark. Little bugger calls themselves the Silver Shadow. Some wannabe vigilante with thing for trouble. Heh. I think they make this city forget who really keeps the streets clean. And a rat always leaves behind a stinking trail. Knock, knock, knock.
Creak!
Get in. Well, you could imagine my surprise when a young lass came stumbling up to my office door. She's troubled. Her eyes says it all. She says her little brother's been acting all strange lately. Said he disappears into the night and returns in the morning like nothing ever happened. She catches glimpses of him sneaking out. Doesn't know how long he's been doing this, or wherever he even goes. God damn it. Not only do I got the Silver Shadow to worry about, now I gotta babysit some punk kid. Stupid brat ought to know that better than to leave his poor sister worried sick. Problem is, this city's got a nasty habit of chewing up dumb kids and spitting them back out. Don't you worry, Miss. Crossroads' best detective is on the case.
Fuck yes.
Yes, bro. I am so delighted by this comic, and it was all drawn with a mouse.
So let me read the notes for the story. Hang on. Again, this one was made by Yoshi4961. This is the biggest art piece I've ever worked on. This took forever because I had to draw the whole thing with the mouse and construct the panels together on Canva. in retrospect, it's not very Shuriken focused. I just fancied the idea of an old-timey detective comic with Banhammer as the star. Still very well made. Very cool. Love the style. I can't believe this was entirely drawn on a mouse. That is dedication, and it really pays off. I love the style of this comic. It is so, like, there's, like, so much personality in it. Alright. Let's move on to the next story.
Alrighty.
Crap, I keep clicking on all the comics. Okay.
LRT.
This one is called Shadow in the Night by Medcakey. You got the page open?
Yup.
Alright. I'll start. Bring! Hello? Detective Cobalt speaking. Who is it? The Silver Shadow was spotted! Cobalt straightened up, pausing as the information settled, letting the paper in her hand slide down back onto the desk. Where were they spotted? When? She let the phone settle between her ear and shoulder, shutting the half-filled suitcase. What? Seriously? Alright, I'll be there in 5. Cobalt sighed as she put the phone down, rubbing her forehead as she dropped the suitcase back down. Going back home seemed to not be in the plans for tonight. She stretched before rounding over towards the door and grabbing her coat as she headed out the door. This was going to be a long night. The smell of soggy trash and rain permeated the air alongside the squelch of rainwater in Cobalt's boots. Fog covered all the eye could see. Only a few buildings were still visible in the weather, perfect for a crime. Slowly, 2 figures clad in the familiar uniforms of the Banlands police force entered view. Right under a nearby streetlight, they looked to be conversing from what Cobalt could see. Whatever they were talking about couldn't be heard at this distance, and probably wouldn't be interesting. The shorter officers soon turned, crossing their arms. Detective, you finally arrived. Indeed I have, Officer Raptor. Now, would you mind explaining more what happened here? Of course, Officer Raptor nodded, leading the detective to a nearby road. The alley was peaceful, surprisingly. It didn't look like there was a brawl here just 30 minutes ago. But then, the officer would start yammering on, only half of it actually being useful to the new case.
This case, this Infernal, is insane. I mean, we've had run-ins with Silver Shadow, but nothing like this. It was not that interesting to Cobalt's ears. Could you please bring me the witness, officer? Cobalt cleared her throat, looking over at the shorter Infernal. Oh, right, yes. Let me go grab them. Officer Raptor fumbled, turning on their heel to go grab the poor Infernal that had witnessed the recent fight on this very street. Cobalt sighed, rubbing her temple as she contemplated. Most sightings of the Silver Shadow were by the police themselves, and maybe only a handful of actual citizens see the Green Infernal. But this case sounded strange. There was a lot to think about. Detective, I have a witness right here. Turning, Cobalt was met with Officer Raptor again, and in tow was a smaller Infernal with 2 long green horns. They didn't look like anything special. Thank you, officer. Now, Mix... Healing Gun. May you tell me exactly what you witnessed, Mix Healing Gun? Cobalt nodded, pulling out a notepad and pen out of her coat pocket. Healing Gun started. Well, I was just walking my friend's dog, and I hear something, and I look over into the next street because, I was right there, and it was horrible. I mean, there was a huge commotion. I see this masked Infernal absolutely pummel these 2 shady-looking dudes. When they saw me looking, they just ran away. And the 2 Infernals were just on the ground not moving. I ran away myself and went to the nearby police station. Cobalt simply nodded along, jolting everything down vigilantly. And are you sure it was the Silver Shadow you saw? Yes! Please believe— Thank you for your testimony, Mix Healing Gun. Please, go home and take it easy for the tonight.
Minutes had passed. The street was quiet. Just the occasional drips from the last rain or barking dogs sounded. Not even the wind sung. Cobalt studied her surroundings. Now, from the towering buildings all the way down to the ice cream wrapper stuck in the storm drain, it smelled faintly of peonies. How strange. Peonies, right. Sightings of the Silver Shadow often detailed the faint smell of the flower. What that means, they were here. They were indeed here, sorry. Wet concrete crunched under Cobalt's boots as she walked down the street, surveying the fresh scene. Nothing looked particularly out of place, except maybe the bloodstains on the road and a missing tooth right in front of her. Must have been quite the fight, she commented to no one. Cobalt shook her head, crouching down to grab the tooth to put it in a little bag. For evidence, of course. But the smell of peonies lingered. That was strange. Should have gone away by now, with the light rain a few minutes ago. Something shone in Cobalt's peripheral. What was that? They stepped over, crouching down to pick up some cloth. It shone in the dim light of the street. Emerald in color, with swirls decorating the lightweight fabric. It smelled of peonies. Jackpot. Cobalt grinned. All sightings of the infamous Silver Shadow described a figure clad in green and black, and the patterns matched those descriptions too. This was perfect! If Cobalt could get it screened for DNA, she could easily find the identity. Cobalt's eyes shot up, a noise jolting out of her thoughts. A now familiar glint catching their eyes of the Silver Shadow. I just hit the jackpot!
We just hit the jackpot! Hey! Stop right there! The Silver Shadow turned, jumping away off the power line and disappearing into the fog and rain. Just like that, they were gone. Damn it! No use chasing them in this weather. Cobalt huffed, looking around at the scrap in her hand before sliding it in her pocket. It wasn't much, but it was something. And it was one step closer to uncovering the Silver Shadow's identity.
Very cool. Oh, this story is also accompanied by a piece of artwork. Let me show that really quick. Oh my gosh. Sorry, my Streamlabs is lagging. Oh. Summer Games Fest, fuck off. It's accompanied by a little illustration. I thought this was really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, very cool little story. I like Cobalt.
It's fire.
It is fire. This was written by Medcakey. Let me read their notes. I'm not sure if they also did the illustration. I decided to do a short story with an added illustration. When I wrote the story, I thought it was missing something, so I decided to draw the most impactful scene to me. I also decided to make Shuri seem a little more mysterious in this. I thought it was fitting. I've also never written anything quite like this, so I thought I would put in my all. Detective Cobalt's pronouns are she, they, and I mostly use she, her in the story for them, but I also did use they, them sometimes for her. But most of the other characters also use they, them, so sorry if it might get confusing. You are fine, Meg Cakey. Very cute little story. I like your detective a lot. Alright, let's move on to our next comic.
Yes, bro.
Let's do... Oh, I wanna read this one. This one's cool. This one's very cool. Let me find out who freaking made it, though. This one was made by Midas. Spelled in all caps. You got it up?
Pulling it up now. 1 second.
This one is 34 pages long. It's a full comic. It's colored. I'm very impressed.
Holy guacamole!
Holy guacamole! Hang on, let me close some of these tabs. I apologize if the stream is like lagging. There's like a lot of really big files in this. Was this made with other people? I don't think it was. I think this was all drawn by one person. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. Okay. This one is called Silver Lining by Midas.
Alright.
Alright.
Somewhere in Crossroads. Ring! Ring! Hello? Police baton! Get your uniform on and come to the station! Now! What's the rush? A certain friend of ours decided he wants to show today. The Silver Shadow? Again? Yeah. Left us a fun little mess to clean up on our doorstep. And what about the other investigators? Do they know about this? Nope. I called all of them, but you were the only one who actually picked up this late. Alright, well, I'll be over there soon. Hang tight. Thanks, now time to put these guys away before the press asks questions. Beep! So them again, huh? The Silver Shadow. They're something of a vigilante. Likes to come out at night and do her jobs for us, which, personally, I don't mind. Lets me get some time for myself for once. But it's not like we can just leave them out and about without repercussion. There's always the chance they can go rogue and turn to crime. It's like those comic book characters. Who were they again? Oh yeah. Spider-Man and J.J. Johnson. Awesome.
Spider-Man and J.J. Johnson.
Did you
Classic
really need
comic
to call
book
out?
characters.
It's fire.
Sorry, I'm like showing everyone the artwork. Okay, you can read.
Did you really need to call out so many officers for this? Here. And this is
Van Hammer. An early bucks bonus. Thought I'd hand it to you, considering what I'm about to ask you. Think you can use your skills to get us a lead on the Silver Shadow? Bring him home, even?
I'll try. It can't be that hard.
That's the spirit. What does that say? There's like tiny text. I'm counting on you. I like your sound for miscellaneous talking.
Thank you. 2:40 a.m. 3:36 a.m. 5:18 a.m. This is just what it felt like compiling all of these. 6:20 a.m. Oh. Snack break. Then back to work.
Ding! Hey, welcome in. Feel free to sit anywhere. I'll get someone to your table in a few. Slingshot, owner of Slingshot's Cat Cafe.
Up all night and still no significant leads. Maybe I should change my tactic. Those thugs the Silver Shadow brought back might have some info. If I can find somewhere they'll be next, maybe I'll beat Silver Shadow to them.
Hello, sir?
Yeah, I think I'll interview them when I'm back at the...
Sir? Hey! You gonna order or not?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Got a bit caught up in my thoughts here.
I could tell.
Let's see. Can you guys make a latte with oat milk?
Let me ask.
So, you paint your horns often? I used to do that too, actually, when I was your age. I'm not so creative anymore. Especially now with my job.
Yeah, we got oat milk. Is that all you want?
Could I grab one more thing?
Hey, here's your order, sir.
Thanks.
I really like the cut.
It's really good. Hey, wait. Where'd that other guy go?
Your old waiter? He said he had a bloody nose and ran into the restroom. He asked me to take over for him.
Oh, I see. Well, once he's out, can you let him know I hope he's alright?
Sure I can. Oh, also, we don't take tips here. If you want to tip, buy a pastry from us instead. As the chef, I can say with pride that they're pretty good. It'd be more of a compliment to me if you bought one instead of a tip anyways.
I'll keep that in mind, thanks.
Of course, enjoy your meal. 20 minutes
20
later.
later.
Shuriken's in the back.
All right, back to work. In the police station.
Interrogation room.
I'm noticing.
What is with the...
There.
Dude, let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look. Noticing.
So, the largest Gearats group will be meeting around Boggio skate shop. Acting as a buyer, I'll infiltrate their market and wait for the Silver Shadow to arrive. Considering the fact that Crossroads is the Silver Shadow's stomping ground, it shouldn't be too hard for them to notice the commotion and start investigating. And if all goes well, I can confront them and come back to the station, Silver Shadow in tow. They'll be meeting at 2 a.m. It's 11 p.m. right now. Better get ready.
This guy needs like a nap.
Deadass! Dang, I didn't realize their black market was this popular. No sign of Silver Shadow either. Hopefully they get here soon. The faster the better. Oof. Where's my... Hey bro, this yours? Oh, yeah, thanks bro. No problem, bro. We criminals like to get it, bro.
Sorry, we criminals? But,
We
like,
criminals,
I get it, bro.
But like, I get it, bro. Totally, bro. Plus, you need your money to buy stuff from us, so like, it'd be scummy for me to take your wallet, bro. Oh, yeah. I was planning on buying Bro Trust. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Whew. I'm starting to think this is my wallet, bro. 5-0! Uh-oh. Whack. Wham!
Oh my god! This... Holy shit! Fucking
Holy
skeleton king leader! Holy shit!
The skeleton is here.
The skeleton is here.
You're a bold one. A stupid one, too. What did you think would happen coming to Gear at Turf all alone and outnumbered? Come on, fellas, let's bring the officer with us. Maybe their gear will fetch us a good price once we get rid of its owner. Yes, ma'am! Oh, it's a lady.
Oh,
Yes,
lady
ma'am.
boats.
Ooh la la!
La la.
Early in the morning at Slingshot's Cafe.
Has rush hour come early today? Why are there so many customers right now? And better question, why are so many of them cops? Good morning to you too, Shuriken. Up late again? Yeah, I'm guessing Sling had to call in the cavalry for today. He doesn't usually put you on the morning shift. You got any idea why there's so many cops up? There's so many cops up, though? You haven't seen the posters? Posters? Nor the announcement, huh? There was an announcement? Let me show you. Here.
Twitter! Holy... He's gone, yo!
He's gone, yo!
Holy shit.
I'm just imagining, like, every single citizen of Crossroads in, like, a Discord server. And, like, Banhammer is just, like, adding everyone and is like, he's gone, yo. Hey, that's... That guy was in here yesterday. Really? Whoa, slow down. Sling, you haven't thrown out the receipts from yesterday, have you? Here's the receipts. What do you... Thanks! Whoa! Let's see. Slingshot Cat Cafe Takeout. Phone number blank, seeing time. I won't read all of it. Dang, that's a big order. If I had to guess, he went and got this stuff for the station. I'll head over there, then see if he left any clues on where he went. Once my shift is over. Ugh. Later. Coast clear. Let's do this. The Silver Shadow! Poof! Poof!
Do they have DoorDash in the fighting universe?
Yeah, they do.
Awesome.
Like a DoorDash equivalent, yeah. Gee, a whole board just for tracing me, huh? Talk about dedication. And a location for the gear rats? Must be the group of those guys I took down last night. Safe to assume the investigator went to find them, hoping to find me. Might risk getting caught, but I can't turn a blind eye on someone in danger, especially if I'm the reason for that in the first place. Guess I'm heading to Baguio's. Hey! Oh wait, that's you.
Hey!
Sorry.
Intruder!
Poof! Dash! Epic escape.
Le epic. Hype moment.
Oh no.
Took you long enough to come to. Don't bother with your gear. It's in our custody now. And before we free it of its shackles with its current owner, I was hoping you'd kindly answer some of my burning questions. For example, how much do you think your life is worth to that warden? Not much? Great! In that case, we can make it this easy.
Shoo! Shink!
Who dares? Ugh, this kid again. Fine, I'll deal with you in a minute. Twinkle!
Epic fight scene.
Crash!
Grapple.
Grab! Snap!
Spinny
Dash!
spin.
Twirl!
Oh. Guillotine bloom! Dude, holy!
Holy
I
aura.
love when they use the fucking fighting moves in the
fine.
comics.
Too big to dodge. Gotta retreat. Hold on, I need to zoom in to fucking read this
Oh
one.
yeah, that is. What does that say?
Plus, this fight's going nowhere. Cops will probably be here with the commotion. Best leave early. This won't be the last time you see me. Shh. Whoa, what are you looking at me for? Hey! No.
Slice.
They were just trying to free me. Hey, wait! I've already ripped off some of their cape. Probably best to not pester them anymore. Never mind. Stay safe. And thank you. And just like that, they were gone. I hope Banhammer's not too upset I've come back without the Silver Shadow. It's probably fine. I've got this to show him anyway.
The end. Wow. This was so good.
There's a note at the end of the comic.
Thank you for streaming. Here's the stats. Read if you want. Made on Ibis Paint. Time taken 1 month. Hours on canvas. Artist is at my desk. This was, hang on,
19 hours.
19 hours. Final note.
And then 99.
If I used more of my time wisely, this probably would have been a lot more polished. LOL. My usual drawing style is way more polished than this, and you can kind of see the way the art grew less and less finished throughout the comic. Also, shout out, Odd... How do you say this?
Odysseia?
Odysseia. So that's why I'm back here at 7 a.m. Now, it's great that you met him. Now, can you please give me your order? Yeah, can I get a... Wait... Him? So you know who the Silver Shadow is? No. Bye. Favorite panel was the... Where is it? Was this the one? He's gone, yo.
He's gone, yo. Dude,
Alright,
when are you gonna add fighting Twitter to the canon? Twitter.
Fighting Twitter, exists. Hang on, let me read the extra notes. This is the title page of my comic submission for the community challenge. I wanted to submit the entire comic, then I had a slight oversight about how long the comic actually was. In regards to the comic, I wanted the story to be kind of simple to follow the plot, and also so it doesn't take a bunch of pages to complete. So that's why it's full of those time skips. I was hoping it could also be kind of silly, not super serious detective comic, although I really like those comics. I think if I gave myself more time and focused more on it, I would have been able to polish it better and add more detail, shading backgrounds like the first 2 pages of the comic. Please check it out if you have time. It'll also be on my Twitter, at Midas. Shout out Midas, spelled Myyddas. At some point tomorrow, hopefully, if you have time, it'd be cool to see the full thing. Very impressive. I think it's impressive just for this to be done by one person, cause like, oh my gosh. I know the pain of trying to finish like just one comic page, a colored comic page on your own. That is painful. I'm very impressed. Very good story.
It's so.
That was a very good one. Alright. Let's go to the next one. Okay. This one is 11 pages long. Made by creator ZX2304. This one also has some art in it, but it's not until the very end. So I will show that when we're done with the story. You got it up, PD?
Yep, I do.
Alright. A short story featuring Codex's encounter with Shuriken / the Silver Shadow. Oh, one sec. The slideshow is bugging out. Sorry about that. There, I think I fixed it. Okay. Yet a new case has opened in the heart of Crossroads. Codex stepped out of the train from Thieves' Den, hoping to get a nice nap back home. Her plan to relax was thwarted when she received a sudden ear-splitting phone call from Officer Bloxer, who urged her to head to a specific location. A large fire caused by an explosion had taken the life of a few civilians in the wee hours, and it was up to Codex to figure out who did it. Amongst the charred debris and gathered clues, a crucial piece of evidence comes to light, a piece of torn fabric made with dark-colored hemp, and that signature green design belonging to none other than the vigilante Silver Shadow. Taking a picture and archiving it in her gear, Codex begins her investigation to find them, but not before stopping by Thieves' Rest to have the first meal of her day. As a cafe regular, the sibling trio was well acquainted with Codex. After learning that she spawned from the same region, they eventually chatted frequently during the afternoons, when she would order a dessert and milk tea, her favorite drink. On this day, however, the trio were a little surprised to see her arrive so early. After some small talk and a freshly baked pastry, Codex asked Slingshot if the trio could assist her in her current case. Unfortunately, Slingshot had to watch over the goods, baking in the oven, and Vine's staff was busy shifting bags of ingredients from a delivery van. Seeing a hunched-over Shuriken catching some Z's, Slingshot yelled at Shuriken to wake him up, and talked with Codex behind the cafe. At the back, Codex teased Shuriken about his sagging eye bags, to which he brushed it off and demanded she cut to the chase. Yet, as Codex explained her case and revealed a picture of a familiar item, Shuriken's tired and annoyed expression shifted to that of a wakeful shock. If it weren't for his cap blocking his face, she would have immediately placed him on top of her suspect list. Codex was a little concerned when Shuriken remained still. Before she could ask what's wrong, Shuriken straightened his back and shook his head, stating he couldn't assist her, as he had no idea on Silver Shadow's whereabouts. Unable to get a useful lead here, she sighed and thanked him for his time. "I'll be back for my usual order," said Codex as she left to continue her investigation.
Unbeknownst to Codex, Shuriken was none other than the vigilante she was searching for. Throughout the entire day, Shuriken did his best to stay calm, acting like his usual self. Yet when Codex came back from her usual, he felt himself about to break out in cold sweat and nearly drop someone else's order. Unable to focus, he reassured both siblings and Codex and requested Slingshot for a short break to freshen up. As he splashed some water in his face, Shuriken desperately recalled the event mentioned by Codex, the very event he witnessed firsthand in his alter ego. That's impossible, he thought. I remember hearing my scarf being torn while confronting groups of thugs the night before. But if I lost the torn part of my scarf in that area, how did the torn fabric end up in such a distant place? Is someone trying to frame me? Shuriken
Dun,
could
dun,
feel his
dun.
anger boiling inside. Even if he was able to take matters into his own hands, he would never stoop so low as to kill a random civilian in his pursuit. The Silver Shadow only targets those who sought to disrupt the peace of Crossroads. To harm an innocent would not only mean going against his purpose, but also tarnish his reputation. Except now, he's being framed for doing exactly that, and the police are waiting to put him behind bars. Shuriken closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He acknowledged that his carelessness resulted in the loss of a civilian life. He knew that he had to act immediately as Silver Shadow to get back at the culprit who framed him and prove his innocence. I'll find them, Shuriken huffed under his breath, staring at the mirror. I'll make sure to give them a huge beating before. Shuriken stopped muttering, distracted by the sudden loud knocks and Vinestaff's call. I'll be done in a moment, he yelled back. Throughout the remaining afternoon, Codex continued to question the Infernals in the Crossroads, hoping to get a new lead, but to no avail. She had expected this to happen. After all, not even the police had managed to track down, much less capture the mysterious vigilante. While most of the Crossroads were filled with doubts towards their deeds, Codex remained confident in her belief. Deep down, she knows that Silver Shadow would never cause harm to an innocent civilian, intentional or not. Throughout several cases where a civilian's life was compromised, they would always bring the civilian back to the police safe and sound, along with a bunch of beaten-up culprits, ornamented with bruises on their face and tied neatly in thick rope. She had hoped to meet the vigilante to clear things up, and to question them if they could recall any suspicious infernal during their work.
Sorry, I'm eating a cracker. I'm eating a
Okay,
cracker. I got hungry.
Cracker over here.
The Silver Shadow usually appears in the middle of the night to apprehend culprits. Codex lowered her head, murmuring to herself, if no one can track him down, I guess I'll have to take action. Summoning her gear, a thick velvet blue book with silver triangular edges, she flipped the pages open, retrieving a vertical slip of yellowed paper inscribed on it were 6 straight lines drawn with calligraphy ink. Only the second line from the bottom was broken into 2, while the rest were all straight lines. Master Silk Scroll performed a divination for me, Codex thought. He always does this each time I go back to visit. Yet, out of all the divinations, this one piqued him to advise me to come back early. Spot on as usual. Codex placed the slip back, her face lighting up with a knowing smile. Oh, sorry, I gotta pop up. Back at her apartment and secret private detective agency, Codex devised a plan to lure the elusive vigilante. Night falls, the new moon rises, yet in its quiet slumber, a shadow swiftly glides through the barely illuminated light, landing onto the balcony of a tall building. Shuriken, now in his alter ego, Silver Shadow, actively scanned through the grounds lit by the street lamps, while his sharp eyes detected any sign of movement. He recalled back to his latest confrontation last night. The number of Infernals in that group, their sizes, heights, voices, spawned or artificial gears, their secret meeting and discussion. Come to think of it, my fight began with one of those nasty thugs, he thought. I overheard them calling someone through their phone. They were planning on getting back at someone for betraying their secret organization, and even had the items ready. I've been onto their organization for quite some time. I was just waiting for the right moment to capture them, and have them confess to the police. Huh, I didn't expect some of them to get back so early. Silver Shadow continued his line of thought. While he managed to beat them up and was about to tie them up, his carefully curated plan was thrown off by the sudden return of their fellow members. At first, he attempted to fight them off one by one, However, he soon realized that it was turning into a battle of attrition, and he had to quickly make his escape. Igniting his crafted smoke bomb, he threw it towards the group and navigated towards the exit through the obscuring smoke.
It was at this moment that Silver Shadow remembered feeling a sudden resistance on his scarf, followed by the sound of cloth ripping and someone mentioning they'll get back at him. So what really was they doing? The thought of it ignited the same rage he had felt earlier. A sudden flicker of a streetlight caught his attention. A strange figure donned in dark clothing was carrying a suspicious sack. The figure was hunched over, cautiously looking left and right before running on into the darkness. Sensing a crime was about to take place, Silver Shadow descended and stealthily tagged along. This is... Out of all places to end up in, Silver Shadow never thought he'd return to the same place where he'd confronted those thugs. One would think they'd temporarily cease their criminal activities, especially right after a major incident. At this time, the police were on high alert, patrolling through the streets in teams of 4 with well-lit flashlights. Somehow, the dark figure he was chasing managed to evade their line of sight, seemingly effortlessly too. Hiding in a short alleyway, Silver Shadow laid low, hiding behind a large, empty crate. He witnessed the figure entering a small warehouse through the side, peeking out to check if they're not being followed and closing the door quietly. After a few minutes, the same figure exited from the same door, gently closing the door, and looked both ways before running away. I'm not sure what plans they have in mind, he thought. Guess I'll eavesdrop and keep note of any plans they might have. Maybe I might even stop them in time. The pathway between his hiding spot and the warehouse was well lit, yet unusually empty. Still, Silver Shadow made the coast was clear before diving across, the heavy cotton and hemp cloths dampening any sound that could give him away. As soon as he landed, he leaned close to the entrance and tilted his head forth, listening to the tiniest of whispers. At first there wasn't much, just sounds of a few items being moved and dropped. Then came the signal, muffled sounds of someone crying for help. Without hesitation, Silver Shadow checked the door. Locked. They must have locked it from the inside before closing the door. A keyhole could be seen on the handle. Good. He reached into his trustworthy body bag and pulled out a few lockpicks. Barging straight in would be foolish. Under current circumstances, it's best to remain stealthy. Click! He placed the lockpicks back, summoning his gear with one hand and holding the door handle with the other. He took a deep breath before swiftly rotating the handle and pushed the door wide open.
It was pitch black inside, but the dim light shining from the entrance was enough for Silver Shadow to spot a messy pile of black bags and cardboard boxes at a corner. Sure enough, the same muffled cries got louder as he approached the pile. "Don't worry, I'm here to get you out," he reassured while shifting the heavy items to the side. The cries continued, and for a moment, it seemed that the victim couldn't hear him at first. "You can stop crying now, I'm helping you out," he added this time, speaking a little louder. A sudden wave of dread swept over Silver Shadow as soon as he finished speaking. Inside the pile was a small device playing an audio recording. "Anyone there? Someone please help me, I'm scared." "It's a trap!" Silver Shadow took a step back, using the momentum to twist his body and dart towards the exit. Alas, he was too late. He spotted a silhouette covering the entrance's light on the floor. Silver Shadow was instantly met with darkness, along with the slam of a door and a loud thud. He instinctively figured that he was sealed inside the warehouse, but his sharp senses briefly noticed the silhouette entering the warehouse before the door shut. "How bold of you to come back here," he thought. Crouching into his stance, he closed his eyes and directed his focus into his sense of hearing. An attack could come from anywhere. His former years as a Dark Age warrior would serve him well for this exact moment. "Ready whenever you are." Boom! Something hurled towards his head. He crouched down, feeling it glide above the back of his head. 8 o'clock. With a sharp spin, he threw his gear, the neon green shuriken towards that direction. A loud clank could be heard, followed by a sudden gasp and footsteps running. Though he missed it, it was all he needed to scare off the attacker. "Those footsteps sound very consistent," Shuriken Shadow observed, "but it's time to level the playing field." Quickly, making his way near the entrance, he started placing his palms around the walls. Sure enough, he felt something akin to a small panel of light switches, and swiped his hand down. Dim orange light started flooding into the large space. As the lights warmed up and gradually brightened, he spotted his four-horned attacker, whose face and body were all covered up. They started running, throwing a pair of night goggles to the side and picking up a nearby pole. Silver Shadow quickly flashed out a few kunai and hurled them towards the attacker.
The attacker. Perfect timing. The attacker deflected the projectiles very naturally with grace,
as though they were well trained and experienced. Yet surprised him more was the attacker's sudden act of throwing the pole away. His gaze momentarily shifted towards the pole before realizing this was yet another trick. Shifting to his left, he narrowly deflected a strike to his face with his right hand before delivering an uppercut with his left. The attacker was quick to catch his. The attacker was quick to catch his fist. But his strength threw them off balance. Now's my chance! Silver Shadow dived down and swept his attacker off the ground with his left leg. With a small winch, the attacker fell, but not before twisting their back upwards and landing in a push-up position. Their head a few inches from the ground. As they tried getting back up, a force struck their back and pushed them down. Their right arm crossed and firmly held to their back. You're surprisingly weak for someone who managed to deflect my throws with ease, Silver Shadow commented, kneeling beside them. Did you really lure me here just to pick a fight with me? The attacker shifted their head to look at him, but remained silent. Hey, I'm asking you a question, he said, a tinge of impatience seeping through his words. What exactly is your intention with doing this? The attacker let out a tiny chuckle before Silver Shadow could figure out why a thick red book with golden edges on its cover suddenly flew straight towards him. In a split second, he chose to let go of the attacker and quickly leaned back to dodge the lethal projectile. While he managed to save his head, he did not account for the possibility that the book would open mid-air, much less return and deliver an uppercut. Its edge hit Vigilante's Oni mask, effectively swiping it off his face. A dark, gloved hand snatched the mask away before he could put it back. So that's what you look like.
Oh, that's not.
Oh, that's not. Shuriken instantly recognized that cheerful voice. His eyes widened as he tilted his head upwards. The slim figure who had fallen was now towering over him, their face now unveiled and smiling back at him. Codex removed the fake horns on their head and shifted her gaze to the Oni mask on her hand, turning it around to inspect it. This mask is so beautiful. I love the intricate designs. It reminds me of those auspicious stone animals in the temples. Give it back!
Wait,
that's you.
That's me. Give it back! Shuriken hastily swiped the mask off her hands, stumbling off to the nearest corner. His assertive and confident demeanor as Silver Shadow had been stripped off and replaced with anxiety and shame. Feelings of anger, frustration, and disappointment swirled in his heart, while thoughts of his future arrest, reactions from his siblings, and his purpose being stripped away from him overwhelmed his mind. Great, now someone knows! And it's the private detective out of all people. He pinched the bridge between his eyes. He pinched the bridge between his tightly shut eyes. His back sliding down against the wall, he sat on the ground in a defeated manner. Codex walked towards Shuriken and stood beside him at arm's length. He looked up and shot her a dirty look. What, now are you gonna expose my identity to the police? To all of Crossroads? She leaned back, her face switched to a blank expression, and eyes staring at his face. So this is why he felt so shaken up this afternoon. Codex deduced her mind deep in thought about today's event. Do you enjoy leaving people hanging whenever they ask a question? Codex blinked. Her mind abruptly pulled her back into reality by an impertinent Shuriken. Right, she replied, reminding herself of her goal. Look, I have no intentions of exposing you to the authorities, nor handing you over to the authorities. Yeah, right. Like I'd believe you. Shuriken scoffed, rolling his eyes. Doing all the work to capture me, only to release me again? Only an idiot would do that. Actually, the bigger idiot would hand you over to the police. Codex flicked Shuriken's forehead, causing him to wince in pain and cover his forehead with his palms. Ever since our dear vigilante appeared in Crossroads, we, well, the police, have been able to solve tougher, more complex cases. In several cases involving the rescue of victims, he has always been successful at apprehending criminals without compromising the victim's safety. As someone who's witnessed his work during nightly patrols, the Silver Shadow I know is someone who would never harm a civilian or perform things in such a flashy manner. Even though we found a piece of your outfit near the site of crime, I found a few inconsistencies when pairing it together with other clues. While I haven't fully cracked the case, deep down I believe the Silver Shadow is innocent. If you could assist me in my investigation, we could both fulfill our own goals sooner. How does that sound?
Kodex's words seemed to reach Shuriken, calming him down, albeit still a little apprehensive. He took a deep breath, sat upright and crossed his legs. Fine, I'll help you, he sighed, but on one condition. You have to tell me a secret of yours. Codex was initially stunned upon hearing his request, but eventually agreed on the account of fairness. Whatever secret she shared, it was enough to prove her sincerity. It's a promise, then, Codex announced, holding up her pinky. Shuriken propped his mask back on. The Silver Shadow extends his pinky and links it with her. Perhaps this would be the only time he set his prejudice aside and worked alongside official authorities. I think I have information on the culprit you're looking for. Extra small dialogue. Shuriken, this area is where the culprit hid yesterday. I didn't expect myself to come back today. Codex, really? What a coincidence! I guess I was right to come here after all. Shuriken, you sure sound happy, huh? A few days later. You actually met Silver Shadow? Codex quickly rushed both an astonishing slingshot and vine staff. Near the counter, the customers of Thieves' Rest seemed to have heard a group of 3, but ignored them after. From the kitchen, a certain infernal with pink oni horns propped his head out, his cap concealing a bombastic side-eye. Noticing Shuriken's presence, Codex let out a chuckle and rested her arms on the counter. Well, you could say I was really lucky, Codex begun, sipping a freshly brewed cup of milk tea. Turns out, the masked vigilante had vital information that accelerated our progress in finding the real culprit. They promised to find their hideout by the following night, so we made a plan and struck sort of a deal. Did you see their true face? Vinestaff tilted her head to one side.
Okay, wait, before I continue, chat, can we, keep the, conversation about the current story or any of the artwork being presented? It's a little bit disrespectful to the authors and artists that put so much time into these works.
Everyone be kind, or else you're getting fighting cold and you're fighting stalking this fighting Christmas.
Yeah, normally on any other stream, I wouldn't mind it, but yeah, it's just someone put a lot of time into this, and just completely ignoring it is a little bit disrespectful. Thank you. Okay, continuing. Nope, Codex answered with a smile, spotting Shuriken sighing in relief. What happened next? I shared my findings with law enforcement and told them that Silver Shadow will be assisting us on the condition that we keep our distance. You should have heard the collective gasp in the room, Codex giggled. One of my former colleagues even begged me to get their autograph. Anyway, we were on standby all night, waiting for Silver Shadow to arrive and bring us to the hideout. The police and I weren't sure whether they'd arrive at first, but I told them to wait a little longer. At about 4 in the morning, a dagger with a piece of paper struck the ground near me. That's when we knew they had arrived. We followed the instructions on the paper, let Silver Shadow guide us to the culprit's location, and the rest is history. Congrats on solving the case, Slingshot beamed, packing a few goodies into a takeaway box and passing it to Codex. Thanks, but I believe the credit goes to Silver Shadow, the Codex said, picking up the takeaway box. I'll see you again tomorrow. As the sound of her footsteps became softer, Shuriken walked to the back of the cafe and pulled out a slip of yellow paper. Codex passed this to me while she told me her secret, he thought. She said something about a powerful infernal with the perceptive divination skills living in Thieves' Den. Rather than dwelling endlessly on it, it'd be better to make the necessary preparations and pick the right time to return. All I needed to know was when the right time would arrive. Maybe I could use a nice visit. And that is the end of the story. There's some very, very cute artwork. Hang on, let me show it. This is the artist's design of the character. Very, very cute.
I am a very big fan of this. I love
I'm a big fan of it. They did some sketches. Full body art of Codex, top, sketches of Codex using her gear. In combat, Codex can manipulate her gear via telekinesis, using them as projectiles to attack and shield/barrier to defend. And then we got an epic book cover here. I thought this was so cool when I saw this for the first time. But yeah, very cool character. I like Codex a lot. Let me read the notes. 1 second. This was made by creator ZX2304. About idea / story. At first, I only wanted to draw cool art of Codex and Shuriken, but then the idea gradually turned into a short story, lol. Recently, I traveled to China, and bought a tiny book about hexagram divinations, used by ancient Chinese for fortune telling / making decisions, etc. One of the hexagrams and its themes aligned with the plot and outcome I was going for, i.e. Codex, so I used it as a storytelling tool. About artwork, last page of the file. The 4 Chinese characters mean heaven over fire, fellowship, referring to the 13th out of the 64 hexagrams. In the story, it served as a sign for Codex to seed out potential alliances, i.e. Shuriken, to swiftly solve the case. Each character is represented by different parts of the artwork. The night sky, heaven, fire breaking out, Codex, and Shuriken, and a piece of yellow paper. Codex and Shuriken are positioned to form the 3rd character, while the crease of the paper subtly makes up the last one. That is so insanely fucking cool. That is so fucking creative. Fun facts. Codex was initially drawn an infernal version of my OC / persona. I kept their signature, Kitsuge Oni horns. I hope I said that right. But changed the color. When glowing, her horns fully turn moonlit yellow. Codex naturally spawned in Thieves' Den and is raised by the Hermit and Caretaker, Silk Scroll. Redesigning him, no pick, sorry. Her gear is the flying carpet of books. She can not only fly with it, but also summon each book separately, and use them as archival tools and telekinetic weapons. Codex moved to Crossroads in hopes of using her gear to help others. She trained and worked with Crossroads Police for a while, and then switched to work as a private detective. The ribbon on Codex's horn used to serve as a substitute for the lack of hair, since I wasn't used to the idea that infernals are bald. I am now, LMAO. Hexagram divinations can mean many things, depending on the specific question the person asks. Even the results are up to interpretation. This story is just one simple example. Mentioning the process behind it can be very complex, and I'm not a divination master, lol. If anyone's OC also uses the same gear, just know that more than one person will use the same gear. My choice to use this specific gear for Codex is based off my persona. Both the story and art in this file are written and drawn by me. The buttons and the cover art were supposed to match the portrait art. Either way, it looks fine. Very, very cool. What a cool character. Again, that was made by, creator ZX2304. Very awesome. Now, let's move on to a comic, shall we?
Yes,
Let's
bro.
see. Let's do... I'm looking. Oh, this one's short and sweet. I like this one. Hang on. This one is made by Goat Person.
Ooh.
You got the file?
Give me 1 second. Go. Alright, got it.
Yeah, Goat Person. There you go.
A big file with one comic in it.
Alright, here we are. Okay. Let's begin.
Now, where have I seen this pattern before? A green-horned infernal. I think I know where to look.
Can I help you?
Salutations! Slingshot, wasn't it? Explosive spy 10. 36 years old. Top Badlands detective.
Yeah?
Good. Now, I recall you were in the presence of a greenhorn infernal. Do you know who they are?
Oh, yes, but
Great, great. So, who are they? I need to know every single detail about them.
I like Slingshot's shirt.
It's really good.
Why?
We're trying to uncover the identity of an undercover vigilante known as the Silver Shadow.
Vigilante. It's a Shuriken would do anything like that.
I'm serious. And who's Shuriken?
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I missed the dialogue box. Continue.
Something's off.
Sling, is everything okay?
The Silver Shadow!
The piece of my scarf? I think it was from the late night stroll I took last night to clear my mind. However, I began to hear some commotion around the corner I was about to turn. But when I tried to run away from the scene, my scarf got caught on something, and the piece must have flew by scene? Must have flew by scene. See, it's just a misunderstanding.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Slam. Phew. The end. This
I
comic
really
is
like
made by
this
Go Person.
I really like this image.
The style of this is so cute. Reminds me... Vine Staffage. I'm only talking to my cats today. Very short and sweet. I like how I really like the style of this. It reminds me a lot of Dandy's World. I think it's just the eyes, but very cute. Big thumb. This was made by Goat Person. Let me read their notes. 1 second. The comic was originally supposed to be longer and include Vine Staff, but I unfortunately did not have enough time. Aside from that, my OC will be included in this comic. His name is Explosive Spy Pen. Character description. Spy Pen is an outgoing, curious inferno with a copious amount of overconfidence in himself. He constantly and willingly gets in situations past his abilities, often requiring for someone to step in and assist him. Despite this, he is extremely intelligent and has the ability to recall past instances almost perfectly due to his photographic memory. Fun facts. His gear is primarily used as a weapon, but it can be used as a functional pen. Spy Pen's bird spawn day is National Ballpoint Pen Day, which is June 10th. Spy Pen's horns are inspired by an Oryx's horns. An Oryx? I'm not sure what that is. He's also friends with Officer Bloxer. Thank you, Goat Person, for submitting. That was very cute. Oh, they're in the chat! Thank you for the comic!
It was so lovely and delightful. Big fan.
Alright. Next story. Let's see. There was one I was looking for earlier, but I cannot remember for the life of me who made it. Do we want to do a long one?
If you want to.
Okay, this one is pretty long. It is 33 pages. Created by Mavericks. I'm gonna drink some water.
Let me pull this up.
Okay, actually, wait. Before we start, let's take an intermission, because it's been 2 hours.
Oh shit! Is it time?
It's time for an intermission game.
Oh, I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I'm so excited!
So for the intermission, we're gonna take a little break from reading. It'll be like, I don't know, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Oh, I guess we could play the fan games, or we could do what we originally had planned.
I want to do what we had planned.
Okay, do you want to? Okay. Chat, you guys can join in as well.
Alright.
For the intermission, we were gonna play Minecraft Wordle on stream.
Playing MCL, baby!
It's literally what it sounds like. So, I got the MC doll. It's Minecraft Wordle. So, we'll do mobs first. I feel like mobs is the easiest. only 33 players have guessed correctly. Oh shit, this one might be hard.
I think it just resets at 8. So I think it just reset.
What? Did it? Oh, maybe.
I have to
Okay.
assume.
Okay, someone in chat, give me a mob. Give me a mob. Endermite. I saw Endermite. So, let's select Endermite. Okay. 1.8, 8 health, more than 8 health. It's taller than an Endermite. It is hostile. Projectile. Not from a projectile, and it's not an arthropod.
It is hostile.
It's a later release, so this is before the end update.
Yeah, you could try Creeper. It's very bog standard. It is a hostile thing.
You know what? We'll try Creeper. Oh, wow. Has more than 20 health. It does not spawn in light level. No. Okay.
Okay.
Chat is saying a blaze or magma cube.
Let's try the
Something in
blaze.
the nether. You guys want to do a blaze? We can do blaze. Blaze first. Wow! Not from a structure either. What? This thing has more than 20 health. And it's taller than a blaze.
Wither skeleton?
It's
But
a
is,
wither
oh no, that's a
skeleton.
structure. That's a structure.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, wait. And
So
so is a
it's
wither.
So it's not a projectile, a light level, a structure, or a spawner. What else do we have?
I don't know. Could be an Enderman. I think they have more than 20 health. Hang on.
But it's not pre-alpha. It's not pre-alpha.
Yeah, it does depend on the light level. What do you mean? It's after pre-alpha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm. Oh shit! It's beta.
Wither is not a structure spawn? It's not?
For
Oh,
real?
summon. Oh, okay. I guess, yeah. Okay. I thought it was... I guess we could try. It was the wither!
Fuck yes, bro! Fuck yes!
Shout out Eagle Border!
Yes, bro!
Okay, let's do a block. This one's hard. This one it usually takes us a while to get. Okay, give me a block. Any block. Any block.
Lantern?
Any block in chat. Let me get it from chat.
Okay.
Netherrack? Netherrack. Okay. It's not flammable. That's a good indicator. Okay. It's not a full block. Oh, interesting. You do use a pickaxe to mine it. Wait, you use a pickaxe to mine it, but it's not a full block. It could be an anvil.
Yeah. Alright,
Fuck.
it's got a lower blast resistance than that. But it isn't flammable.
Um.
Hmm.
It's older than 1.4.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is older than the anvil. A stone slab? Wait, slab. No, this is partial. Maybe it's like a netherrack fence or something. Like, oh, I think they group all the fences together, actually. Or, do they? Netherrack? No, okay. Interesting.
We could try the wall block. It won't be it because it's on version 1.4.2, but we could get an idea of the blast resistance and hardness.
We could. Okay, we could.
You want to try that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, lower.
It's lower than... Interesting. Oh, someone suggests iron bars. That's not a bad one.
That's a beta one, though.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. The hardness is lower. Or it's higher, sorry. Enchantment table? No, too high. The hardness is too high. And so is the blast resistance. Staircase. Stair.
It wouldn't be it. The tools.
Oh yeah, the tools, yeah. A glass pane? But the blasters, I feel like glass pane would be
Also,
like...
any tools. Any tools.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. It's the full block thing is fucking me up. Oh, crap.
We could try an ender chest. Oh no, the blast resistance and hardness is too high.
Yeah. A cauldron? Ooh, that's a good one. How do you spell it? Okay.
It could be it.
Oh! This could be it. Oh, so fucking...
No!
Okay, it's the right... Wait,
Okay,
it's the right
no.
version. We got the version. We got the version.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Okay. What could this be? Okay. It could... Oh, maybe like a potion stand? Or... What's it called? Brewing station. That's what it is.
Oh, that might be it.
Oh my god. Yes!
Yes, bro. Fuck yes.
Fuck yes.
It's item time, baby.
It's item time.
Alright, what do we want to do? What do we want to do?
Alright, chat. What is our starter? Be wise. Be wise. Okay, someone suggested a... I also saw pufferfish. Oh, okay. Okay, it's a common rarity.
64 stack and
What
it's
is
renewable.
this? What is this? It's food. Okay, it's partially food and drink, and it's... Okay, it's either food and drink or it's an ingredient. Interesting. It doesn't... There's a recipe for it. It doesn't drop from mobs, and it's not a fishing item. It's in a lower version.
We could try golden
Netherwort?
apple.
Golden apple's not bad. Well, no, it's golden apple common?
Yeah. Common.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, we'll try it. Okay, so it's an ingredient. It's an ingredient.
Okay.
Interesting. There's no... Wait, what? You don't craft it, but there's a recipe for it.
Maybe
Wait, what?
Maybe you smelt it?
What? Maybe, is it a... No, but what? You craft it. I'm so confused. What is this? Sugar? Isn't sugar... You craft it, though. I'm so confused. What? There's no craft... You don't use a crafting table to craft it, or you can't craft it, but there's a recipe for it. What does that mean? What does that mean? Green dye? Why green dye?
Oh shit, because you do smelt that. Oh, it's a catch-all
Oh.
dye thing. No, it wouldn't
Oh.
work.
Dye. Oh, yeah. Okay, dyes are all grouped together. We can find out if it is smelted, though. And maybe we could see if it's a trade.
Alright, yeah. Let's try it.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. It is a smelting thing.
And it's beta 1.2.
Ooh, it's an old... Is it just an iron bar? Or, no, it can't be.
It could be... Oh, we could try brick. No. That's alpha. That's not it.
It can't be gold, because you can craft, gold. Is it like... Charcoal? Oh, charcoal's good.
Ooh, that
Oh,
be
this
it.
is good.
That could be it.
Okay.
Let's try it.
It was charcoal! Good
All right,
suggestion!
Let's do the crafting bee. Let's do the crafting bee.
Okay. We got one more thing left.
All right, we got time. We can do diamond tools real quick. That one's a given.
Wait, I'm not on it yet. How do I... Oh, wait, what? Oh, daily. Okay. Okay, so for this one, chat, we have to discover all 29 recipes that can be made using these blocks. Okay?
Okay.
So let me do the diamond stuff.
Yeah, and don't forget diamond armor.
Yeah, and diamond armor. Shovel.
All right, that's 9 of 29 off the bat already. Oh, and a diamond block.
Yeah, diamond blocks too. Is there like an easier way to like
Nope.
put everything? God damn
Oh
it,
no, you can
okay.
drag. You can click and
Oh,
hold.
you
and
can drag? Okay. No, you can't. What?
I can. Maybe you're just lame.
What the hell? Oh, there we go. I figured it out.
All right. Cobblestone. We can do slabs. We can do walls. We can do stairs.
Yes. Slab.
We can do a furnace.
Furnace. Yes.
Wood.
Oh, shoot.
We can do planks.
Wait, how do you make
And
a
then-
wall? It's like this, right? Okay,
It's
Oh, stairs. Spear? Oh, a spear. Oh yeah, I forgot about those.
yeah.
Wait, how do you make a spear? Oh shit.
It's diagonal. It's like
It's
making
diagonal,
a shovel, but
okay.
diagonally.
Good catch. Okay, spear.
For dark oak wood, you can do planks, and then you can do the full log by doing a 2x2 square of the logs.
Oh, I see. Okay. Purper. Yeah, let me just. This is purper, right? Or how do you say this? Is there a wall? No. Is there like a chiseled version? No. Button? Oh, stone button. Oh. No stone button. What do you do with end stone?
I think we can clone the smithing template.
I have no idea how to use a fucking smithing template.
It's like 7
Oh!
diamond,
Someone said stone tools. That's a good catch.
Oh, true. True bars.
True. Can you make a stone spear?
Try it.
You can.
Fire.
Ladder. That's a good suggestion. 1 second. Ladder. A lever? Oh, how do you make a lever? Oh fuck, I don't think I've ever crafted a lever.
I think you need
I
regular
got it,
stone.
I got it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot to make the hose. Thank you for reminding me.
I got hose. Oh, you could make whatchamacallit, you could make endstone bricks.
Oh fuck, how do you make a fence? Oh wait, you can't do that with the logs, can you? It's only with planks.
You can't.
Wait, what can you make with endstone bricks?
No, you can just make endstone bricks from endstone.
Oh. Wait, what? You can?
Yeah, it's 2x2 square.
Oh.
Then you can create slabs and stairs of the purple.
Yeah, I did that. I'm at 27.
Okay. I'm also at 27. Alright, we're missing 2. I swear I feel like
What do you do with the trim?
I think you can clone the trims. I'm pretty sure
How
that's like a thing.
How do you clone it?
It's like something... Oh, you don't have diamond block yet.
Oh, I don't. Thank you. Oh, I'm missing 1. Oh, god damn it. Oh, what is this? Guys, how do I make a smithing template? What is a smithing template?
Oh, it's the log. It's okay.
Wait, what?
7. Make an upside down pant shape, and then in the middle put the smithing template. Put the smithing template on top in the log. Oh no, what?
What?
Okay, trim in the middle.
I'm so confused. Question mark. I'm making some bullshit. You guys know that fucking image of XQC trying to play Minecraft? And he's got like the 5 different beds in like different places of the crafting table.
Okay, swap the diamond and the logs.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't work.
Okay, someone said place the trim at the top, cobblestone in the middle, and then surround it with diamonds.
Okay, we got it. That took way longer than it should.
Yes! Dude, we're actually so fucking cracked. Everybody on the stream, everybody in chat, you're all cracked. You're all great at this.
Okay. Now I think, we should play the games. Because we're doing the intermission.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah, give me a second to set that up, chat.
Yes!
We have two fan games. I'm unfortunately gonna have to mute them because there's copyrighted music.
It's fate.
It is fate, yep. So this one is, created by Cosmic Plating. It's short, but it's cute. 1 second. Mavericks chat. I'm sorry. I know we were on yours. We'll get to your story after the game. Okay. Here is the game. This is called Silver Shadows Close Call. Oh wait, you have the game open, right, PD?
Let me get that open real
Yeah,
quick.
open it up.
Uh,
Give us 1 second.
what folder would it be in?
It's on the folder. I linked it in the DMs.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's the Silver Shadows Close Call.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
Awesome. Okay. All right.
Give me a second to get the game running. It said approximately 1 minute to get the game launched.
I didn't know people made full-on games. This is awesome. I know,
It's
right?
so
I
cool.
was not expecting this at all. Like, the amount of people who just submitted, like, so much cool stuff. It is so awesome.
Alright. Is it Silver
You gotta-
Shadow again?
See?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still you.
Yeah. Oh shit, you're right. Seems so. Do you think you can get any information out of investigating this cloth? Maybe. We should probably bring it back to the office first to keep it safe.
From atop a building, the Silver Shadow observes the Bandland police officers. Damn it. They might trace the cloth to mine. I'll need to get it back. So, this one is like you get to choose which path you want to do. But for the sake of the stream, I'll just choose the one that leads to, like, the proper ending, but I have played all of the paths. It is a very cute little adventure. I'm also very impressed they got the little 3D spins in these.
It's very
I
cute.
believe it's this one. Okay. Swoosh!
Oh yeah. Is that? Riot Shield turns on their handheld radio. I'm on Silver Shadow's tail! Send some backup! Turn right at me! Bat will guide you!
Silver Shadow turns around an alleyway with Riot hot on her trail, sorry. Alright, I just need to lure Riot over here. Am I strong enough to take them on? I think it's this one. Absolutely, I can take them on. Yeah. Riot continues down the alleyway.
Come out now and I won't beat your ass too hard. Fine, you wanna hide? I can see your stupid cloak, bud. You aren't.
Stab! Riot's body slumps into the ground. That's one taken care of. They'll be fine. The other cops are on the way. Silver Shadow pulls the dagger out of Riot's back and stashes it in her pouch. Next up.
Bat is speaking to the backup that Riot called for earlier. Riot went down that alleyway. They shouldn't be too far off. Roger that.
The officers shuffle towards the... Oh. Was that you or me?
No,
That's
you get narrator.
Okay. The officers shuffle towards the place that Bat pointed at.
Wonder why they're having us go after Silver Shadow in the first place. It's not like you've harmed any of us, right?
Huh? Shit, she noticed me! Bat looks around, scanning her surroundings. Oh, she doesn't actually know where I am. Good.
Hey, I just want to talk. Are you open to that?
Absolutely not! Silver Shadow inches closer to Bat and snatches the cloth right out of her hands. Suddenly, Bat pulls out a taser.
This was our favorite fucking part in the game. It was so good. Careful there. Stand still and put that down.
Wait, one sec. Chill. Let me drink water.
Gem alert!
Okay. Okay.
Stand still and put that down. This doesn't have to end with violence.
Well, this is quite a pickle. I think it's turned in the smoking lane. Bat keeps watching Silver Shadow. Suddenly, smoke fills up the alley.
What the?
By the time Bat clears out the smoke from in front of her, Silver Shadow's already gone.
That explains how she keeps getting away.
Silver Shadow rushes home, cloth in hand. Ball. Ah. That was way too close for comfort. I really need to get some sleep. And this concludes another day in the life of Silver Shadow. In his close call with the Banelands police. Yay!
Yay!
Yay! This was so fun. I love this one. Hang on. I believe in the notes they left us, they gave us some behind the scenes stuff. One sec. Oh shoot, I accidentally closed it. One sec. Cosmic plating. Here we go. I learned how to code visual novels a long time ago, and I wanted to bring my own experience with that medium into this project. I've also been reading more comics/manga recently, so I wanted to make a comic-style visual novel. While the PDF includes some of the assets, the link is where the actual game is. I hope that the game can be played on stream. Just click the link and then open the browser play button. Otherwise, I have nothing else to say. So, let me show you guys the assets that were used. So this is the screen that would pop up if you like messed up which choice you're gonna choose. It's such a cute idea. Such a cute idea.
It's very good.
But yeah, love this one. Such a cute little game. And yeah, thank you Cosmic Plating for making this. This was great. Alright.
Yeah.
We got another game. I might have to stream this one to you because it's an RPG Maker game. Hang on, I gotta find the download for it. 1 second. I think it's called Whodunit? Maybe? I have a lot of files here. I might have to re-download it if I can't find it on my computer. Okay, I have it here. Sorry. I gotta mute the music. No, the copyrighted music! There we go. The copyrighted music, no!
Yes.
Let me stream this to you, PD.
Okay.
I hope this doesn't fuck up, like, my computer or anything.
Your computer's gonna explode.
I'm gonna turn some of this down. There we go. Okay. 1 second. Can you guys see this? The stream died? Uh-oh.
That's bad.
Oh, you can now. Okay. Okay, cool. So, this game is called Whodunit. Was made by Sparkles, I believe. And we're gonna play it. Oh. I can't. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. Play. Sorry. Before you play, please do note that the game does contain bugs, most notable being the menu. It may take a couple of button presses for it to work. I'm incredibly sorry about this inconvenience. Oh, shoot. I couldn't read the full thing. Arrow keys, X and escape. Okay. Or X or escape. Press space to interact with characters and objects. Okay. Late last night. Oh, wait. This is you.
Late last night, the infamous Silver Shadow hit the city of Crossroads. We almost got them this time, yet they still managed to get away. But we still need to catch this infamous fiend. That's where I come in. Hi. My name is...
Ooh.
Ooh, what are we gonna name this guy?
Oh, yeah, I couldn't figure out how to change my name.
I guess you can.
It doesn't... I couldn't figure out how to change my name.
The illusion of choice.
The illusion of choice. You press backspace? No, I'm pressing backspace. It's not working. I don't know how to delete the name chat. It's not back. Oh, X the back? Oh, okay, I understand. Alright. Okay, my bad. Okay, what are we gonna name this guy? I guess, should we just name it Soda?
Gear? Oh,
What's
sure.
a cool gear? Well, it should just be Sodakettle.
True.
Da. Okay. Okay. Soda. Did you?
Oh, yeah, that's my name. And I'm one of the finest detectives here at Bandland. But if I can be honest with you, I barely have any idea what I'm doing. But wherever I go, I managed to make it through in the end. So this won't be any different. Anyways, after the escape of Silver Shadow, they dropped something. Something very important. A piece of their clothing. Found near the crime scene, this is the closest we've ever been to managing to catch this troublemaker. But that's not where it ends. Thanks to some secretive intel, we've discovered that 4 of our fellow workers here at Bandland's police department may have something to do with this mysterious fellow. My job today? Interview them and figure out which one of them is the little snake in our branch. Ooh! Head officer, detective, we thank you for your quick response to this situation. Of course, this matter is of most importance. What you need me to do, boss? We've gathered 4 of our workers here today in our department, unknown to them. Head officer, they all think this is a normal day for them, but it's not. One of them may be working with the Silver Shadow. Huh. Why are you so sure of this? Our source was very thorough and put in very detailed information relating to the Silver Shadow and who may be involved. Using this information, we got 4 main suspects on our team. I see. So then do you want me to interview them and try and grab some information off of them? Exactly. This is why you're lead detective. You know exactly what to do. I sure do. So interrogate them and find out which is the suspect we're looking for. Seems easy enough. Well, I better be going. Wait, you'll be needing these. They hand me 2 items, a piece of clothing and some sheets of paper with information on the 4 main suspects on them. Here's your requested items for the interviews. I don't know exactly why you need the piece of clothing, but you're the detective here. Oh, right, thanks. I forgot I asked for these things. No issues. Now get to it! We ain't got all day. Return to my office once you've interviewed all the subjects.
Suspects.
Whatever! Tomato, tomato!
Okay, how about for the game, you can be the detective and I could be, like, everybody else?
Alright. A bunch of pictures of wanted criminals. Wow. I sure don't hope I end up here. Boss's desk. You can even see their certificate behind it. A fling cap. Oh, excuse me, Jesus Christ.
The
Sorry,
yarner.
Sorry, talking in a lower voice makes me yawn really bad. I don't know why.
Just talk in a normal voice.
A filing cabinet. I don't think I can open this in front of the police head. Just a table. Okay? Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and I go, oh, not there. Here. Hello?
If I'm correct, this should be airstrike. Or so their paper says. On their file, it says they're very outgoing, but rather impulsive with their actions. That
The
sounds like a
yarner.
fun. I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Hello? Why are you just staring at me?
Oh, right. Hello there, airstrike. I'm just here to do a little interviewing of my fellow employees here.
Wow, a real detective interviewing me. That's so cool. So, like, what do you want to know?
Mostly about the incident yesterday with Silver Shadow.
Dude, you know about them? They're so cool, bro. It's, like, super awesome. You know them? Well, I do, and I love that guy. They're, like, super duper awesome and stuff. It's, like, and they just make my job so much easier. It's, like, so cool, bro. It's like, how do they even do that with so much aura? Surely that's what does that say? I don't even know.
Scar would be ever annoying to deal with, but like they do it anyway.
Scar?
Oh my god, they can't be serious. Can we perchance get back on track? Like, you do know they were almost caught yesterday, right?
Yeah, bro, I was there.
Interesting. And what were you doing there yesterday?
At my job, of course.
And what were you doing there? At your job, I mean.
Yeah, so, like, I was grouped there, and the team I was grouped with almost caught them. Slightly out of reach, though. Couldn't do too much either, because you can't use your gear to catch him, or you'll destroy the buildings, they say.
Yeah, I don't think using your airstrike gear in a public space would be a very good idea.
And then, me and my team started arresting some thieves. The Silver Shadow dropped off. They're so radical, man, making my job quota easier.
Is that why you're particularly fond of them?
Yes, exactly, dude. They have such a mysterious aura. They're so cool.
Alright. Anyway, one final thing before I go. I bring out the piece of fabric in front of them. Know anything about this?
Whoa, that's like part of the clothing they were wearing. How'd you get that?
I'm the one asking questions here, pal.
Okay, fine. But, like, that's totally part of the clothes. It's pretty green.
Yup. Strange. I thought they would have said something about them finding it at the crime scene.
Anyways, my shift's about to be starting soon. I just question why they'd want me in here earlier than normal. Yo, do you got any idea?
I don't think I'm getting anything else out of them.
No?
No?
Anyway, oh, sorry, let's hear.
Bruh. No? Anyways, that's about it for the interview.
My name is literally on it. Oh, okay. Bye-bye, detective dude.
Their interview seems to be normal for the most part. Nothing to really note. Except the weirdly leaving out that they didn't find the fabric at the scene.
What is over here?
A table with candies. I think they're stale. Don't mind if I do. It's an award. It's very old though, so I can't make it out.
Okay. Oh,
I really shouldn't
Wait.
leave without completing my job.
hello? They're just letting the suspects roam around? Alright.
Well, it's a secret thing. They didn't tell him that they were being interviewed.
Oh, right, I see.
According to my files, this is Sleepy Songbird. Yeah, I'll just call them Sleepy. File says that they're very tired almost all the time, especially during the day. That'll be fun to deal with. Hello?
Quack! Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kinda tired.
I should play this guy if he yawns a lot. Yeah,
Well-
understandable. Says in your file that you don't like mornings.
My file?
Oh, right, sorry. I'm currently interviewing all the current employees here about the Silver Shadow incident.
Oh, that's nice, pal. Sadly, I don't really know anything about it, so I can't be of help. Right, little bud? Squawk!
I assume that's your gear?
Yeah, lifelong buds. He can see something real nice. Wanna see?
Sure.
Oh! Oh, he's jam- Oh, he's
Oh,
jamming
shit!
out! Oh, shit! Sleepy extends
Sleepy
her arm
extends her-
out as the bird jumps into it. Then the bird starts singing a little tune. How sweet. Very sweet. Just like a lullaby. Sleepy song. Oh. Squawk! Squawk!
Why am I so tired?
Okay, that's enough, bud. We don't want Detective here falling asleep.
As the bird stops to sing, I can feel my body return from my sudden trance. Sorry.
No worries, dude. It's their special ability. They can sing any infernal to sleep.
Huh. That seems pretty useful.
Yep, that's why I got recruited here. Criminals. Oh my god, I gotta pop up. That's why I got recruited here. Criminals have no choice but to just fall asleep when I'm around.
Huh. What a special gear. It sure would be a helpful hand to the Silver Shadow.
Suspicious!
Cool. Anyways, I have another question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
I start to hold out the piece of fabric retrieved on the scene, and right as I do so,
Squawk!
it seems the bird has a slight reaction to it. Not much, but it's still something.
Suspicious!
Hey, sus? Know anything about this?
Nah, sorry, dude. If this is something related to the silver dude, I don't know anything about it.
Are you certain? You better not be lying here.
Chill, dude. Why so passive aggressive all of a sudden?
Ah, sorry. I tend to do that sometimes. Anyways, I think I'm done here. Thanks for the interview. This'll come in handy.
No problem. Well, except for the headache I have from this, but I guess it's fine. Don't tell anyone, but I'm still in my PJs. I didn't have the energy to change. Speaking of, do you know when I can get a uniform? I really don't want to be in this any longer.
Not sure. But I hope it's sooner for you, I suppose. Goodbye now.
Bye.
Nothing of notice really popped out to me, except for that bird. Why would the bird have any reaction to the evidence? Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. However, I don't think I can overlook that reaction. It may be useful.
Dude, the bird is fucking putting a trance on you.
Oh my god, the bird! The bird!
Chad is saying arrest the bird. This guy is the most suspicious for me. Let's talk to the
Yeah.
fucking cat girl over here.
According to the files, this is Super Slash Cat Claws. Slash seems to be very timid and very infernal, or so the file says. They seem to be trembling. Hello.
Hi?
So, how's your day going?
Fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm here to interview you.
I didn't do anything, please, okay? Please leave me alone.
This'll be a long one, that's for sure. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just here to interview everyone. I'm just here to interview everyone here about the Silver Shadow incident yesterday.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was in trouble. I never get called into the office like this. I just thought I did something wrong.
Well, did you?
No!
Anyways, what do you know about yesterday's Silver Shadow incident?
The vigilante guy? I know who they are, but not anything else.
Are you aware of the incident yesterday?
No.
Okay, this doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I bring out the piece of fabric.
Eep! Oh, just a piece of fabric. Oops.
Are they serious? Yeah.
Okay, well, you shouldn't just grab into your pocket and grab something out fast like that. It's scary.
How'd they even become a part of the police department? How'd you even become a part of this police department? I'm very curious.
Are you saying I'm weak?
No.
It's okay, I get it a lot. I have my claws. They're really good for catching criminals.
May I see them?
Of course. Oh, so kawaii.
Aww. They bring up their claws. The first thing I notice is how sharp their claws are in the first place. They're shining and glistening. I wouldn't want to get scratched by that.
I can climb great heights, so criminals can't really escape that easily. Oh, and I usually grab them very well, and with the help of my claws.
Cool, I guess. That seems like a very useful gear. A useful gear indeed. It can grab onto something and rip it apart.
Thanks.
I think that's all I'm gonna get out of them. Plus, I don't really want to talk to them much longer. Well, thanks for the interview. I'm gonna go now.
It's no problem. Bye.
Nothing really seemed out of note here, other than the constant worrying.
Interesting. Hello? Water.
This sure is a water dispenser. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is Bouquet of Pain-Throwing Stars. That name is way too long. Let's just call them Bouquet. I wish they called them Pain. That would have been funny.
Hello. Are you gonna say anything, or are you just gonna keep staring?
Oh, right. Sorry. I'm just here to interview you.
Or...
Do you know anything about yesterday's incident with Silver Shadow, Bouquet?
Nope.
Wow, this is going great so far. Well, do you know anything about the Silver Shadow?
What's it to ya?
Bouquet, this is a professional interview, and I would really appreciate if you answered my questions.
Just joking around. I know that they're a vigilante or whatever. Is that what you want to hear?
I mean, I guess. More importantly, do you know anything about what happened yesterday with the case?
Dude, I frankly don't care about a case I have zero involvement in.
Pessimistic. Oh shit. Pessimistic bit.
What? What the hell?
Bouquet, do you even know why you're here today?
Yeah, my long overdue promotion.
And why do you think that?
Dude, I've been catching so many criminals nowadays. I'm going places, man.
That's nice, I guess. Any reason why you're doing such a good job?
Oh, right. My gear? Yeah.
Your gear?
Yep, my gear is awesome. Check these bad boys out.
They hold out a bunch of flowers. I'm assuming this is their gear. Looks like a shuriken of some kind.
Awesome, right? I've been training with them a lot more recently. Honestly, I didn't really like these flowers before, but I have a certain friend with a similar gear that helped me understand them. Love them now. Anyways, any other stupid questions for me, detective?
Yeah. Are you aware of the similarities between your gear and the Silver Shadows?
No?
From what I can tell, your flowers are some kind of shurikens. That's pretty similar to Silver Shadow's gear.
Girl, what? Are you saying just because of my gear you think I'm working with them or something?
Not making any assumptions, just seems to be like a pretty big coincidence. Anyways, know anything about this? I bring out the piece of fabric.
Nope.
Stop lying.
Dude, I seriously don't know. If anything, you know more about the Silver Shadow than me. Like, how do you even know what their gear is?
Oh, right. Public records.
Okay, bro. Scary. Are you sure? 'Cause to me, it's looking like you know more than what you're letting on.
What?
I don't know, man. You just seem suspicious to me. Might want to conduct your investigation more carefully.
What was that? They just became so much more serious all of a sudden. And
I'm done with this interview. You're weird, bro. And you frankly piss me off.
wow, thanks. I don't want to talk to them anymore. I'm just gonna go. That should be everyone. I should return to the head officer with my information.
Alright. You interviewed everyone? Yes. Alrighty then, I'll go gather everyone up. Attention! Listen up, officers. Do you lot know why you're in here today? Promotion! Promotion. Promotion. Promotion? No, you dimwit! Oh, I'm so fucked. I owe that guy money now. Strike, we're gonna have to talk after this. About my promotion? If anything, it'll be a demotion. Dang it. You lot are here today because of the pending investigation of Silver Shadow. To cut things short, one of you is working with them. What? What? Who could have guessed? Yeah, that's why you were all interviewed by our detective today. Hi. Oh wait, that's you.
Hi.
Bitch. Language! Yes, boss. I'm gonna tell you a lot what we're gonna do with you now. You are all gonna go into the room on the right and enter the lineup room. I should have stayed home. Dude, whatever. Let's just get this over with. It's not me, I swear. Quiet! Into the room now! Alright, now detective, you've interviewed all the suspects. So I hope you've come to a decision on who done it. Yes, I have. Oh wait, that's you. My bad. Alrighty then,
You're
who
good.
done it?
Honestly, everyone has something going against them. It'll be hard to decide who the culprit is. For all I know, it could have been all of them. However, someone here stands out to me. Someone who must be the Silver Shadow's accomplice. And that someone is...
Oh, I gotta choose. Oh shit. Okay, well, let me think about this. Sleepy is definitely my pick. That bird is definitely fucking guilty. I don't fucking... That fucking bird that I hate.
That fucking bird that I hate.
I think... It might have... I think maybe all of them probably had some involvement with it.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know, though. It's that fucking bird that I hate. Airstrike is... Like, it is weird that they didn't bring up the fact that... They're the one that found the piece of cloth, right? I think?
No, I don't think so.
No, they literally brought it up as like a detail. They said they found it, but they didn't bring it up to the officer, so it was suspicious.
Huh.
But I think maybe it might be related to Sleepy's gear, because if they can cause anyone to go to sleep, like, I don't know, I feel like that's a pretty OP ability, I won't lie.
Yeah.
If the bird made them sleep, they might have forgotten. That's what I'm saying. I think it's that fucking bird.
Maybe, yeah, the bird is the mastermind behind this.
If you want my opinion, pick Bouquet. They have the best route. Okay. Oh, so they all have different endings.
Oh, shit. Alright.
Let me take a sip of water.
Let's do Bouquet.
Well, yes. Okay. We'll do Bouquet then.
There's only one Infernal here who could have done it. And it's you! Bouquet.
No.
Eh?
I think it's quite the opposite, in fact. Detective, you are the Silver Shadow!
Oh yeah, the horns.
Oh, the horns. You think I wouldn't notice? I know this entire time you've been the Silver Shadow. Your unprofessional behavior, your knowledge on the Silver Shadow without their files, and you've been a massive bitch. Okay. All clues to you being the Silver Shadow. Whoa, it's so obvious now. You don't got anywhere to run. You're under... God damn it, they already left.
That was close. I leave the police department feeling pretty proud of myself. I mean, that was much easier than expected. I sure did a good job for myself.
Oh.
Kaboom.
Why did everything blow up? Shuriken, you're a terrorist now. Oh my god.
Like,
What the hell?
I not only interfered with the police investigation, but I also got my scrap of clothing back. Seriously, do you know how much I worked on this outfit? It'd be a shame if I lost it. Oh, right. You didn't expect this, did you? Heh. I'm just so cool, am I right?
Okay, man.
Yeah, I'm the Silver Shadow. Also known as Shuriken. No, that explosion didn't really happen.
Oh, okay.
I just thought it'd be cool
Thank
to
God.
imagine. And it is. Anyways, with that aside, I think it's time for me to chill off for a bit. Lay low for a while. Who knows when they'll catch on to me being behind this. So until next time, farewell.
Yay!
I kind of had a
Very
suspicion.
cool.
The horns were similar. You
Yeah, and
think
the
it's
fact
over?
that they had like all of their face like hidden.
Yeah. You think it's over, do you? Rest assured, that will not be the case.
Oh, I'll find you one day. You're just around my grasp, I'm sure of it. Every step you make only has you entangled in my thorns more and more. I'll keep training, I will get stronger. So when we meet again, you'll learn the true pain my flowers can bring.
Emo!
Hello, this is the end of the game. Would you like to hear a message from the dev or just skip to credits? I would like to.
Let's hear a message.
Hey player, thanks for playing the game. If you don't already know, this game was made for the BogCom Community Challenge May 2026. This is my first time making and publishing a game of this kind, so super sorry about any messy stuff like art and dialogue. Oh shoot. Credits, plugins, Sparkle, fighting created by Baggio. Sparkle, was this all made by you?
God
Art,
damn.
dialogue, story, original characters, etc. Very, very cool. That was so good. I love that.
It's so fire.
I see why people were talking about this. I didn't want to play the full thing until the stream. But it is very cute. Very short and sweet. Amazing job.
I'm delighted by it. Shall we see the other endings? Oh shit!
I think
you didn't
for the-
save.
What?
You didn't save. There's no continue option.
Yeah, there was an A save.
Oh shit! Why is there a continue option then?
Or I don't think there was. Maybe I missed it. The other endings are kind of the same. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, I like this a lot. Alright. Let's move on to the next story.
Yes, bro.
Okay, before we officially come back to the reading stories, I am gonna take a pee break. Give me 1 second, chat.
I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back.
Hello, I have returned. Gotta wait for Petey to come back though. Let me move out the ones.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I also had to pee, and I got myself a cough drops because my throat's hurting a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. I'm organizing everything right now, so I know which ones we've already done.
Yep. We're at 3 hours now. Damn.
This is gonna be a long stream, guys.
Very.
Okay. The next one I was going to read is really long. Let me grab it. Okay. I'm not sure if this... I don't think this story has a title. Marvix. The story was made by Marvix.
I'll pull this up. Alright.
Yeah,
God.
everyone grab a snack and a drink. This is gonna be a long one.
33 pages.
Okay. 1 second.
I'm a big fan of the disclaimer at the beginning of this, where it says, disclaimer, M-dashes are used in this story. This is not AI. I simply know how to use M-dashes.
True. It kind of sucks that that has to be a disclaimer now. Like nowadays.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's start, I guess. Do you want to start? Do you want to start us off, Petey?
Sure.
The young night was cold, but not quite dark. Warm streetlights illuminated every passage there was to walk through, except for alleyways. The pavement was littered with various empty cans and discarded newspapers. Silver Shadow found the filth saddening, though he did not have to deal with it much. More often than not, he traveled through the roofs of buildings, signs, and occasionally balconies if he can get away with it. Tonight was no exception. Silver Shadow was currently sitting atop a large sign with neon letters. He could not tell what it said from the angle he was at. It had been quiet tonight. This was unusual. Crime was nearly as common as oxygen in the crossroads. At least, he had heard it described that way before. Who said that again? He struggled to remember. Anyhow, he had not heard any sirens tonight, nor had he noticed anything amiss. It must be some kind of omen, he thought. Perhaps tonight there would be an exceptionally bad crime. Some kind of robbery? No, that was too common. And too petty to be considered anything special. A physical altercation? In the form of a high-stakes duel? That was a bit silly. He would sooner bore himself to death with thoughts than get anything productive done. What was that saying? A man who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. A hooded infernal passed underneath the sign. They were holding a small box with a gold pattern engraved on it, which shone under light. Silver Shadow stood up and began to trail them. The suspicious infernals sped up to a brisk pace, and then glanced behind them. A few seconds later, they did it again. Silver Shadow wondered what they were hiding, since they were clearly anxious about something. Perhaps the box did not belong to them, and they were attempting to get it somewhere before they were caught. If that was true, then they were not very good at being a criminal. Traveling in plain sight with a stolen item is a very big mistake. They stopped next to a dark alley. With uncertainty, they checked the area around them for potential onlookers, and then disappeared into it. Idiots always forget to look both ways. Silver Shadow jumped to a building with the lower roof to follow them, before peeking into an alley. However, he heard a few voices behind him. "Did you get it?" said an infernal with a high-pitched voice. "Yeah," the other responded, sounding unsure of himself. This is probably the one with the box.
Well, get on with it. We don't have all day,
urged Pipsqueak. "It's night," stated Box Guy.
I know.
Silver Shadow peered into the passage below. There were more infernals than he had imagined, wearing a black hoodie with a logo on the front. Box Guy was holding tightly onto the package, and their hands were shaking. Who he had assumed to be Pipsqueak was towering over him with a sneer on their face. In somewhat of an arc around Pipsqueak were 7 other infernals, all with their horns painted black.
Take your time, why don't ya? A lazy voice remarked. Silver Shadow identified it as coming from one of the 7 infernals who was leaning on a brick wall. This was quite obviously criminal behavior, but he needed to be absolutely sure before he went in and beat them up. Box Guy's grip tightened. It looked like they wanted to punch Pipsqueak. Silver Shadow could not blame them. He also wanted to punch Pipsqueak. Their hold released, and they drew a hand up to open it. But not before another pause. Lazy Guys stood up from their position against the brick. This is stupid. Box Guy lifted the lid. At first, Silver Shadow was unable to see the contents of the box, but he soon recognized it. He dropped down a few feet behind the group, quiet as a feather, as the feather's landing. The distance between them was just enough to allow him good use of his gear, and gave him the advantage of being able to backpedal effectively. This thought was quickly lost as he came to the conclusion he did not want to cause any fatal injuries. The first one fell easily, a simple chop to the neck, and they were on the floor, blissfully unaware of anything that might occur thereafter. The attention turned to Silver Shadow. "Who the hell are you?" Pipsqueak roared. "Your shadow." Aura! Hype moments and comes in the room, feels the aura. Enters the room, feels the aura.
Sees the aura, feels it.
Sees the aura, feels it. He went immediately for Pipsqueak. A few hands grabbed at him as he ran, but only one skimmed him. Pipsqueak threw a punch and Silver Shadow ducked. He then stood back up by throwing a double kick to the stomach. With that, the leader was down, 8 more to go. He thought as he saw Box Guy book it in the opposite direction. 7, and then 1 runner. Silver Shadow heard someone run up behind him and narrowly sidestepped the chainsaw attack. That changed things. He grappled to a pipe above him and held onto it with 1 hand. Seeing the group now with their respective gears gave him an idea of who he wanted to deal with first. Chainsaw was top priority, followed by a blow dart. He swung out of the way of a dart. Gas spurred out of the pipe where the dart hit, causing his eyes to water. Okay, blow dart first. He dropped down again behind blow dart. They whirled to face him, but they were too slow to stop a punch to the gut. He sealed the deal with a roundhouse to the head, and then backpedaled to escape another attack from Chainsaw. He avoided a stab from Knife and grabbed their arm to throw them over him. He managed to hit another guy with Knife on the way. 3 down, 4 to go. 4 more to go. He dodged around Chainsaw to disable the last ranger, who simply had a gun. They must have been too hesitant to shoot. He kneed the trigger hand and let a bullet fly, then to deliver a kick to the belly and a jab at the neck. 4 down. Chainsaw charged at him once more. Silver Shadow grappled back up to the leaking pipe and fell before he could suffocate himself. He knocked the heads of the 2 together and watched them topple over. Idiots. Their heads sounded like bowling pins.
He ducked to avoid a sweeping attack from the chainsaw, then rolled under their legs to get out of the situation. Chainsaw grunted angrily and spun to face him. Silver Shadow hadn't gotten off the ground quick enough to escape the next attack, so he'd opt for a different approach. A shuriken flew at Chainsaw and made contact with their right arm, which in turn caused them to drop their weapon. It dispersed into a cloud of blue energy. Finally, he downed them with another chop to the neck. Adrenaline was still pumping through his veins as he watched the little guy fall, and he scrambled to take his phone out of a hidden compartment in his clothes. Time to do something. Time to do the boring part and call the police. Alleyway next to the Wands tea shop. Come get me. Silver Shadow Silver Shadow hung up after leaving that message. He retrieved the Shuriken from Chainsaw's arm and wiped it with a cloth, before allowing it to despawn. Hopefully cool the beating of his heart, he took a few deep breaths. It was important to not get too excited when it came to combat. Too much energy led to mistakes. A gunshot rang out. He watched as a bullet came just inches away from his head, and felt his ears start to ring from the sound. A second shot was fired, and he suddenly came to his senses. He ducked behind a dumpster. Police! Drop your weapon and come out with your hands up! He was not holding a weapon. We know it's you! Don't make this more difficult than it has to be. Silver Shadow did not want to fight the police. He was meant to aid them. In any case, he realized he had forgotten to include the fact that the unconscious people were smugglers in this call, so he might as well tell them now. The unconscious are smugglers. There's a red box on the ground. Pick it up and open it. Vigilante yelled back with a coarsely deepened voice. That hurt his vocal cords. Footsteps began to encroach on his spot. Did they even hear him? Of course they did. They were probably just ignoring him. Damn it! Just as the officer reached for the dumpster, Silver Shadow shot his grapple to the nearest building. They snatched at him and caught his scarf, but he got free and landed safely on the roof of the Wands tea shop. With no time to waste, he ran home. Exhaust began to settle in as Silver Shadow opened up the window to his room. It had been a very exciting night, and he needed to sleep so he had enough energy to work in the morning. The window got stuck on an invisible obstacle. He stared at it for a moment before trying to open it again, to no avail. Silver Shadow wrestled with his window for about 5 minutes before giving up and trying to crawl through the narrow opening he had created. What a way to end this exhilarating journey. With a slight error in foot placement, Silver Shadow tumbled into his room, generating a loud thump with his ungraceful entrance. He laid there a second, contemplating his choices that led up to this moment.
Shuriken? A soft voice sounded from the hallway. Are you okay? Did you fall off your bed again? Cold sweat ran down his back. He was still in full vigilante gear, and if his sister saw him like this, he would be in for a lot of trouble. Hello? Weinstaff called out to him once more. He offered no response. I'm not going to answer, I'm coming in. No! Shuriken yelled, sitting up at record-breaking speed. This is not good. He would quite literally do anything to stop Weinstaff from walking into his room. Why? Are you hurt? She said worriedly. No! He looked to the closet. I'm naked! Did you lose your PJs again? We can't keep buying new ones. Shuriken's cheeks flushed red in embarrassment. He had used that excuse a lot before, and it cost the three of them quite a bit of money to buy replacements. There was a stash piling up in his closet. Yeah, sorry, he falsely admitted. Shuriken! I'm okay, just go back to bed. See you in the morning? He winced, another pair of footsteps approaching his room. What's going on? Slingshot asked groggily. Shuriken heard a yawn through the door. Shuriken lost his PJs again, Weinstaff said loudly. He sounded rather disappointed in Shuriken, which added a bit of weight to his shoulders. Slingshot responded with the noise of disapproval. Again? Really? Shuriken, I'm running out of money to give you. I know. I'll pay for it myself this time, okay? He was on the verge of pulling his horns off his head. At least he knew they would not come into his room. Look, I'm really tired. Just let me go back to bed. A thin silence enveloped the three siblings. Shuriken felt his request was reasonable. Reasonable enough, even if it was not quite what he would be doing after they left. He stood up with more effort than usual. Alright, good night, Shuriken, Slingshot sighed. Shuriken heard his brother walk back to his room. Good night, Shuriken. Try to find your PJs in the morning, please, said Weinstaff. Shuriken walked to his closet to grab his nightclothes. Sure, sis, he responded plainly. With that, his sister stalked off to her room, and he was left to his own devices. That was needlessly difficult. Shuriken began to remove his vigilante outfit. His mask was already set on his bed, where he would hopefully not sit on it. He gradually worked his way through the layers and managed to slip on his pajamas. Then, Shuriken walked to the other side of the room and cracked his door open to peer down the alleyway. It did not look like either of his two siblings were somehow still there, so he creeped out. The bathroom was right across from his room.
Once he made it to the bathroom, he shut the door behind himself. Then, he begun to wash the paint off his horns. Being a vigilante was often inconvenient for him, outside of police investigations. Sometimes the horn paint would refuse to come off, and he would have to cover it up in the morning. Other times it came off too easily, and he would get it on his pajamas. This was one of the reasons he had for using the "I lost my pajamas" excuse. When he finished scrubbing the green off his horns, he walked back to his room. The door shut quietly behind him, and he made sure to lock it. It would be a tad awkward if one of his siblings appeared and saw him holding the Silver Shadow outfit. Speaking of which, he needed to find another opening to wash it tomorrow. He started putting the separate components of the outfit on hangers, putting them in the back of his closet. A better hiding spot, was in development. It would be ready soon, he hoped. When Shuriken got to the scarf, he came to a heart-stopping realization. The end of the scarf was torn.
Dun dun dun. Extra 1.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about this. They have multiple chapters, but they have one and then extra 1. It's really funny.
They have bonus chapters in the middle of the chapters.
Dude, we heard you like chapters, so you get extra chapters for your chapters.
Shuriken was walking through a rather dark back press, dressed mostly in black. It was almost afternoon by this time, and there was a lot of traffic today because of the Flipside performance happening in a few hours. It was not too hot out, despite it still technically being summer, as autumn was approaching quickly. Slingshot had already started running the fall specials at Thieves' Rest. He yawned. He was currently on his lunch break and did not want to return to work. Slingshot was a great brother and all, but was he really worth being employed? Shuriken pondered this as he trapezed about the road. A pleasant breeze washed over him. Of course he would not actually give up his brother just to be unemployed, but it was a funny thought to entertain. What would he be doing with his life if he did not have a sense of humor? Whoa, 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 stop the car, stop the car! He heard someone scream. The sound of a car behind him suddenly caught his attention. It was going very fast, and he realized he was about to get hit by it. He tried to run to the side, but to no avail. This was it! He was going to die here. The car came screeching to a halt right beside him. Shuriken stopped and then turned to face the front window, still shocked by what had almost happened. His life had flashed before his eyes. Was the driver wearing sunglasses? Wait a minute, was this a limo? One of the passengers opened the door and got out, nearly tripping in the process. Oh my gosh, are you okay? They yelled, running around the side of the vehicle, arms waving wildly. The other passenger followed suit behind him. He's fine, Valk, get back in the car, said Dom coolly, which contrasted the stiff way he was standing. He looked as if he just saw a ghost. Oh, that's ball knowledge. We almost ran him over. He at least deserves an apology. Valk cried out. Dom placed the shaking hand on his brother's shoulder and looked in Shuriken's direction. Shuriken could not believe what he was seeing. What were the chances? Excuse me. Valk ran up to him, still panicking about the situation. I'm so sorry that happened. Please forgive us. Valk pleaded with him, as if Shuriken would hold a permanent grudge against Valk Flipside for his limousine almost running him over. This predicament was laughable. It's fine, calm down. He took a few steps back. Valk, leave him be. Dom walked placidly towards the two. He was attempting to defuse Valk's overreacting. Shuriken noted. They were exactly like how they were on TV. It suddenly hit him, but how casually he was thinking about this. But, no buts. We are not going to have time to get ready if you do not let it go. It was scary, yes, but ultimately no one was harmed. Valk finally seemed to listen to his brother. I guess you're right. But, I mean, we still have to do something to make up for it. We almost killed him. He continued to scream and yell, despite appearing calmer than before. Shuriken would have plugged his ears if again, it was not Valk of the Flipside brothers. He still could not believe his eyes.
You can give him a ticket to the concert, Dom suggested. Now that was a thought. Imagine being given a ticket to a Flipside concert by Valk and Dom themselves. The bragging would never end. Were the tickets sold out, however? Shuriken could have sworn they were. The cogs in Valk's head were turning, finally offering a small moment of silence. Yeah, that's a good idea. The impressively short Infernal began patting their pockets. Did he expect to find a ticket in one of them? He talked similarly to a cartoon character. Aha! Here we are. Shuriken stared at the crumpled ticket in Valk's hands. We always keep one in case Valk is feeling charitable, Dom clarified. Oh, okay. That made sense. Valk offered the ticket to him with an awkward smile on his face. Shuriken took it into his hands with a bewildered expression. Thanks? Of course. So sorry about that. Please have a good day now. The pocket-sized infernal ran back to the limousine. Dom followed shortly after. With a few quick glances at the flip side, Shuriken realized that he should move out of the way of the vehicle before a reenactment occurred. Watching the limo drive off was a surreal experience. What took you so long? Inquired Slingshot, whose face showed a mix between annoyance and confusion. Shuriken winced at the tone of his brother's voice, not feeling the greatest about leaving the two to work at the cafe by themselves. It was busy today. I almost got ran over, he said vaguely. Slingshot's expression immediately shifted to that of concern. Oh my god, are you okay? His brother exclaimed, immediately rushing over to him to check if he was hurt. That line sounded a bit familiar. I'm fine, it's just... He trailed off. Would Sling ever believe him if he told him the truth? He found himself doubting it. He did have the evidence of it happening, however, in the form of a ticket. What? Slingshot looked at him, worry wrought across his face. It was Valk and Dom. They're the ones who almost ran me over. Said Slingshot. Said Shuriken. Ah! Screamed Vinestaff, who had walked over a few minutes before Shuriken's reveal. They both stared at her. Part 2.
So that was the bonus chapter in chapter 1.
Really
now
good.
I guess we're back to the regular story? Question mark?
I think so.
Banhammer usually would not concern himself with these types of cases. In all honesty, Silver Shadow was not doing much harm to Crossroads or its populace, and had even proven useful at times. It was not easy to rely on the Banland policemen to catch the criminals he was not chasing himself, even if they were loyal to the cause. As he walked the halls of his complex, Banhammer found himself becoming increasingly annoyed with the fact that he was stuck doing the boring work. Silver Shadow was not someone he would chase down personally, since the Vigilante's entire thing was mobility. Even if he could, then again, he would not track down their identity himself either. Not to say that he couldn't. They were too thorough in their cleanups for him to bother. That was, until recently. Banhammer wanted someone else to do the work for him. He definitely had more important matters to attend to. Fortunately, he knew a detective he might be able to shove the case onto. He was not looking forward to talking to him. He came to a stop in front of an office door. Attached to this door was a handwritten sign with an abysmal penmanship, which read, "Knock before entering." Below that was the mandatory sign stating whose office it was. When Banhammer went to open the door, he found it was locked. This was very inconvenient. To solve this issue, he used his master key to unlock it. He forcefully shoved the door open and allowed the knob to hit the wall. The infernal inside looked up at him. "The sign says knock. Are you blind?" asked the infernal, whose office Banhammer broke into. With this, a staring match commenced. It was not much of a staring match, however, seeing that both of their eyes were covered by something. Banhammer was wearing a blindfold. His eyes were covered with bandages, or the entire half of his face was. "Don't know? Hattie, am I blind?" Banhammer shot back. This guy got on his nerves. Hattie propped his feet on his desk and leaned back. He figured Banhammer would not fire him if he only made off comments about him. But he did not feel like trying his luck at the moment. There were a few things in his office he still needed to tidy up. His office desk was overflowing with coffee cups pushed off to the side. His stolen Employee of the Month awards were ready to fall off the wall. It was not like anyone but Banhammer entered his office, and the warden was not well known for using his eyes. "What do you need, Ban? I got better things to do than sit here." He adjusted his hat on his head. Technically speaking, he did not have to wear his gear for it to be effective, but he found he liked the flair it added to his outfit. He did not spend much time trying to look presentable. "Keep running your mouth and I'll shove you, and you'll be back in that damn cell," Banhammer responded in kind. "What, little old me? Stuck in a cell with big scary prisoners? I was sure didn't say anything to offend you, sire." Hattie smiled. Sorry, I don't know why I had trouble reading that. Don't test my patience.
This was getting a bit out of hand, he thought. If he continued to joke with Banhammer, there was a large possibility the warden would follow through with his threat. In truth, Hattie would do nearly anything to steer clear of a jail cell. I'll do whatever you need. Just let me know what it is, and I'll get it done for you, he said calmly. He proceeded to take his feet off the desk and sit up with better posture, and then readjust his brown vest and tie. A few of the vest's buckles needed to be repaired, he noted. They seemed ready to break at any moment. That's what I thought. Banhammer lifted his chin. We got a call from that vigilante again. Some of the officers in the area managed to get there before they fled the scene. He gestured towards Hattie's computer. The detective powered it on and began to search for the digital copy of the report. It took more time than it needed to. The computer's keys occasionally decided to stop working. Silver Shadow? I thought you were letting them be, he frowned. I changed my mind. One of my officers managed to tear off a piece of Shadow's scarf. So now we've got that going for us. Anything you can do with it? Banhammer waved a bag with a piece of cloth in it. Hattie briefly wondered where Banhammer had been storing the item, but decided it'd be pointless to ask. Changed your mind? He felt the need to inquire about his boss's motivations, but found it would not be a wise choice. Sorry. Depends on what I find. A piece of cloth isn't much help if you can't trace it anywhere. If we're lucky, we can figure out where they got the clothes from, and then trace the purchase history for a name. If we're more lucky, there will be traces of DNA on it. The former proposition would be of no use if the clothing was homemade. I don't care how you do it, just do your damn job. Impatience became a prominent feature on Banhammer's face. Upon hearing his boss's response, Hattie felt irritation well up inside his chest. Yeah, whatever. You know where to put the evidence. He opened one of the many cabinets his desk had, and took from an already open notebook. A few pages needed to be flipped before an empty one showed its face. He titled it Silver Shadow, in remarkably bad handwriting. Come up with something before Monday. I'll have something else for you by then. With this, his boss turned to leave. His heavy footsteps made imprints on the rug by the exit, and he slammed the door behind him. Sooner or later, Hattie would need a new door. The hinges could not be in very good shape with the amount of abuse they'd faced. In any case, how was he meant to get anything done by Monday? It was already Friday, and he had the weekend off. Was he expecting him to work on his days off? The audacity of him! Hattie stood up, his chair wheeled backwards, away from him. It scraped the floor on its way. He thought for a moment about why he even worked for Badlands. They did not treat him well. They thought he could not expect them to. Being a former criminal with an unresolved felony charge did not impress his coworkers, regardless of whether he was helpful or not. Every piece of work, every amount of effort, was disregarded from his background. He looked at the stolen awards on the wall. Then again, he was not necessarily free of crime, even with this newly founded disposition.
He took a deep breath in an effort to calm down, and reminded himself that he was not there to disprove to others he had changed. He was there to prove it to himself, and only to himself. It did not matter what his colleagues thought of him. Hattie dusted off his pants and walked to a mirror on the opposite side of the office. At the very least, he ought to tidy up a bit before getting to work. He first swapped the bandages on his face for new ones, then attempted to put his hat in a better position. It was meant to be worn in such a way that his horns would wrap around the brim and end in the front, just below the crown. However, he found it difficult to get it right. Since it was the gear he was born with, he, of course, knew the special properties it had. When held by the brim, it could phase through his horns. This was useful in combat, but not quite in getting it to be the correct place on his head. When the brim was squeezed, spikes would come out in such a way which made the brim a saw. Again, useful in combat, but inconvenient here. At last, he managed to get it right. Now it's time for everything else. He sighed in discontent. His tan trench coat was modified to have a padded interior, which also had straps to hold various gadgets. Not all those gadgets were related to his detective work. He only recalled this when he realized his blow dart was missing. How inconvenient. He needed it to pacify disgruntled attackers. He would find it later. His pinstripe waistcoat, which was primarily light brown color, had a few strings poking at the ends. There was no need to bother with those. He hid them under the waistcoat. He rolled up the bottoms of his dark brown dress pants and fastened them with thin rope. It was too hot in Bandland to be so thoroughly covered. His slide-on dress shoes were primed to fall apart. He thought there might be a bit of time to fix them later. Finally, he rolled up the sleeves of his trench coat, and then the white sleeve of his dress shirt. He used a few more ropes to fasten those in place. A few moments were spent staring at his gloves. At some point, he vowed he would be able to take them off. They were there to protect his hands from his gear's teeth, and to conceal the scars he had from before he'd thrown them. He hoped to have the privilege of not using his gear in the future. Had he gazed at his reflection, 2 eyes appeared on the middle of his top hat, granting him sight without the need to take the bandages off. He was glad for the excess amount of bandages he was given. He did not want to see his missing eye. He took a moment to take in his appearance. Though not as formal as it should be, it was presentable enough to pass. That was all he really needed. Time to get to work. Shuriken was sitting at Thieves' Rest counter, waiting for a customer to come up and order something. He was also multitasking and catching up on his sleep while he worked.
Slingshot had asked him to be the cashier for the day, because for some reason he could not remember. He did not end up getting as much rest as the night before. There was too much that could happen with just one piece of torn off cloth, and he had been thinking about it for days on end. They could find out who he is, put him in jail. They could also antagonize his siblings, which was probably the worst thing that could happen. He did not want his siblings to have to deal with the consequences of his actions. The chime that came with the front door opening startled him awake. The customers startled him more. There were 3 infernals, 2 policemen, both armed, and a seemingly more important guy with a top hat. A detective, maybe? They did not look like a police officer. He sat up straighter than they, as they walked up to the counter. "Good morning, officers. What would you..." He trailed off. One of the officers had their hand on the handle of their gun. Gum? Their gun. "I have to ask that you keep your hands away from your weapons." "Of course." The officer nodded and crossed his arms instead. That was easy. Shuriken was making an effort to stop himself from shaking. "What would you like?" "You can see the menu of our fall specials," he said pleasantly. One in the hat looked up at the TVs, hopefully to see what the specials were, and cranked an eyebrow when he realized that Shuriken said fall. Well, if he could sell the supposed detective a latte, he'd probably go by unnoticed. "A venti pumpkin spice latte with 4 extra shots, please," said the hat guy. Shuriken internally cringed with the sheer amount of caffeine this guy was asking for. "And a confetti cake, no icing." "What?" "Great. Will you be paying with cash or card?" he asked while attempting to smile. What? The 2 officers were staring at Hat Guy as if they were crazy. He didn't blame them at all. Who the hell orders a confetti cupcake with no icing? Shuriken finished putting Hat Guy's order into the system and sent it off for Slingshot to make. "Card. What's the price?" Hat Guy inquired as they took out their wallet. Shuriken was a bit embarrassed that he had forgotten to tell them the price. $12.38. He was beginning to sweat. He swore Hat Guy was looking at him strangely. Wait, they had bandages over their eyes. How did he notice this earlier? Even better, how did they read the menu? Shuriken took note of the 2 eyes on their hat, staring at him. Oh, great, so his gear is a top hat. Hat swiped their card. "Would you like a receipt?" he asked. "No, thank you." "You can have a seat anywhere you like." With this, Hat sauntered off to one of the few booths. Apparently, he was too good for the round tables. One of the other officers stepped up to the front of the line. Shuriken took their order without much trouble and sent it over to Slingshot. The 3rd officer ordered a few slices of pumpkin bread, which was quite nice. Shuriken always found Slingshot's excitement about the specials to be pleasant.
He laid back in his chair. Another job well done! That was more stressful than it needed to be. They clearly had no idea who he was. Silver Shadow. Shuriken heard one of them say. He sat up. Haven't cloth homemade. They were definitely talking about him, or at least the piece of cloth that got torn off his scarf. He could not make out most of what they were saying, since they were talking at a low volume. This was bad. The police were already trying to track him with the torn cloth? It had only been 2 days since the incident. Shuriken watched as Vine Staff walked out the kitchen with a tray. She had a particular look on her face that said something along the lines of, "What the hell?" He could not help but chuckle at her. His sister looked around the restaurant for who ordered the items on the tray, and it was then that he realized he'd forgotten to get the names of Hat and the 2 officers. He pointed at her in their direction. There was a queasy feeling in his gut. When she successfully delivered the items, she glared at him. Understandable. Weinstaff then began to make her rounds through the tables. He turned his attention back to the policeman's conversation. Gear, grappling hook. One of the officers asked Hat a question. Did they think his gear was a grappling hook? That was good news. If they did not know his gear was shurikens, then they would be easily misled. No, gear, sharp, throwable, chainsaw, deep wound, said Hat. Oh, that was not good news. At the mention of a type of gear they expected Silver Shadow to have, one of the officers looked over at him. He suddenly became very conscious of his name tag, which had Shuriken printed on it in bubbly letters. Hat turned to look at him right after. He realized he was staring at them. What was a good excuse? Shuriken stood up from his chair and walked over to them. Did you get everything alright? He asked, gesturing towards their food. An awkward smile was plastered on his face. Yup. Hat nodded. Quick question for you, though. Shuriken's heart rate increased. Ask me anything, I'm happy to help. He said it in as friendly as a tone as he could possibly use. Hat eyed his name tag, then decided to look up at him instead. Do you accept tips? This was not what he was expecting. Of course, tips can be put in the tip jar on the counter or left on the table after you leave. He answered politely. Hat nodded. Thanks, kid. The detective turned back to the accompanying officers. Well, I think we ought to get going now. A lot of work to get done. The policeman stared at them in a similar way as how one would stare at a raccoon diving in their trash. Then, they nodded and got up to leave. Shuriken took a few steps backward to allow them to pass. Watching them leave was a blessing, and his shoulders relaxed as he did so. Shuriken went to collect the tip they left. When he looked at the table, however, he noticed an extra piece of paper lying beside the bucks, where Hat had been sitting. He looked at the door. They were already long gone. With a sigh, he decided to pick up the presumably blank paper and throw it away. But when he did pick it up, he realized there was a drawing on the back. He turned it over. There was a drawing of Silver Shadow, but with pink horns. Ooh!
Ooh,
we
shit.
have another bonus chapter. Should
Silver
I?
Chat.
Wait, pause. Should we leave the bonus chapters for the after we read the main chapters, or should it be read in between?
Honestly, what could be fun to do? We should leave the bonus chapters for others to explore, because you've mentioned that you wanted to have all of these out there for everybody to peruse around, right?
Yeah, I was gonna try to upload the drive if I could. I'm not sure if that's gonna be possible though, just because of how much stuff is in there. It has foreshadowing. Okay, wait. The author says it has foreshadowing, so we'll read it in the intended reading order. Anyway, continue.
Silver Shadow dashed across the rooftops, his eyes scanning the streets below for potential targets. He knew there would be more of them in the area than any other, since this was where the largest groups usually congregated. Despite what had been happening recently, he had decided he would not be giving up his work as a vigilante. It was too valuable to him. The area below was very dense, with haphazardly placed structures and buildings taking up the majority of the space. The most notable place here was Beau's bookstore, which had been getting many customers despite its unfortunate location. Specific kinds of people used it as a meeting spot for their groups at night. It was for this reason that he was going to check there first. He grappled the building opposite of the one he was on. It would work to view from this angle. Instead, it made him less likely to be seen by anyone on the ground. It was not like anyone would be on the rooftops besides him. Anyhow, at least he thought so. Thus lingered in his mind as he continued on his way. It would be very unfortunate indeed if a criminal managed to find him up here, even more so if they attempted to fight him. The thought of being pushed off was not a pleasant one. The sound of someone else's footsteps alerted him to a potential criminal. He squinted at the dark pass below, attempting to make out a silhouette or pinpoint where they most likely were. After a few seconds of trying, he concluded they were already long gone and continues on his way. If they were in such a rush, he could say they were probably just an average infernal trying to get home before anyone found them running around. It was possible they were a particularly anxious criminal as well, but he decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. When Silver Shadow eventually reached Bo's bookstore, he noticed the lights were on. Had they not closed for the night? Did someone break in? He thought it was more likely to be the former, but could not ignore the possibility of the latter. There did not appear to be anybody else around, strangely enough. This was usually a hotspot for bad types of people. He dropped safely to the ground in a nearby alley, careful to not make too much noise. The faint sound of orchestral music emanated from the store, which made it seem that the store was really open. Still, he had a feeling welling up in his chest, telling him something was wrong. He made his way around the side of the building, staying as low to the ground as his legs would allow, and peered through the window. There were two infernals sitting at a table inside. One was wearing clothes reminiscent of those from the thieves' den, and the other appeared to be in a navy suit with silver accents. They were clearly someone of high standing, or someone who wished to be like they were of high standing. They had laid what Silver Shadow assumes to be their top hat on the table. A chill crept up his spine. He felt as if he was in danger here. It was not safe on the ground, especially if he could not see the area around him. His night vision had dispersed upon staring into the well-lit bookshop. He may be strong, but anyone could stand a fighting chance if they caught him by surprise. With haste, he grappled to the roof he had just been on. The feeling of being watched did not leave. He grappled the building opposite of where he was, and then stared at the ground below. What was that?
Don't move, or I'll shoot. Metal pressed into the back of his head. State your name and purpose. His heart was beating rapidly. He stayed silent. You won't like what happens if you don't talk, the gunman said with a gruff voice. Silver Shadow stared at the tiles below him, eyes wide. Who are you? The gunman nudged his roughly head with their rifle. I'm the one asking the questions here. Answer me. This was bad. He doubted they would be very enthused with him if they gave the name Silver Shadow, seeing that it was not necessarily his name, nor did it sound like it could be. He was trembling. The gunman kicked him to the ground and he rolled onto his back. They placed the boot on his stomach and shoved the muzzle of the rifle into his face. Last chance, talk or I shoot. They threatened Silver Shadow, looked up at them through blurred eyes. They were wearing a helmet with blue antennas and stripes running down the sides, and the visor was blacked out. Their gray suit was dirty with some type of oil, which was more noticeable on their blue collar. Whoa, wait! Don't shoot! He exclaimed, fear coursing through him. I'm Silver Shadow. I go out every night to catch criminals. He immediately realized this is a stupid thing to say. This person was probably a criminal, and definitely knew that was not his name. Bullshit! What's your real name? Say it, or I'll— Shuriken! My name's Shuriken! Don't shoot, please! He cried. The gunman paused. Take off the mask. What? I said take off the mask! They pulled the muzzle a bit away from his face. Shuriken stayed still for a few seconds, before hesitantly lifting it and setting it to the side. He blinked as the air hit his face. Okay, so they tagged out the swears, so I'm not really I think this says shit. The gunman took a few steps back, lowering their glowing rifle. Stay where you are, and don't make any sudden movements. They raised a hand to the side of their helmet and said something, but Shuriken could not make out what it was. He lay there for what felt like hours, waiting for them to do something, anything, until eventually they walked back over to him. Shuriken stared at them. Go, they said simply. They did not need to tell him twice. Without much else to do, he bolted back in the direction of his home. When morning came, Shuriken quickly got dressed for his job at Thieves' Rest. Not sparing any time to think, he opened his door hurriedly and rushed downstairs. His alarm had not gone off, and he could only hope he was not late. The smell of pancakes hit his nose when he reached the bottom step. Epic hyperlaser moment?
Epic hyperlaser moment. What's got you
accurate.
so excited this morning? Slingshot asked, quirking a brow at him. His brother was still in the open-air kitchen, cooking breakfast for the three of them. Shuriken visibly relaxed. He was not going to be late. My alarm didn't go off, he exclaimed. Slingshot's mouth morphed into an ah shape, signifying that he understood. Gosh, that's the third time this week, Linestaff remarked, her expressions changing to concern. Have you been turning it in the morning without realizing? Maybe? The thought was definitely there. He placed a hand on the back of his neck and lowered his head in embarrassment. Slingshot stared at him, a renewed look of confusion written on him. Wait, hold on. Turn around for me, Shuri. What? Shuriken did as he was asked. Oh my god! Vinestaff exclaimed. What's that on your head? It's a bruise, Slingshot said calmly, though a bit quizzically. Did you hit your head on the way down or something? I don't know. Probably? Grumbled Shuriken. You look pale. Are you alright? His sister asked worriedly, walking up to him to get a closer look. I'm fine! He suddenly snapped, anger leaving just as fast as it had come. Slingshot and Vinestaff were both staring at him strangely. Sorry. It's okay, Shuri, but I think you should take the day off today. Vinestaff looked to be ready to summon her gear, as if it would instantly eradicate the theoretical sickness he had. Could it? He didn't actually know. He thought it was just for injuries. Okay, he trailed off, not sure what to say. Guess he was taking the day off. He didn't feel particularly sick, however. It felt wrong to sit around and do nothing while they worked, and the thought only caused him to sigh. Slingshot dropped what he was doing to pat him on the shoulder, then went to wash his hands. There were a few pancakes already ready to eat. Following this, his siblings went back on what they were doing as if nothing had happened.
That's the end of the bonus chapter. And now, we are on part 3. Hattie sat at his bedroom's desk, mulling over every piece of information he had collected thus far. His furious scribbling into his notebook generated the only sound in the room, aside from the ticking of the clock. If he was to get this done, he would need to go at a much faster pace than what he had been. It was Sunday. He needed answers by the afternoon of the next day, and he still had nothing to show for the identity of Silver Shadow. For what purpose was Banhammer hurrying him so? There was no rhyme or reason to it. For Silver Shadow had been only a background investigation for as long as he started to appear. Vigilantes were not usually the priority case. He began to recount the story he had pieced together. On Thursday night, Silver Shadow was active. They trailed the criminal, Bat Scythe, who was carrying a box full of stolen jewelry, and engaged in a physical conflict with Bat Scythe's associates, Chainsaw, Blow Dart, Force Field Glove, Knife, and 3 others. Bat Scythe ran away, but was arrested by nearby officers. Silver Shadow fought Force Field Glove first. At some point, during the conflict, Silver Shadow had their suspected gear against Chainsaw to force them to drop their weapon. Chainsaw later identified it as a sharp, throwable object during police questioning. Photographs and video of Silver Shadow have been recovered from body cams of the police officers who witnessed Silver Shadow's escape. A piece of cloth was torn from their scarf by Officer Bloxer, suspected to have spawned in Thieves' Den or to have otherwise come from Thieves' Den due to the garment style. Silver Shadow has a horn shape similar to the Thieves' Rest employee, Shuriken. However, their horns are a different color. He stared at his notes. Shuriken was a reasonable suspect, but he was just a kid. There was also Kunai, who had a horn shape similar to that of Silver Shadow's, and warrior training. Kunai and Shuriken. One of the previous suspects, Knife, was one of the criminals Silver Shadow had turned in by Silver Shadow on the night of the incident, thus eliminating them from the list of possible identities. They figured Silver Shadow was likely neither of his 2 suspects, as their gear could be something entirely different than a sharp throwable. They might have simply been trained in using throwing knives, though the accuracy would be most impressive for someone whose gear was something entirely different. Perhaps their gear was bladed then, a type of sword, perhaps, or even a bayonet. Still, Chainsaw swore they summoned the item they threw, meaning it had to be their gear. He might call into question the credibility of Chainsaw. However, saying that they were also a criminal who likely had some kind of reason to lie, this was irritating. There was no fingerprints found on the cloth, aside from the policeman's own. Hattie stood up from his chair. He may be able to get away with just providing this much information, instead of the actual identity of Silver Shadow, but he found himself doubting it. Banhammer was not the most lenient boss in the Inferno, if at all lenient. He walked to the window and opened the blinds, and felt a sudden calm wash over him at the sight of the sunset. It was beautiful. The warm sun dipped below the red line of the horizon, casting brilliant light onto him, the last moments before night. Just above it, there was a hint of blue, dozing off as its time of rest came nearer. and just above that was the violet darkness of the night sky awaiting its turn. It was easy to forget about beauty, he thought, when your life revolved around the ugly.
He suddenly felt inclined to take a walk. It had been long since he had the opportunity to do so, seeing that Hammer assigned him work over the weekend. Such work it was, too. It was incredible the amount of time it took to simply gain the slightest idea of who Silver Shadow might be. Such work. Hattie walked to the other side of his room and stood in front of the door. No more work for tonight, he thought. He would present the two suspects to Banhammer next afternoon, and state that he did not have enough time to come to a decisive conclusion of the identity of Silver Shadow. It was perfectly reasonable. For now, instead of stressing about his boss's unreasonable demands, he would take a walk around the crossroads. Perhaps he would even stumble upon criminal activity during this walk, which he could report to Banhammer for better chances of appeasement. He opened the door and stepped out, then went to the front door of his apartment and went through it as well. The stairwell was not too far away from his apartment, so it was a short walk there. He went down the stairs, all the way to the base level, and then stepped outside. The exit he went through opened in front of a large parking garage. The back pass smelled strongly of diesel. Hattie walked right towards a barely illuminated street. The hard soles of his shoes made clacks as they hit the concrete. Shuriken stared at the setting sun with a minimal amount of intrigue. He had decided that, despite the events of yesterday, he would still return to his work as Silver Shadow. The torn scarf had been bothering him for days, causing him to have reservations about showing his face each night. Still, his eagerness for battle was too much to suppress. He held his mask in his hand, waiting patiently for the moment it was dark enough to leave his room. His heart was beating strangely fast, and his hands were trembling. It felt as if he might be sick, perhaps in the morning or in a few hours. He did not know why he was so anxious. The odds of him running into a policeman were low, and the odds of him losing a fight to a criminal were even lower. He just didn't feel right. It was too late to question his choices. His horns were already painted and his outfit was already on. Too late. He let out a shaky breath. It would be all right, he told himself. He walked to his bed to sit down. The tremors in his hands grew to the point of making him question whether he would be able to use his grapple effectively. What if he was not? It would ruin any chances he had of escaping the cops, if he had an encounter with them at some point tonight. Not being able to use his grapple might also affect his fighting, since it helped him evade attacks by his enemies. The shaking of his hands would stunt the strength of hand-to-hand combat and allow an attacker an even better chance at landing a heavy hit, and lessen his aim with his shurikens if it came to the point of him needing to use them. Perhaps it was not just nerves, and he was truly sick with something. Shuriken attempted to stand up but found himself too nauseous to do so unsupported. He needed medicine. Medicine or something else to help with the nausea. The door suddenly seemed so far away. You want to take over?
Yeah. He stumbled over to it and struggled to turn the knob. If his siblings were still awake, he was truly a dead infernal. The door opened without a sound. The hallway was much colder than his room. He noticed and seemed to be longer than he remembered. He stepped out, leaned on the wall for support, and began to make his way down the hall. The medicine cabinet was on the ground floor of their townhouse, but not very far from the bottom of the stairs. It was becoming very difficult to not fall over. When he finally reached the stairs, he felt himself dreading the descent. If he was going to fall anywhere, it would surely be there. Each step down was a step closer to the pit of the underworld. The few moments where he reached the bottom and walked to the medicine cabinet felt like a blur to him. It was too dark to see much, and sifting through the various bottles yielded no fruits. Frustrated, he began to scoop them out the way. This generated a lot of noise, so he stopped after a second or two. The glint of the bottle's lids was about all he was able to make out. He picked up another one and attempted to read the label, but his vision was too unfocused to make out most of the words. He blinked a few times. The word nausea materialized, and he scrambled to open it. He poured 2 pills in his hand and shoved them into his mouth, without so much as a second thought, then hastily put the bottle back in the approximate area he took it from. They were a bit difficult to swallow without water. He stood there for a time, Waiting for the moment wherein he would be able to make the journey back. The sound of the cabinet closing, which was much louder than anticipated, so he winced when it hit his ears. He would sooner give himself a headache than manage to get anything done tonight. A sigh escaped him. It would indeed be very difficult. He knew the first few steps away from the cabinet were unsteady. He swiftly caught his footing and ascended the stairs. The journey back to his room was similarly swift, if a bit marred with close calls and trippings. When he made it back, he closed the door carefully so as to not be too loud and wake his siblings. He crossed his room and returned to his spot by the window. It would not be long until he would set out. The weary sun had finally disappeared beneath the horizon, and the young night had settled in. Silver Shadow placed his mask on his face, opened the windows, and set out. Hattie watched as the last ray of sunlight dispersed. Even with darkness settling in, he could not see any stars in the sky. Oh, how he wished to see the stars again. He remembered his last viewing of the stars very vividly. He was dragging himself through the desert heat from dawn until dusk, unsure of where he ought to survive. Until the graceful and loving North Star shone upon him, guiding him to the sweet remedy of crossroads, escaping from the evils of worship. Hattie shook his head. This was no time to dwell on his past. Instead, he should look to the bright future, in both ways, to make sure he is not run over by a car. That would be an unfortunate development in his life, or death. He crossed the street and reached the stone stairs on the other side.
Here, I'm taking a sip of water.
Okay.
He felt the steepness of the stairs within his bones, which threatened to give out at any moment. The effects of old age were hitting him sooner than he wished them to. His story was not yet over. There was still time to rewrite it. Juan's tea shop had just turned out its lights as he walked by, and the employee inside flipped the sign on its window to stay closed, as if it were earlier in the day. He might have stopped and purchased some Earl Grey. He had not had tea in a while either, he noted. The thought caused a chuckle to escape him. It was difficult to imagine being so busy that there was no time to make tea. Silver Shadow pranced atop the roofs of buildings, just as he had done many times before. He was sniffing out criminals to deal with. It had been only a few minutes since he had set out, and already he had heard the wailing of sirens in the distance. The neon lights of signs in 24-hour shops still blazed through the lightlessness and pierced the darkness. Street lights were scattered around the city, following the roads to make light for cars. He could appreciate just how visible everything was, and just how invisible he was above it all. He watched the lights of the one tea shop wink out in the distance. The tiles below his feet made a bit of noise with each footfall. It was not likely to give him away, lest he be close enough to be heard, so he did not bother moving quieter. The average criminal, or policeman, would not notice anything amiss if he were standing right next to them. This had been proven true many times. Still, in his thoughts, his foot caught on a displaced tile, and he was sent into a battle with gravity to keep him from tripping. His eyes widened to an unnatural degree. With an unsteady body, he managed to replace it in a less malevolent area on the roof. That had not happened many times in his career as a vigilante. Silver Shadow stopped for a moment to collect himself. Clearly there was something wrong with him tonight. It would be a better idea to go back home and get some rest, for nothing good would come out of a distracted mind. If he were to take this same lack of integrity to a fight, he risked getting seriously injured or worse. He frowned beneath his mask. Really, what was with him? The beginnings of a cough began to rise in his throat, and he felt himself attempting to suppress it. A coughing fit would surely give his location away to anyone in the area, he thought. A hoarse cough escaped him and racked his body with unprecedented force, followed by another. He was soon unable to stop coughing, as he felt a sharp pain building in his chest. He fell to a kneeling position. Tears began to form in his eyes without warning. When he was finally able to breathe again, he recalled the night he had his scarf torn, and cringed at the thought. There was never going to be an end to it, was there?
Hattie found himself coming to a stop. When he thought about taking a walk, he did not think about going over his life choices while taking it. It is not that he minded. Sometimes it was nice to simply think, without any new information being conceived. He brought his hand to the brim of his hat, Now he should be hurrying along. His earlier jest about seeing criminals on his way was not an unfounded possibility. It really could happen that he found himself face to face with crime, and it would be an unfortunate situation. Not too far from his current position was a crossing area. One would take him to the outskirts where various townhomes were, another would take him to the center of Crossroads, and simply going forward would continue the route he had already been taking, which was walking around Crossroads in its entirety. He felt that was too much, walking to do so late at night, so he decided he would take a shortcut through the middle. Presently, he was surrounded by a dense collection of shops and storage areas. Neon signs, often a bit crooked, offered a bit of light in the otherwise dark pass. He would never get used to the layout of Crossroads. Simply walking in a straight line would take you from a somewhat refined tea shop one minute and a sketchy alleyway that was not really an alleyway the next. Hattie leaned against a nearby building, avoiding the yellow signs jutting out from the wall. He looked up at the sky with a quiet sense of peacefulness. It was a miracle he had not run into anything yet. Usually taking a measly 3 steps from his doorway at night was enough to convince someone to rob him. Not that they were ever successful. The black ink above, still lacking any stars, was complete in its utter lack of anything remarkable. This, in and of itself, made the sky itself remarkable. He found it amusing. The sound of coughing came not too far ahead of him. Silver Shadow did not recover immediately. He knew he was too ill at the moment to do anything worthwhile, but he did not want to turn back. Slowly, he rose to a stand and wobbled a bit before regaining a good stance. The wind was suddenly much colder on his skin than before. He took a deep breath in and let it release itself. He took another one, just the same, and then a third, before he was confident enough to continue moving. He made a decision. He would return home sooner today, before he felt too ill. It seemed sound to him, only he would regret that had he not chosen to turn back then. Silver Shadow began to walk. It was nowhere near the pace he had been moving at earlier, nor was it particularly quiet. He made a weak attempt at lightening his footsteps, which worked for a few moments, but went back to the original volume immediately thereafter. This was a pitiful state for him to be in. At no point in his time as Silver Shadow had he been subjected to a sickness that eliminated his ability to walk silently. It was such a situation to be in. He gazed at the ground beneath the roof. This spot of Crossroads was particularly dense with buildings, and quite run down. Neon signs flickered on and off, and a few of them just barely hanging onto their respective walls. He looked at the building with the yellow sign, which was wobbling slightly. Did something touch it recently?
It would not do that on its own. It was still very much attached to the wall, and not keen on falling anytime soon. He made a note to himself to be on the lookout, then continued walking. An itch in his throat made itself known. Silver Shadow bit down the cough, not feeling safe enough to make such a noise. Again, he attempted to walk quieter, and when that did not work, he settled for walking faster. If someone had been there, they would likely be on the ground. He did not have to worry as much up here. In any case, if they were a criminal and somehow managed to find themselves face to face with him, they would have a very bad end to their night. He found solace in this thought. A cool breeze washed over him with promises of autumn soon to come, and he found appreciation for its gentle touch. Someone was watching him. He could feel their eyes on his back, searing his skin. Worriedly, he glanced around to pinpoint where this person might be, but saw no one. Was he just being paranoid? Or was his mind playing tricks on him? A cold sweat collected him as he sped up his walk and transitioned into a jog. Once more conscious of the sound he made when he moved, there was only the sound of his footsteps, and the siren still weeping in the distance. Eventually, he made it to Juan's tea shop. He did not feel any safer here, but at least he was more confident in the open space here. Attempting to hide the person watching him, or to fight the person watching him, if there was someone there, would not be the best idea in close quarters, if it was a good idea to fight them at all. They were clearly very good at their job. He had not heard the slightest breath from them, nor a quiet footfall. It was noticeably warmer here than it was in the previous area. That was a bit odd. With a few more glances around and below him, he dropped down. There were a few good hiding places around here. If he managed to get to one without the possible watcher noticing, He could try the alley by the tea shop, but it felt stupid to try. It was not like he'd be able to run past them if they did find him. He could use his grappling hook, however. He sincerely doubted that they had one of their own. He sighed. The alley it was. The alley it was. It seemed the same as the last time he was there, which was not what he was expecting. The police looked around a bit before taking down the caution tape, and maybe cleaned up a bit afterwards. But he could still see a bit of blood on the ground where the chainsaw had laid. Strange. Remind you of something? Someone asked. He froze. That voice sounded familiar. But who? I hate to cut your work short, but I have business with you. Now put your hands where I can see them, and don't turn around till I tell you to. A police officer, with an accent from the Lost Temple. Did he know anyone from the Lost Temple? To hell with it. It didn't matter. He grappled to the nearest roof and scrambled to get up the ledge. Thought so, said the officer from below. The sound of a hook hitting the spot next to him made his heart drop. Silver Shadow picked himself up and bolted in a random direction. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He screamed in his head. What was he gonna do? The sound of footsteps coming up behind him caused his stomach to squeeze.
This was not going to work. They were too fast. How were they so fast? He dropped back down to the cement, landing heavy and rolling to help break his fall. That hurt more than it should have. He took a hard left into a series of alleyways, hoping he would be able to lose them there. They followed him. The tops of the walls were riddled with pipes and random hallways connecting the buildings, which he immediately tried to take advantage of. He grappled to a pipe and began to run along its slippery surface. He heard his pursuer do the same right behind him. He began jumping from pipe to pipe and hallway to hallway, stopping only to puncture the metal right behind him. White gas hissed out of the cut in its thin pipes. "That's not helping you, kiddo," he heard them yell from behind. Well, if it wasn't helping him, he would have been caught while he was doing it on one of them. His foot slipped, and he found himself falling to the ground. He immediately shot his grappling hook at a building above him, and took himself back up all the way to its roof. He tumbled on thick stone, then regained his footing and started to run again. The officer climbed up a good distance behind him and laid chase. His heart was beating at a rapid pace. Sweat pooled in his shirt, causing it to stick to his skin. This was bad. He couldn't be caught. Not here, not now. Were they still chasing him? A dart hit his back. He kept running, but eventually found himself becoming very drowsy and began to slow down against his will. The officer caught him when he fell. Night-night. Hattie stared at the infernal in his arms. Unlucky bastard. All his effort just for one person who did virtually nothing harmful. Banhammer better thank him when he shows up to work tomorrow. With a slight struggle, he lifted Silver Shadow up and began to walk to the edge of the building. He walked off the edge with a specific distance between his feet and allowed his just-in-case coat to catch the wind and take him down safely. It was a timely adjustment he had made only a week before. This was the first time he tested it. Good thing it worked. He made his way to the nearby alleyway. Those seemed to be a common theme in the whole Silver Shadow case. It started in one, and it would end in one. Hattie hummed, contently, proud of his job well done. This would be the ultimate evidence to prove the identity of the vigilante, and with this, he would actually be paid. Banhammer had a frustrating history of forgetting to pay him when he did not meet his demands. When he reached the alleyway, he went to the furthest wall inside of it and laid Silver Shadow against it, gently, so as to not harm them. There was no point in causing more pain. Now, for the big reveal. Hattie knelt down in front of Silver Shadow. Really, he almost felt bad for the guy. He had been there once, doing anything to avoid capture, except Silver Shadow was not quite on the level of bad person he was.
No matter. Criminals were criminals, regardless of whether their crimes were actually harmful. He strangely felt like he was trying to convince himself of that fact. The mask was well made, as he had suspected, definitely not bought from anywhere. This was one skilled craftsman. He raised a hand and slowly lifted it from their face. That was unexpected. He had suspected Shuriken, of course, but had doubted either of his suspects would truly end up being Silver Shadow. It was a pleasant surprise. It seemed he was a better detective than he gave himself credit for. But Shuriken was just a kid. Hattie frowned. Shuriken was skilled, of course, and good at his job, if it could be called a job, but young and immature. This kid could have chosen to become part of the Bandland Police if he wanted to. There were so many opportunities he would lose unless Hattie let him go. It was a thought he did not want to entertain. He'd spent so long trying to figure out Shuriken's identity. It was only fair he got to pick the fruits of his labor. But was it fair to Shuriken to lose the path forward so early in his life? To have it rudely taken from him by someone looking for a pretty penny? He did not want the kid to end up like him, or how he was in the past. Then again, it was his job. He stared at the mask in his hands. He had made a decision.
Epilogue. Shuriken woke up on a table. It was not quite what he was expecting, nor was it very comfortable. He sat up and quickly became aware of aches all over his body. Yellow sunlight filtered through the windows of the cafe, casting light onto the otherwise dark tables on the floor. This was not his bedroom. Why was he here? He struggled to remember. There was not any reason he could think of as to why he did not wake up in his bed. Oh, right, the police caught him. The police caught him! His heart rate suddenly spiked. Did they find out who he was? Was he going to jail? His life was over! He stopped to think for a moment. If they really did catch him, why would he be in Thieves' Rest? It did not make any type of sense. Confusion settled into his brain. He stood up from the table. Strangeness aside, he had to get back home before Vinestaff and Slingshot realized he was gone, if they had not already. He could think of possible excuses on his way there. There were a few moments of empty staring into the ground, followed by a coughing fit. Perhaps Slingshot would let him stay home today, since he was obviously not in the greatest condition to be a waiter. Shuriken began his walk to the cafe doors, which soon turned into something reminiscent of a sprint. He could reach the same speed he usually could, but any amount of haste was welcome when it was so close when his siblings usually woke up for the morning. Usually, he was the last one up. The door swung shut behind him, and he attempted to find a key in his pockets, to no avail. This was his Silver Shadow outfit. There would be nothing, but what... He found a badly folded piece of paper in one of his front pockets. There was no time to dwell on it, he decided. It was time to go. With a start, he realized he had forgotten to put his mask on, but thankfully no one had been in the area when he left the building. The run back to his home was much like any other. Aside from it being a bit later than he usually returned, there would be difficulty in concealing the horn paint. Neither of his siblings took too kindly to him hogging the bathroom. He could feel the light breeze on his skin and the sun showering of warmth upon his skin. If he were not in a rush to get home, he might have stopped to bask in the beautiful weather. When he reached his bedroom window, he knelt down to open it. It went up smoothly for the first half, however, for the second, it found the same hitch as many nights before, and refused to open further. There was definitely someone laughing somewhere out there. He laid on his back and began to worm in feet first, wary of the drop and the mistake he made last time. This would make him less likely to fall over and alert his siblings. After his successful entrance into his room, he shut the window behind him and made his way to his door. He placed his ear against the wood. If he heard one of the other two outside, he would wait to wash his horns off. If he did not, he would do it right then, no sounds. He cracked the door open and peered outside. It looked like the coast was clear. The short journey to the bathroom came and went without interruption, and he locked the door behind him. The paint came off easily this time, which was a blessing. He did not know what he would have done if it decided to cling to him. He dried his horns off and peered into the hall again. Still no one. A sigh escaped him alongside a cough or two.
As soon as he went back into his room and the door was shut, he changed into his nightclothes. With a curious expression, he left the paper on his bed. This had been a strange start to his morning. He should be in jail for all he knows. That officer. He struggled to remember them. They sounded like they were from the Lost Temple, and that was all he could hope to recall about them. Oh, and they had a grappling hook. He sat down beside the paper and took it into his hands. The elephant in the room was beginning to be addressed. Was begging to be addressed. Address me! He unfolded it and begun to read its contents. Dearest Shuriken, you're probably very confused, but don't worry. I'll tell you exactly what happened last night, and exactly why I decided to let you go. I am no conversationalist, but I should probably introduce myself, I'm a detective working for the Bandland Police, but not one of those blowovers who can't figure out what the word DNA means. Apologies, that was a bit extreme, no? I've been on your case since Friday last week, and my boss told me to figure out who you were by Monday. I'm sure you're reading at about the same time I'm preparing my report. There's no need to worry about your identity being revealed, as I have no interest in ruining your life. Allow me to recap the events of yesterday. At dawn, I began a walk around the crossroads. I didn't make it back before dark, and probably didn't make it back before light, either. I heard you coughing on the roof of a building I was near to, and decided to investigate. I'm sure you're familiar with the area not getting, the idea of not getting seen when you're observing something. I happen to be just as good as you when it comes to that. Somehow, you noticed I was on your tail, and started running away from me. I tried staying quiet until you turned into the alley next to the Wan's tea shop. That was where the actual chase began. As you already know, I caught you, so here's the deal. As long as you don't do anything stupid, I won't reveal who you are. Seems reasonable? Signed, Hattie. Hattie made his way into Banhammer's no entry special meeting room. Report in hand. There was a small voice in his head letting him know that he had made a stupid decision based on last minute feelings. But he found he did not really care. He made the right choice, even if for the wrong reasons.
Now all he had to do was deal with the fallout. Banhammer was probably going to use him as a golf ball when he presented his notes. He opened the door to see his boss impatiently waiting. For a moment, he felt bad for the throne the behemoth was sitting on. It ought to have given away a long time ago. He took a seat on a plain chair directly across from it, on the opposing side of the long table. "The hell took you so long?" asked Banhammer, a deep scowl across his face. "You gave me one workday to do this crap. Don't complain if I take a little extra time typing out the report for you, Your Majesty," said Hattie in response. Banhammer stood from his throne and slammed a hand on the table. Don't bleeping play with me." His boss gestured to the report. Hattie handed it to him, internally wincing at the sudden vulgar tone. But Banhammer was really in a bad mood this morning. Huh? Did another prisoner escape? His boss stared at the paper for a few minutes. "You didn't finish," Banhammer stated plainly. Hattie would have chosen his next words wisely, unless he wanted to get promoted to civilian status. "Yeah, well, I didn't have a whole lot of time to do it. Not that I'm doubting your judgment, of course. I was more productive this weekend than I ever have been before. All because of your putting the pressure on me. Honestly, I have to thank you." He started with the flattery. "I'm sure you know, since nothing really slips by ya, that it's been dry lately, since you've got better stuff to do. How about I take you up on the other stuff you're too busy for? I'll get it done for you right away, sir." Banhammer seemed to consider his offer. It was not at all because he had too much work, but because Hattie was stroking his own ego when making the deal. If Hattie knew anything about his boss, he knew silence was a very bad sign or a very good sign. "Whatever. I'll get some stuff sent to your office, but you better complete your work this time. You know the consequences." "Right with you, sir." And that is the end
We did it!
of this very, very, very long story.
It was really good, though. It was very long. It was very good, though.
I knew I wanted to read it because I read the first few pages and I was very impressed by the writing style. And I'm very glad I did because this is written beautifully and it's formatted beautifully as well. Very, very entertaining. I really like this one. Again, this was made by Marvix, I believe that's how you say it. Let me read some of the notes that they have left for us. Characters in this story, especially Banhammer, were difficult to grasp. The very first thing I thought of when reading the prompt was how I could cameo Hyperlaser. Valid. Mild language is used. Hattie's gear is the sharp-looking hat, and they were originally created in 2025 as a criminal mastermind. That's why they had that shady backstory.
Ooh la la.
Very, very, very cool. I am extremely impressed. It's been 4 hours, the stream is still going? Yes, bro, I told you this was going to be a long stream. It is-
We still got a lot of story.
We still have more shit to do. But, yeah, no, this was beautifully written. I'm extremely impressed. All right, let's do some shorter ones. Okay, let's knock out some of the shorter ones. But thank you again, Marvix, for sharing your story with us. Let's do. We can do some of the comics. We can do some of the.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should do a comic sprint. I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
that'll knock out pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, Marvix is in the chat. I am so joyous.
Yes.
Fuck yes, bro. Let me find one. Okay, here's a short one. It's literally only 2 pages, but I really like the artwork. Hang on. This one is made by Unlock It.
Let me get that open. What'd you say the name was?
Unlock It.
Okay, I got it. Ready?
Also, if you guys are tired, don't worry, like this VOD will be like archives and it will be on the Baguio stream archive. So if you guys like miss a story or you want to go back and rewatch some parts, it'll be up when it's over, so don't worry about it.
You guys should watch this 10 times and then donate $100 to us.
True.
Alright. Stop right. Oh dear.
Wait. I'm not. I haven't streamed it yet. Chill.
Fuck! Sorry.
chill.
Razzie, chill, Razzie,
Alright.
chill!
Okay.
Stop right there. What the? Silver Shadow. He's just a kid. Hey! Time Watch, what's your status? Suspect got away.
It's short and sweet, but I love how, like, I love the graphic, like, novel style that this comic has.
It's
Very clean.
Family adjacent.
Oh yeah, 100%. Very clean.
Fire.
But yeah, this was made by Unlock It. Let me read their notes really quick. Detective Time Watch was following the trail of the Silver Shadow when he finally caught up to him in an alleyway. However, upon realizing the vigilante's true identity, he hesitated when the suspect was much different than what he initially expected. Because of this, the Silver Shadow was able to slip into the night again, which resulted in a very long talk with Time Watch's boss. Fun fact, Dragon Warrior Spear has been tailing Shuriken ever since she heard the news or rumors about the Shadow of the Night. Therefore, she's been collecting clues and also trying to... Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, I was reading the wrong one. Oh, my bad. Shuriken reminds Time Watch of someone of his past. A family member, mayhaps? And then they just sent 3 thinking emojis. Sorry, I was reading the wrong note. My bad. Oh, what the hell? What the fuck? What? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 10? Someone gifted 10. Oh my god, it's Smecky again.
Oh my god.
Smecky! Jesus Christ, bro. Thank you for gifting. Stop! Stop!
Dude,
stop! It's okay.
I actually have to donate $100. I was joking.
It's okay. You chill the fuck out. Okay.
Please, Speed, I need this.
Okay, let's do. Oh, open a Snowy Llama. This is the dinosaur one.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is the dinosaur one.
Check this person's design for the detective.
They'll see. They'll see.
Good.
They'll see.
Snowy Llama, you said?
Yeah, Snowy Llama. This one, I love this art style so
Hold on.
bad.
You should give context on what their name is and their gear. It's in the.
I'll read it at the end. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me open it. Okay. Okay. Start.
Silver Shadow. Elusive little thing. Impressive how long they've kept their identity hidden. But they can't keep playing this game forever. This little scrap is proof enough. Their mask is slipping. It's only a matter of time till...
Your coffee, ma'am?
Ah, thank you.
It's our pleasure. Is there anything else we can... Hey! What the... Let go, you little...
Terribly sorry about that.
It's fine, ma'am. But I ask that you please abide to our companion policy. Your companions must be trained if you wish to keep them spawned in this establishment.
I understand. Oh, before you go, one more thing. You got a little something on your horns there, hon.
I love the style of this comic. It's so good.
So good. Please read information about the detective.
I love this design so bad. The little dinosaurs are so
Genuinely?
fucking cute.
Genuinely, of all of the, this is me personally speaking. This is not on Soda's behalf. This is on my personal behalf. Of all of the detectives that have been shown, of all of the submissions, this one is my absolute favorite. This one is the best one.
This one is really good. I really like it. Okay, so this is from Snowy Llama. The main idea I had was it only takes a few mistakes for everything Shurikens build up with Silver Shadow to crumble, like leaving evidence at a crime scene or forgetting to check for any stray paint on his horns. Some info on the detective I made for this challenge. Her name is Dot/Dottie, and her gear is the Dozens of Dinosaurs gear, hence her appearance in the Baby Dinos. She spawned in Lost Temple and is somewhere around her 40s or 50s.
Dottie, like dozens of dinosaurs.
It's so good. It's so
good.
Love that
Actually
one.
fucking goated.
Thank you again, Snowy Llama, for submitting. Let's do another one. Soda, we missed the comic? What do you mean? Was I not streaming it?
Wait. Oh, people got stuck with ads. They got the ads.
No, that's fine. They could just rewatch it on the VOD.
You all will see it in the VOD. It is very beautiful.
You guys will have to see it on the VOD. This guy typed out her rump. I'm sorry, man. You guys gotta watch the VOD. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. What's the next one we should do? Oh, this one's cool. This one's also cool. This is another comic. This was made by two people. Let me, I think it's Sinocoma and Parazol. That's their usernames. This was made by two people, Sinocoma and Parazol. Called Lead Lost, or Lead Lost. Alright. Wait, I'm gonna make sure everyone can see it this time.
Yes.
You guys can see it, right? There's no ads? Okay. Let's start. Scrolling through the artwork.
Making a call.
Ring, ring, ring!
This was found at the scene of the crime during Silver Shadow's escape. Files of information on Silver Shadow have been provided for you. Work together or by yourself. It doesn't matter to me. They're little beetles!
I like other bugs.
It's okay. Just get me a lead. We'll figure out who they are by next month. Yes, Miss Laser. I'll supply you as best as I can. If you have no other questions, you're free to go.
I like how they turn into like Robloxians.
It's so good. I think it's really cute that, like, low-key, they were kind of destined to be, like, the two, like, henchmen goons that are, like, unable to do anything but are still lovable scamps nonetheless. Like,
True.
that's their design philosophy, and I think that's beautiful. Anywho, why must work start so early? I could go for some breakfast. I can't really think on an empty
Oh, I
stomach.
think you read it backwards.
Whatever!
Doesn't really matter. I really like this walking one.
So good. It's really good.
Wham! Wake up, drool face. What was that for? Falling asleep on the job? Why does it matter? Sling doesn't mind, right, Sling? I told her to hit you extra hard. Hey, Shuri! What? Why not go out and give some samples of Sling's new Danish? Whatever will keep me awake, I guess.
Are these free samples?
Yup.
Hmm.
Is there a problem?
Oh no, my apologies. I just got lost in thought by how good the Danish taste. I space out sometimes.
Okay.
Actually, there seems to be some dirt on your horns. May I?
What the?
Sorry, I just get bothered by small things sometimes. I'll take my leave now. Thank you. Bye.
I like how derpy some of the panels are.
It's really good. It's really good.
Hey, Sling, do I have dirt on my horns or something? What do you mean? You're always dirty. Not funny.
Laser's office. I bet your investigation is going rough. I mean, I don't blame you. Silver Shadow is tough.
Ooh. The black light. I thought this was a weed bag.
My weed bag with my
I thought
fighting
it was a-
weed. Can
I
y'all
thought
figure
it
out how to
was-
fit like pH into like weed? I know y'all can do it.
No, bro.
I know you're up to something.
Oh wait, I'm not
Oh,
I'm not there yet. I'm still catching it. Okay, read it.
I know you're up to something.
Yeah, there you go. Well, let me zoom out a little. At the laser.
Anyways, how's your investigation going? Is that folder your findings? Yes, ma'am. Yes it is, Miss Watch? I didn't expect you to stoop so low as to steal my investigation folder. I knew you were skilled, but is this case really as far as your skills go? Shut up! And get out! Help yourself to the information you desperately want.
Be careful now, Silver Shadow. Your ally in the police. Oh, he gave Shuriken his weed bag. His weed bag.
His weed! Oh my god,
Oh,
he gave him
he's so kind.
now he gets to blaze it up on the weekend.
Yes. Thank you, Beetle. Fuck yes.
Dude, I would fucking love to live in a world where a flying beetle can airdrop me weed.
That would be a
Dude.
much better world, wouldn't it?
It would.
This is very beautifully illustrated. I really like how derpy it is. Like when they switch between like blocky and then like humanoid style. Yeah, oh my god, I really like how they draw Vine Staff.
God.
Very cool. Is there a credits page? There is. Endnotes. This is our first ever comic made, and we're pretty busy, so please excuse our rush work. Thank you for reading.
Soda, Soda, you're
What?
breaking up like
What?
crazy.
I'm breaking up?
You were breaking up. I don't know why.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's you, bro.
Oh god.
Uh-oh. I think we lost Petey.
Okay, yeah, no, this is on your end. Okay, this isn't even me. This is oh god.
It might be
Oh
Discord.
no, everybody's saying in chat that you were lost.
I was lost?
Your
Wait, what
your mic
happened?
started freaking the fuck out.
What
Oh,
happened?
oh, thing. Oh god,
What?
am I lost? Is it me?
Oh, Jesus. It is you, bro.
Oh no,
Yo!
oh no.
Yo, it is you. It is not me.
Help me! Help me!
Dude, you're in
Help!
hell now.
Dude, I got myself a milkshake. Help! Help me!
Okay, well, you
Help!
sound okay now. You sound okay
Okay,
now.
okay, okay.
Okay, but yeah, this was, Mickey donated 100 bits just to say, taken by the Pibby glitch. Sad face.
Dude, I'm lost. I'm lost to the Pibby dimension.
You are going to hell.
I'm going to Pibby. I want to go to Pibby. Take me to Pibby.
But this comic was very beautifully drawn. Thank you, Sinokoma and Parizol for, creating this. Let me read some of their notes. 1 second.
We got 14 things left. We're going through this good.
Yeah, most of them, I feel like most of them are short. We thought to test ourselves and we wanted to make a comic due to how much we love this game. That's the only note they left. Thank you so
Aw.
much. Aw, so cute!
So cute.
Alright. Let's go to another comic. Actually, I need to take a pee break. 1 second.
All right, I'll entertain everybody while you're gone.
Yeah, entertain them.
All right. Hi, everybody. What do you want to know about the fighting lore? I'll answer all of your questions that Soda will never answer.
I just raced back to my fucking desk. Do not fucking listen to Petey.
I never tell lies. I
Do
only
not listen to Petey. They're not a fighting developer. Okay, I'm gonna go piss.
I'm the I'm the lead fighting writer. Medkit does die. In 10 pages, they are going to have an extended funeral scene in Death in the Family, and his death will be canon in the lore. This is true. Boombox facts. Did you know? Um, um, I'm scratching my head. Boombox, um, Boombox graduated from fighting, high school at 12 years old. They're actually like a secret super genius. Darkheart. Um, Darkheart actually, Darkheart's, weapon, Darkheart's, like, gear, it isn't whatever Darkheart's gear is, because I totally know what it is. It's actually eyeliner. Darkheart invented eyeliner in the fighting universe. Yes, I am Fighter 16. My weapon is gonna be a big snot ball, and I'm gonna throw it at people, and they're gonna go, ew, ew. What kind of cult leader Father Overseer is? He's so kind, and he's so sweet, and he gives all of his little cult members, tasty peanut butter jelly sandwiches. Now I got a question for y'all on the lore. Are there animals in the fighting world, like outside of Gears? Like, do they have the production of meat? Do they have the production of, like, milk? Is there pH milk? It's mostly birds? Is it bird milk that they use? Fascinating. Zuka has broken both of his hips. You don't know it, but we've actually secretly replaced them
I'm
with,
back.
metallic kit. Hi! Hi, I was just telling them all the secret
What
fighting
did you
lore.
say?
I don't know, you'll have to check in the VOD.
That's a lie.
Huh?
What are you doing?
Huh? What?
What did you
Huh?
do?
What did I do? I don't know.
What did you do?
What did you do?
So did she leak, like, everything and then give us the keys? What the? The keys?
The keys? To what? Oh yeah, I forgot to give them the keys to the city. Here you go!
Oh, fuck!
Congratulations.
Fuck. How do you have access to that?
Sometimes I sleep in your pocket whenever you're
Oh.
not looking.
Oh, that's...
I'm so little, I only need one popcorn.
Oh, wow. 1 sec, I'm finding another comic.
Now I didn't say that fighters milk the vultures. I was just putting two and two
Okay,
together.
let's not talk about milk, please.
Okay.
Oh my god, wait, Petey, should we stream the,
Yes, I know which one you're talking about. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Everyone in chat, I want to preface by saying this was drawn by a very young member of the fighting community. And I thought it was so endearing that I wanted to show it on stream. Okay?
Our reactions are akin to that of parents being presented with art by their little preschooler to put on the fridge.
Yeah.
We are so delighted by this.
Okay.
Ironic.
Okay, 1 second.
Which one is it?
It's Psy.
Alright.
Can you guys see? Stream lag? Oh shit. Can you guys see it? Okay, I'm gonna assume that's a yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, let's start then. Mabby, stop doing your nightly stuff? No way! The infernals need Silver Shadow. His little rope got caught.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Shuriken! You're under arrest for illegal doings under Silver Shadow.
Who is that? But if Shuriken is here, then who is out the window?
Oh, fucking whatchamacallit, Vinestaff says something over there. It's very pink and it's hard to see against
wait,
the
does
text.
she? Oh, I literally can't see it. Oh, wait, isn't that Silver Shadow?
Huh? Oh, I guess you're Rithg. My apologies. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Katana. You saved me. I'll pay you back, I promise. No problem. Be more careful. I will.
Yes!
Fuck yes!
So much.
Fuck yes!
So, and this is so genuine and earnest. I am like obsessed
I
with
love
it.
this so bad.
This is the kind of shit I would upload to my DeviantArt when I was 11 years old, and that makes me really happy. The kids are alright. The kids are alright.
Kids are alright. Let me see if they... I'm not sure if they left any notes. Let me see. This was drawn by a member of our community named Sai. Just S-A-I. Let me find them. The note, it just says, it takes place after the detective found the pice.
Yes,
Piece
bro.
spelled as in P-I-C-E. Yes, it sure does, man. Yes, it fucking does.
It's so true. So true.
Thank you so much, Sai, for submitting that story.
Thank you. We
I
everybody
cherish
round of
it.
applause for Ty.
Okay. Let's move on to our next comic. We could do Juku's. This one's it's 6 pages. So this is another comic. This was all hand drawn. So these pages are like photos. So it might be a little bit hard to see, so I apologize for that. One second. Okay. Do you want to start us off, Petey?
Yeah, sure.
Juku's.
So this cloth is part of Silver Shadow's outfit. I'll use this as a clue to find them. I think I'll start by asking people about it. Tomorrow, because it's already late and I'm exhausted. Time to go home. Okay, let's get to work. Excuse me, sir. I would like to ask you a question. Have you seen someone
Shut
wearing
the fuck up!
with this cat? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you
Shut
mean.
the
I am
fuck
using
up!
this seriously and professionally, and you're interrupting me. And quite
Okay,
frankly,
sorry, continue.
have you seen someone wearing clothes with this pattern? I've never seen anyone with clothes like that. Sorry. Thank you. Excuse me, kid. Have you seen anyone wearing that outfit? No, sorry. Thanks.
Continue reading.
Excuse me, sir. Have you seen anyone wearing that outfit? I don't remember. Sorry.
Holy
thanks.
Venom Shank!
Oh my god, it's Venom! Venom. Excuse me, have you seen anyone wearing that outfit? Let me see. It seems familiar to me, but I can't really remember who it was. What's your name? Oh, my name's Rainbow. Thanks for the information, Rainbow. Is that Rainbow or Rainbeam?
It's Rainbow.
Oh, thanks for the information, Rainbow. You're welcome. Well, I think I'll take a break for a snack. So someone's already seen Silver Shadow?
Welcome. Just welcome. What do you want? What do you want?
I want a cup of coffee, please.
Okay.
Did you see someone wearing this outfit?
Let me see it. I must have gone through some place that tore this part. Sorry, but I think the person you're looking for isn't from around here. Here's your coffee.
Thanks. Weird. If he knows that Silver Shadow isn't from here, it's because he's already seen him. Or he's Silver Shadow. The patterns are the same. Let's see them. Found you. So you were here. I don't intend to arrest you. I just want to negotiate.
Negotiate what?
If you just catch criminals and wrongdoers out there, I won't turn you into the Badlands police. But if we catch you causing any trouble around here, we will arrest you.
So you're not going to send me over to the Badlands police?
Apparently not.
Do the other cops agree to this?
Well, I haven't spoken to them yet. It's my proposal. But don't worry. I don't even know why you're here, who you are. If you're just a vigilante, there's no reason to arrest you, right? Anyway, I'll see if I can tell the other cops to stop the search.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Well, you could say it was another case closed.
Fuck yes, bro.
Fuck yes.
Dude, I
So,
would
I-
die if I had to draw all of this, like, by hand. Oh my god, this is impressive.
Look, it's colored and everything. That is
Yeah.
absurd.
What's up?
I don't know why you were interrupting me when I was just doing a very normal and casual read. I was being very professional, and you were interrupting me, and I don't appreciate it.
I was just reminded of something.
Oh, could you retell?
It was just I was reminded of something in the past. That's okay.
Okay. I got my eye on you.
Right. But this was drawn by Juku. Let me see if they left any notes. 1 second. I decided to make a small comic with an OC detective. Sorry if the images are blurry. That's all they said. Thank you, Juku, for submitting your comic. It is very well made.
We are all delighted by it.
Alright. Let's do another one. We could do a written one. We'll do a short one.
Yeah.
Let's do Playground of Dreams.
Let me pull that up. Okay. I'll take
Okay.
blue, you red and green. And then
are we not alternating?
well, it looks like it's a lot of back and forth dialogue, so everything that isn't dialogue we'll just keep popcorning with, but for dialogue I take blue,
okay,
you take
sure.
red.
Right. Okay, I'm red and green. Okay.
Do you want to start us off?
Yeah. Magnifying glass pushed their glasses up to their face, inspecting. Oh shit! I forgot to say this was made by Playground of Dreams. It's a 3-page story. Magnifying glass pushed their glasses up to their face, inspecting the piece of torn cloth that had been found by an officer. After being called to the scene for an investigation, they were given a rundown and handed the piece of cloth.
So, you think this cloth will help us track down the mysterious vigilante?
Right, and not just track them, but hopefully bring them to justice.
Well, I'd like to meet them in person. Ask them how they're able to pull all this off. Especially how they were able to.
Oh wait, hang on, Juku's in the chat. Thank you for reading my comic. Yeah, thank you for working on it. Good job on it. Anyway, going back. Calm yourself, detective. Keep it professional. Got it? Your curiosity could cause the failure of this investigation. Magnifying glass shook their head rapidly before adjusting their hat.
Right. Sorry.
The officer chuckled fondly, ruffling the detective's hair. You're really impressive at your job, you know. Just make sure to keep focused. I'll leave you to it. The officer left magnifying glass at the scene, who fixed their hair quickly before looking back at the scene. There were traces of infernal blood, some more torn fabric pieces from the unconscious criminals, and small slices taken out of the ground that were most likely done by a bladed gear or weapon. Magnifying glass drew out a quick sketch of the scene before putting on some latex gloves and using a pocket knife to scrape some of the dried blood off of the ground, putting it into a paper packet for analyzing. If any of the blood analyzed belonged to someone who wasn't one of the unconscious criminals, then the vigilante would be unmasked. While doing their collection of evidence to bring back for analysis, Magnifying Glass noticed a brief streak of green nearby. They quickly looked in that direction, having been startled.
What?
Magnifying Glass's vision was soon obscured. When their vision came back, they were upside down and hanging from a lamppost by their ankle. Their hat was on the ground nearby, and their glasses almost slipped off.
Hey! How did you... Magnifying glass then saw an unfamiliar figure. Hard to see due to it being the middle of the night and their costume being dark, but the green on it was unmistakable, as was their mask. As the figure tried to escape, Magnifying glass spoke up again. Wait! Don't go! Are you the...
Silver Shadow.
Magnifying glass's eyebrows shot up. Silver Shadow's voice was mostly muffled due to the mask, and they definitely wouldn't have been able to recognize it in an everyday setting.
You have a piece of my outfit. I have come to retrieve it.
Oh! The fabric! Magnifying glass tilted their head as best as they could. Well, I can't give it to you. Silver Shadow, you are...
Good luck arresting me while hanging from a lamppost.
Magnifying glass fell silent before shaking their head. Can I at least ask...
Shush, shush, shush!
Silver Shadow snagged a piece of fabric in the pocket of Magnifying Glass's coat. Hey! Magnifying Glass swung forward and tried to retrieve the fabric, with Silver Shadow swiftly dodging their swing of their arms.
Farewell!
Wait! How did you... Before Magnifying Glass could satisfy their curiosity, Silver Shadow was gone. They were left hanging from the lamppost, with no questions answered and no torn-off fabric. While trying to reach up to untie their ankle, the officer from earlier returned.
Wow, kid, got yourself in quite a jam here, huh? You have a run-in with the vigilante we're after?
Yeah. They tried to tie my ankle here, and they took the piece of fabric back.
Here, let's get you down. The officer called in some backup, and once they arrived, Magnifying Glass was quickly freed from the lamppost and caught while falling by the officer. You alright, kid? Got any injuries?
I don't think so. I should be fine.
Magnifying Glass got back down, dusting themselves off. They were limping slightly on one leg, the one that they'd been hung from.
I'll sketch out what I could see of their costume. Maybe it'll give us a further lead?
Yes, good idea. Do you have a sketch of the scene and collected evidence for analysis? Magnifying Glass pulled the bag and their pocket-sized notebook out of their pocket.
Yep, both here.
Excellent. Even if we lost one lead, we could have another. Let's get you back to the station, kid. You can see if a medic can look at that ankle. Being held up there must have done at least a little damage. Magnifying Glass nodded, putting their stuff away.
All right, lead the way.
Lean on me, kid. I can help you.
I can walk, goofball.
Magnifying Glass followed the group back to the station, unaware of the looming green shadow that watched their entire interaction from the skyline.
Ooh la la.
Very, very short, but it's cute.
Yep. It's very
This was
delightful.
made by, Playground of Dreams. Let me see if they left any notes. My ideas for the fic, were to have a... Wait, am I reading the right one? Yes, I am. My idea for the fic was to have the detective character, who I named a Magnifying Glass, be heavily curious, curiosity based, and on the younger side, but dedicated to their job. The curiosity and dedication are what gave them the title of Best Detective in the Badlands Police Force. I originally planned to have Magnifying Glass successfully question Silver Shadow and lead to the failure of the arrest, but as I was writing, I figured what I threw together flowed better. Hopefully I captured Silver Shadow's character right. Very cool, thank you Playground of Dreams. Very short and sweet. Let's move on to the next story.
Yes, bro.
We'll do a comic this time.
Which one is the question?
I'm not sure. What do we have left?
We could do one of the ones that are...
Let's do this one. This one is by Nina Suck.
Alright. Oh yeah, this one! It had a really cute style.
Yeah. Alright, 1 second,
Oh.
chat. Alright. Let us begin.
You know why we called you here. Find out who it is.
Wait, should I be the kids?
Sure.
Welcome back, Pa!
Yeah, I'm back. But aren't the two of you supposed to be sleeping right now?
It's because Big Bro got up and, we were just wondering why you went out so late.
I was just called in for some work last minute. There's nothing to worry about. Now's the time for both of you to head to bed.
Sleepy time.
Go to sleep, go to sleep.
Go to sleep!
Alright, let's get this over with. Vigilante appears that night, stopping crimes. Managed to escape after dropping off thieves near the station. They've been doing this for a while. Till on the midst of their next escape. Got a piece of fabric torn off. The station gave me some CCTV footage, plus the fabric. Even though the cameras could record audio, it doesn't pick up on a single sound. It looks like they headed to the center of Crossroad. That's where the trail runs cold. I'll look for some eyewitnesses there tomorrow morning.
I knew it! You know what? Hey, don't scare me like that. And why are you mad? It's because you woke me up twice! Sorry. But I got a good reason. What is it? It's cause Pa is looking for the shadow hero. Really? Yup. Shh, be quiet. This is our only chance to see them. But Pa will not allow us to. We're not gonna let Pa know. We'll just sneak behind him with the... We should go back to bed.
Hey kids, I'll be out for a bit. Make sure to have breakfast. Cereal's in the fridge, got it?
Okay. Bye, we love you.
I love you both too. Bye! Morning Crossroad. Always crowded as ever. No time to waste. Excuse me, sir.
We just need
You
to
just
wait.
need...
What's that guy doing? A pickpocket. Not on our watch.
Idiot. Huh? Oh! Let me
Let
go!
me go! Oh wait, who is... Oh, I think that was you. My bad. Good job, little bro. Now close your eyes. Flashbang!
This small child having the fucking flash
Small
thing. That is really funny.
Flashbang!
Huh?
Let's give it back to the owner. And sorry about your ears, little bro. I'm okay. Come on, before he sees us. Who could that be, I wonder?
Thank you so much, little dudes.
No problem, nothing the shadow hero won't do. The who?
Please.
Oh wait, that's you.
The who? Please pay them no mind. So you guys just want to see the shadow hero? And haven't eaten yet?
Got too happy and forgot.
Zip it. Save it for later after you both eat. Your
Your
order,
order,
sir.
sir?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Excuse me. That's definitely them. You dropped something.
Where?
Right here.
I ain't gonna... Oh wait, that's you. Sorry.
I ain't gonna rat on you since you're still young Fernal. Take care of yourself, yeah? And may I ask you for a favor?
Later that night.
that night.
What are we doing up here?
You'll see.
Yay! The end!
Oh,
Yay! Yay!
I really like this one. That one's a really fucking favorite.
I really like this one too. Very cute. Let me... This was drawn by, Nena. Let me see if they have any notes. Well, the OG idea was for the kids to be annoying and messing with their dad's work, but I changed the story to be a wholesome one instead. There's, like,
Aw.
no shading except for the last panel, just to save time. It's meant to be way longer with exploring how the dad manages to find Shuriken, as you can tell from the 5th page, but I don't want it to drag on for more than it should. And I didn't come up with any names/gears for them until this was about to be uploaded. Only one of them ended up using their gears. That's all. I've never written anything before. Sorry if it seems messy. I did try to cut out as much as possible, but still keeping some sense. And if this did get in, I won't be able to watch the stream. Gonna watch it in the VODs. By the way, after I made this, I've gotten a huge respect for Soda and her team. Y'all are awesome for making the Death in the Family possible. This shit is hard, yo. Enjoys the comic. Thank you so much for submitting this. It is so adorable. I love this comic.
It is very delightful. You want to do another comic really quickly, and I go scamper and use the bathroom real quick?
Yeah, I can find one. One sec.
Okay. I'll be right back, heavy pony!
Okay, so this one's cool. It's in like a manga style. It's only 3 pages, but it's really detailed. So, one sec. This was made by, their name is really funny. Their username is Zero Melanin. But yeah, here's the comic. Whoosh! They seem to have caught on. I'll leave them to handle this. I have to get going soon, making sure they won't see me. None of them really look up, so I think I'll be fine. Not like they're Black Rocky and geniuses, but they still have brains. Their actions make me forget that a lot. A detective that finally looks up. As usual, this, Silver Shadow really doesn't want to be seen. They barely leave any traces or get injured. Wait, then how... wait, let me finish. You don't know how close we are. I swore I've seen them somewhere. You know what? Never mind. We should just search for more clues. It's the least we can do. This is way too tiring, even for me. We barely have any info on the Silver Shadow, not to mention we need to operate at night, plus the limited personnel. I know that boss and everyone else is very eager to know who they are, but this is absurd. Hey, FBI, I think we got something. Whatever, we should get back on... Huh? You found something? Yes. Let me take a look. Anything is good. Oh, that eagerness. So this is what we found. Looks special. Yep, none of the criminals wore this stuff, and it probably is not casual either. It has to be from the Silver Shadow. Where do you think it's from, then? I would say it's thieves' den handiwork, probably handmade. This will aid us a lot. We're lucky. This is a huge hint. Fabric can be traced back to a manufacturer or craftsman, and I think this one's homemade. Even better. And with witnesses and more, we can make a decent criminal profile. This is definitely an extremely hard find, considering the Silver Shadow's expertise in stealth and etc. They must have dropped their guard down quite a lot to leave this much evidence. And in other crime scenes, they didn't leave much as a single hair. She laughs. She internally yaps a lot. Since they don't, shed hair, I would assume they have a short haircut. They might also wear a hood for extra precaution. With our current knowledge, we can deduce they use thieves in combat tactics due to the cloth style, victim injuries, and elusiveness. And with other witnesses, I can say, Detective, are you sure this is enough? And are you okay? You're muttering so much. It's just a bit of cloth, not even DNA. This strays from canon, so yes, Infernals aren't bald. I'm sure this is enough. Also, we can welcome back, by the way. Also, we can combine other evidence to create a criminal profile. Some thinking, investigating, researching, and teamwork should be able to do the trick, so I believe we could do this. And that is the comic. This is so cool. I love how this is drawn. It's very like manga. This was by one second. This was by Zero Melanin. Hilarious name. Let me find their notes.
It doesn't take much to poison a young
I thought about this all in my head. I didn't realize that a few panels resemble some, Spy X Family. Man, I've been reading too much manga. You can indeed figure out a criminal using thread evidence, but nowadays it is outdated. And there are manufacturers who basically make all the clothes / rugs / etc. that people use. But I still think it's a cool detail just to be added. Technically, this technique in the comic is still valid because, well, the cloth is homemade, which just made things a lot easier, especially this type of criminal investigating. Uses probability / chance. And combined with other evidence, Shuriken is definitely cooked, lol. This was very cool. Thank you for the story. Zero Melanin. Alright. Let's move on to the next one. I think now it's all written ones, if I'm not mistaken. Let me find them.
We're in the final stretch, everybody.
We are in the final stretch. Oh, this one's cute. Hang on. This one, I think the main character for this one is Katana,
Oh.
from what I remember. Alright. This one is by Azza.
Alright, let me get this open. Wrong folder. Here we go.
Alright. Do you want to start off? Do you want to start
Yeah.
off? Alright.
Katana has just arrived at Crossroads after a long day of training. He took much longer than usual, but all training is good training after all, including getting back there from Thieves' Den on foot. The city's familiar lights shine in as it comes into view, contrasting the very dark sky of the night. He's thinking about how having miso soup for dinner. Seems pretty good right now. He got his ingredients from the local market at the Thieves' Den. Tofu? Check. Seaweed? Check. Scallions? Check. Miso? He's got some at home, all nicely fermented for about a few months since he made it. He can make the stock by himself, too. Admittedly, the lady there mistakenly put a little more stuff than what he needs, but it's alright. He can save it for when he makes more. He hasn't had miso soup for a while. Thinking about it is, "Hey, sir!" A voice calls out to him from up ahead, interrupting his thoughts. Soon enough, an infernal in some formal getup approaches him. "Good evening, sir. My name is Penn, a detective with the Badlands Police Force. I'm currently doing an investigation, and I just need to ask you a few questions. Is that all right?" A detective? How curious. Very well. Katana nods. He may as well deal with them first. Perfect. May I get your name?
Katana.
Sorry!
Katana. Alright then, so first things first. Have you heard of the Silver Shadow? The detective asked, taking out a notepad and summoning up a pen. The Silver Shadow. So that's what they have concerned themselves with. Interesting. Maybe he can learn a little something about that vigilante too. Yes, I have. Alright. Now, have you seen the Silver Shadow? Like appearance-wise, or perhaps, do you know who they are? Penn says, pointing the pen at Katana, as if they just found the Silver Shadow. Well, aren't they eager? I have only seen a mere glimpse of them. I am neither aware of their identity nor their appearance. Katana answered curtly. Penn nodded along, taking notes. Okay. Now for the kicker. Suddenly, Glass presents a torn piece of fabric, black with a green pattern. Looks familiar, especially the color. Where has he seen this shade of green before? Behold! A piece of Silver Shadow's outfit. I found it after one of their little stunts.
Huh, that's surprising.
You didn't expect Silver Shadow to have left something behind. Katana nods along. Now, look closer. I've done a little research, and I've figured out that this pattern belongs to that of Thieves' Den, specifically that of Dark Age warriors. Penn takes their phone out with pictures of Dark Age clan warriors. The patterns seem to match up with the torn fabric. Impressive that they were able to connect it, considering how small the ripped fabric is. Additionally, it seems the green shade doesn't seem to be commonly used. I have some ideas why, but that doesn't matter right now. Then, Penn points their pen towards him again. This time, like he's their target. I believe you come from Thieves' Den. That's why I approached you in the first place. Are you associated with the Dark Age clan by any chance? Yes, I am. Katana nods. He can see why they're proving their worth as a detective. Maybe a little too enthusiastically, but still. Perfect! So, now for the big question. Have you seen anyone with this color? It's the most distinctive part after all. Penn asks, pointing the pen to him once more, like they're about to get the biggest clue for their case. Katana pauses to think.
Nobody he knows or has seen seems to have this color, but he can't help but think about how familiar that shade of green is, like he has seen it almost every day. Hold on. No, I have not. Katana answered almost hesitantly. Penn pauses, looking at him with an indescribable look before, shame. Penn writes it down on their notepad and then does an approving nod, tucking the piece of fabric into their pocket after. They didn't seem to catch on to his slight hesitation. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Katana. Of course. Now I must head back. Tomorrow I'll be heading to Thieves' Den to ask around. Very well. I wish you luck in your case. The detective nods, looking back at their notepad before bump. Ah, sorry. Penn turns back, realizing that they were at loss with their notes.
No worries. Katana waved his hand in dismissal. Penn nods, waves, and walks away. Katana walks in the opposite direction, towards the apartment block he stays in. He looks at his other hand, the torn fabric right on his palm. He was able to nick it out of the Penn's pocket with the intentional bump in. For a detective, they're smart, but they aren't as sharp as they seem. Now he needs to go talk to a certain someone. Their apartment sounds lively today. Why's that? Katana stands in front of the door, thinking whether he should talk to Shuriken or not. Finally, with a sigh, knock, knock, knock. Coming! After a few seconds, the door creaks open, and Slingshot from the crack. Who's this? Oh! Katana? Slingshot opens the door some more, showing a little confusion in his neighbor's sudden appearance. Good evening, Slingshot. Is Shuriken home?
Yeah, why? Are you looking for him? I have something to discuss with him. Slingshot looks at him blankly for a moment until... Oh, are you going to wish him a happy spawn day? What? It's his spawn day today, huh? It slipped his mind. I guess not then. I was about to say I would be surprised if you actually wanted to join in on the festivities. Anyway, come in. Slingshot opens the door fully, stepping aside for Katana, to which he nods and enters. Well, this is a lively bunch. Both with people and the roots and branches growing on the walls. Don't mind the crowd. I brought my friends over. Shuriken didn't mind. Heck, maybe they could get along. Slingshot comments, walking into the living room with Katana following. Yo, Slingshot, who's he?
An infernal with green horns and a visor asks. Isn't this the noisy one in the playground? Not exactly noisy. Popular seems to be the right word. It's our neighbor, the one I talk about a lot. Oh, the cool-sounding guy. Was it Katana? The infernal with red horns and a helmet asked. This one's laid back, to the point where he's sitting upside down on the couch. Oh. Since when did he care about you guys' spawn days? A punkish-looking infernal with dual-colored horns asks. What has the little baker been saying about him? No, quiet, you. He's just here to tell Shuriken something. Then, a familiar pink infernal peeks from the kitchen. Oh, Katana! Hello! She comes out, bowing to greet Katana. Are you here for Shuriken's spawn day party? I thought you'd found celebrations like this frivolous. Fine. He's not exactly here for the party, just Shuriken. Slingshot cuts her off, clearing up her confusion.
Oh, he's just in his room. Vinestaff replied, pointing at the room at the end of the hall. For his birthday?
Katana asked, finding it a little odd. We were waiting for him to come out. He's been tense lately. Slingshot chimes in, looking towards the hall with a little worry on his face. Yeah, he wasn't like this before. We tried talking to him, but he brushed it off like it's nothing. Vinestaff says, also sharing the same face of worry. I see. Katana nods. It seems he's worried about his situation with his secret identity. Maybe the detective passed by and asked around? Is it alright if I still come talk to him? Yeah, go for it. Slingshot nods, to which Katana sets down the ingredients he's been carrying around on the counter and walks down the hall, approaching Shuriken's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door creaks open. Shuriken was coming out. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I was just... Katana!
Shuriken blinked, looking up at the much taller Infernal before him. Hello. May we speak for a moment? Inside your room. I suggest we keep this private. For you especially. Shuriken's eyes darted around with confusion. He glanced to the side towards Slingshot and Vinestaff. They just give him a shrug. Oh. Okay. Shuriken steps aside, letting Katana in before shutting the door. Katana looks around Shuriken's room. It's mildly messy with some posters here and there. The desk is tidy with some sewing materials on it, and the bed is nicely tucked in. I expected your room to be a lot messier, Katana commented bluntly. Shuriken responded with a flabbergasted gasp. Hey! I'm not careless. I can clean. Don't think just because... Teasing. Katana cuts him off with a wave of the hand. Shuriken sighed. Okay, so why are you here? Surely you aren't joining in on my Spawn Day party. I thought you found these things
Shuriken froze, eyes now wide open, as Katana suddenly presented that torn piece of fabric. I believe this is yours, Shuriken. How did you... Shuriken stammered, looking at the fabric, then up at Katana with a dumbfounded look. I took it from the detective. You could say I stole it. Katana answered, hand still outstretched with the fabric. Slowly, Shuriken took it, still a little bit in shock. Is this why you're so anxious? Katana asked, looking down at him, who still is staring at the fabric. Shuriken slowly looks up at Katana, almost about to plead something, but Katana speaks first. I won't tell anyone, and I won't stop you in your work. Just be more careful next time. A pause. That's all. Enjoy your Spawn Day party. I shall be going. Katana stepped towards the door, brushing past Shuriken before... Wait. Shuriken spoke, turning to suddenly grip the sleeve of his Hayori. Katana halted, looking back at Shuriken.
Why? Shuriken asks. Why didn't you report me to the detective then? Why don't you stop me now? He asks, looking at Katana's masked face like it would give him an answer, but all he got was a silent, unreadable stare. We are alike in a way. Huh? We have a similar goal. To cleanse the corruption. To protect the pure from it. However, there's a difference between you and me. We are driven by different reasons. Katana fully turned around, extending a hand out to Shuriken. Shuriken steps back a bit and then... Pat! You're doing good, Shuriken. Katana affirmed Shuriken, patting his head. This was unusually affectionate from his usually stoic behavior. Shuriken stood there, body completely rigid for a moment. Then, Shuriken leaned forward and hugged Katana, gripping tight and stumbling both of them back. Katana was definitely caught off guard. He didn't know what to do. He didn't think it would go this far, but slowly he wrapped his own arms around Shuriken. Thank you.
Oh,
Shuriken whispered.
This is me. Joe! Thank you. Shuriken whispered with a trembling voice, to which Katana simply patted his back. I did feel anxious. Earlier this morning, the detective came by and asked us about me. Even showed the ripped piece of my suit. I was able to keep my cool, but Shuriken tightened his grip on Katana's clothes. I got my siblings worried again, didn't I? I'm so stupid. I really should have been more careful. A pause. Sorry. Shuriken let go and completely stepped away from Katana's embrace. Face slightly flushed from embarrassment. He just spilled his guts out to Katana. By the swords, that's awkward. I got carried away. Sorry, Katana. Don't worry about it, Shuriken. Katana reassured Shuriken, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Do you feel better now, at least? Katana asked, making sure that Shuriken eased up. Yeah, I do feel better. Thanks.
Shuriken smiled. It's like he's got a burden lifted off of him. Of course. Katana nods. I say you come out of your room and enjoy the party. People are waiting, you know. Katana steps aside, making way for Shuriken to open the door. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Shuriken stepped in front of the door, looking up at it for a good moment, then with a deep breath, held the doorknob and opened the door. Happy Spawn Day! Ah, thanks, guys! Everyone cheered. They've all been waiting for Shuriken to get out of there. Katana stood behind him, letting Shuriken embrace the celebration. When they slowly settled down, he went over to the counter, right where his miso soup ingredients were. Huh? Where are his... Oh! Katana!
Oh,
Oh,
Katana.
sorry.
Vinestaff approached him. Do you mind if we use your ingredients? Haha, miso soup sounded nice, and Slingshot's friends wanted to try it. Oh, don't worry. Slingshot has his own miso paste. So that's what happened. Very well. Katana sighed. His dinner got taken from him. Hey, don't be so moody. You should stay. Celebrate my spawn day and all that. Shuriken came up to him, teasing him a little. Trust me, your ingredients won't go to waste. Slingshot makes a killer miso soup. Katana scoffed. He may as well. He does believe Slingshot's cooking is great. As great as his baking, even. Very well. Wait, one more thing. Shuriken leans on the counter, looking up at Katana with an expectant look.
You haven't technically greeted me yet. Oh, seriously now? Because that's so. Katana shook his head. He didn't greet Shuriken properly yet, did he? Well, happy Spawn Day, Shuriken.
Yay! That's the end! Yay!
Really cute.
That was so cute. You what?
I kept getting engrossed in it. Like, I kept just fucking reading.
Yeah,
It's
I was
good.
like smiling the entire time reading. Also, shout out Boombox and Skateboard cameo.
True.
That was so cute. This was written by Aza. Let me see if they left any notes. Or Aza. I don't know if it's Aza or Aza. One second.
Take your time. Hi, everybody. How are we doing tonight?
They said, do whatever. I made my AO3 account late, so, like, I ended up submitting this first before an AO3. I edited my response like 3 times. Bruh, I'm dumb. That's all the notes they left for us. Very cute story. Love it. Chat really likes it.
It was a very delightful story.
A bit different from what we've been reading so far, but very cool. Okay. Should we do some of the one-page ones? I have like
yeah.
There's like 2 one-page comics.
Yeah.
They're very short, but I just figured I'd feature them. So, hang on. This one is by Chai.
Alright.
What's the title on AO3? I have no idea. They didn't give me a name.
We'll just search by fighting tag and see if there's somebody whose name vaguely sounds like Aza. You'll know.
Yeah, true. Okay. Okay. This is very short. It's only 1 page, but the art style is super clean. I think this is just Shuriken, so I'll read it. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I hadn't sacrificed my duty as a Dark Age warrior. But I have been happier. I thought that was very angsty, but it's very, very cool. Hang on, let me zoom out so you guys can see it all. You guys can't see it, right? It's not, my stream isn't lagging or anything. Let me take a sip. Oh, you can see it? Okay, great. So this was made by Chai. Very cool artwork. I like how melancholic this one is. I don't think we really have too many, like, melancholic stories. Or at least, like, comic pages. Let me see if they left any notes. Shuriken has an existential crisis. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Hey Sodakettle, you're a big inspiration of mine. Aw, thank you so much. Again, this was made by Chai. Very, very cool. Let me open the next one. You can read the next one. Hang on, let me grab it.
Is it the one by Void Crow?
Yes. Let me
Okay.
open it first.
Let me know when you have it open.
Yeah. This one is also one page.
We found it! The one page!
This one is by Void Crow. Alright, you can start.
Right. There's patterns in everything. Visual, behavioral. Everything has some sort of pattern. Patterns are part of my life, and they're a part of my job. This kid was bound to get caught sooner or later. They're lucky it's me stuck on their case and nobody else. I'm the only one here who's not gonna rat you out, Silver Shadow. But you need some wisdom from your forerunners.
Fuck yes. I like this guy, or I like this detective.
For context, the idea with this detective is that they used to also be like a crime-fighting vigilante, but they retired.
Well, I'll read the note. I also really like this photo of Shuriken being really annoyed at someone.
It's really good. It's really good.
Let me read their note. 1 second. It's Void. Yeah, here we go. I was fiddling around with who I wanted this detective. Oh, 1 second. For some reason, it switched to a different file. It's scary. Okay, anyway. I was fiddling around with who I wanted this detective to be, and I finally landed on the concept that they used to be a vigilante themselves back in their prime. For anyone wondering, the gear is the mostly ghostly potion. I like that, mostly ghostly. Very cool. Okay. Next one. Oh, should we do the honorable mention?
Yes, we should do the honorable mention.
Okay. You guys are not gonna. Okay. So, you guys may be wondering, what does the honorable mention mean? And that is a story where I'm going to recognize them on stream, but I do not have the time to read it. Because you want to know how long it is? It is 175 pages.
For reference, it took us over an hour to read 33 pages.
I wanted to acknowledge the. Hang on. Let me bring it up.
We can read the overview.
Yeah, we can. Hang on. It was made by a pair of siblings. And it's like a murder mystery, I believe. Can you link it to us? That's crazy. I want to read. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make the drive public somehow, so you guys can read it. But it's 175 pages. There's artwork. There's like fucking like chapter illustrations for each act. Like a lot of it is artwork. And they even have like I think like I want to say like 50 pages are just dedicated to behind the scenes stuff. But so it's like 120 pages dedicated to just the story. But yeah, let me show you guys some of this. I do not have the time to read this. But holy crap. It's called Shadows Don't Sleep. Let me know if you guys can see this.
The story is from page 46 to the end of the comic. That's
Yeah,
how fucking long.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
175 pages. I'm just gonna scroll. I'll read the overview. So, this was made by a pair of siblings. One sibling did the artwork, and then one sibling, I think, wrote it, I believe. Shadows Don't Sleep. Key art, character designs, and chapter illustrations by General Mayhem 28. Story writing and layout by, Unwon, Dioscurry. So, this is the overview. Out of all the ways to catch a vigilante, Banelands police detective Flashlight never expected that unknowingly frequenting the mysterious figure's home base would be one of them. She also never anticipated the fact that she and her partner, Night Vision Goggles, lovingly nicknamed NVG, would find themselves intertwined in the silent yet tense lives of three particular siblings, right in the heart of their established cafe, as they navigate the dead ends of their case and force themselves to question what justice truly means. Set in the familiar second layer of Crossroads, deep within the fighting universe, Shadows Don't Sleep is a multi-act tale featuring illustrated key art that moves beyond the typical whodunit of the mystery genre to illuminate the how-to-figure-out aspect of the characters, daily routines, particularly how the tables are turned for our crime-busting duo, an iconic triune of siblings. Combined with Flashlight's ever-serious passion for fairness and NVG's efforts, a charm that suggests something much deeper beneath. It covers the finicky nature of morality, finding the good in seemingly dark places, and considering the ever-rippling effects of one's actions. After all, the truth never sleeps, and neither do the shadows that conceal it. So all of the behind-the-scenes stuff is... So they drew their characters.
Fucking
Um,
Hamilton wrote the other 51! God damn!
This is the Act 1 illustration, Act 2. Oh, I guess they might have duplicated some of it. Concept and work in progresses. And then they have just like a bunch of doodles of the characters here.
Very delightful.
Yeah.
How do you write like you're running out of time?
The art style is very cute. And they show like their whole like whiteboard that they made specifically. I won't read it so you guys don't get spoiled or whatever if you choose to read this. But yeah, they just show all of like their drafts and like how they made this. And it is a full story. Like oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Again, we can't read this due to time, unfortunately. But, I just wanted to shout this out because I would feel really bad if I didn't. So, you guys will be able to read it. I will try to make the drive public. Everything should be in there. This is called Shadows Don't Sleep. By, General Mayhem 28, and Onom Discory. So, yeah. I just wanted to mention that project. So there you go. Let's do this one. This one is 8 pages.
Which one are we doing?
It is by Nightbird the Avian and Star Animus.
Alright.
I need the link for read it. It's not public yet. It'll be public after the stream. Don't worry, guys. This one's cool. They have, like, the style of the story is like, I'll show you guys after we read it. But they have like a little illustration header. It's very cute. Alright. Do you want to start us off?
Yes, sir. Not tonight. Written by Nightbird TDA and Star Animus. Warning, this story contains swearing. As the night came to an end and the orange glow of dawn began approaching, I perched on the rooftop of a building adjacent to the Badlands police station, with my eyes glued on the entrance of the building. A pile of motionless bodies rested on the station's doorstep. It was my little gift to them. As a pair of officers exited through the front, my body stiffened. A small smirk grew on my face as I anticipated their reaction. "It's that darn Silver Shadow again! If he keeps this up, I'm gonna lose my job!" the first officer complained obnoxiously. "I must say he's quite sneaky with that speed and bravery to face off the Badlands police. It's no wonder why he hasn't been caught yet," the second one added. Complimenting my strengths? I'm flattered, I thought to myself, pridefully. I've gotta say, those thieves did give me quite a hard time. They put up a good fight, I'll give them that. The tall one in particular was rough. Those sharp horns. Ugh. I'm glad I didn't get a cut from them. I leaned back, enjoying the cool breeze of dawn, proud of another night of justice. The view of Crossroads was magnificent, with a near-silent atmosphere that slowly woke to the night. A few infernals began emerging from their resting places, warming up for work that awaits them. I guess that's my cue too. I have to get ready for work or Sling's gonna... Hey, I found something! What could they have possibly found? It looks like... fabric. Pretty cool looking, but it doesn't look like any of the clothing these bodies are wearing. What?
Yeah, hey, do you think it's part of the Silver Shadow's clothing? Or gear? Perchance? Shit. I frantically scanned my body for any rips or tears. I've always been careful with my captures. Today can't be the one day I mess this up. My gaze landed on the right side of my scarf, hanging over my shoulder. There was a massive tear in the fabric, and the fact I didn't notice sooner not only annoyed me, but made me panic further. Damn those infernal horns. What's all the ruckus about? That voice sounds familiar. Good morning, Warden. We're just taking a look at the gift left on our doorstep, the first officer explained with distaste. Banhammer. The Silver Shadow's back at it again. We don't know who he could really be, but he left us a clue. The cop said, holding up the torn fabric from my scarf. We'll need to get our best detective for this case. This is big, Banhammer demanded. But, Warden, our best detective is on vacation. It'll take days for him to return. Banhammer loomed over the two cops. Do I have to do everything around here? Banhammer snatched the fabric out of the cop's hands, causing the officer to flinch back. Running his fingers against the fabric, he felt a few segments of embedded stitching. Flipping over the fabric, the letters SSV were embroidered on the surface in a legible, though sloppy manner. SSV, he muttered, attempting to deduce the meaning.
I had embroidered those letters on my scarf myself. They meant to stand for the first initial letter of each of my family members. My sister, Vinestaff, got the V. My roommate, Slingshot, got the S. Me, Shuriken, got the other S. Hopefully he doesn't catch that. After all, the meaning behind it is quite personal. Is that supposed to be the name of a ship or something? Suggested one of the cops. I couldn't help but chuckle a little. No, you idiot! It's probably just the company that produced the fabric. Stay on topic here, dude, said the other cop, giving his coworker a smack on the back. Banhammer thought for a bit before grumbling. This may be the initials. Oh, crap. for Silver Shadow. The two S's stand for Silver Shadow. In the V, Banhammer deduced, maybe it stands for 5? Like 5th generation, or the second cop offered. There's more of them? Banhammer hollered incredulously. Banhammer's voice echoed in the near empty lot before everything went silent. Banhammer grumbled. Whatever this is, it's a huge step closer to finally figuring this out. Let's take this inside and lock it up in the evidence room. The three headed inside as they ordered any remaining officers to lock up the captured thieves. Shoot! If they lock up that piece of my scarf, I may never get it back. They'll be able to track me down, and oh, the trouble I'll be in. I gotta get it back. Determined to get the scrap back, I leaped off the roof and bolted for the front door. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to reach it in time before the door shut. Opening it again would be too obvious, unless I was trying to be arrested. Looking around, I spotted an open window that led to the left of the front desk, just where Banhammer and the cops were heading. Carefully, I pried the loosened mosquito net off the frame.
I placed it down on the ground beside me before peering in. Once I confirmed the coast was clear, I slipped in and hid behind a potted plant. The front desk was shaped like a horseshoe and pressed against the concrete wall. An Infernal sat in front of a computer, not paying attention to what's happening around her. Other identical plants decorated the interior with chairs and side tables leaned against the walls, arranged in a uniform pattern. A sign above the desk read, Banlands Police Station. The ground was smooth and shiny, with white and gold marble-like patterns, not ideal for stealth. Damn, they put a lot of work into decorating this place. Shuri, focus on the mission. I crept under the front desk, and kept my eye on a band of cops. They were heading to a door on the wall. Still discussing the possibility of there being multiple silver shadows. Mindlessly, the trio used an access card on the scanner near the wall. A metal door slid up as the three proceeded through. On the other side of the gate, the room seemed more bare and less polished than the main lobby. During my time studying the other side, the metal barrier began to lower. In a state of panic and quick thinking, I vaulted over the plant before sliding under the nearly closed door. I attempted to get a grip on the ground, but the smooth surface was oddly slippery, despite my attempt to keep my posture. I lost balance and crashed into a wall, loudly. Huh? Banhammer grumbled curiously. Scrambling for a solution, I impulsively used my illusions of smoke and went invisible. I held my breath as Banhammer kept his eyes locked on where I once was. Is everything alright, Warden? One of the cops inquired. Yeah, he muttered. Just thought we were being followed. Thankfully for me, the three moved on from the slip-up quickly, giving me ample time to scurry. Scurry towards the door again. I exhale, revealing my location once again, but at least the trio didn't spot me. Damn wet floor, they need to put up a sign. I risked a glance past the wall that sheltered me. The three still advanced down the hall, and at the end, there were two sentinels by a large door.
What's up, Big Ban? A sentinel greeted. I held back a chortle. Banhammer growled. Don't call me that. I approached the trio from behind, cautious of my footsteps. What's the haps? The sentinel questioned, completely informally. Found some important evidence. About to lock it in the vault. The warden responded. I took a step. Which region? Bet those pesky playgrounders are always looking for trouble. I doubt those anarchs will have the skill to make some embroidery like this. Banhammer reasoned. I risked another. Maybe it's Blackrock. They all wear dark emo-looking clothes after all, one of the cops whispered. Can't be. Doesn't have their signature pattern and is too thin for their climate. I was practically pressing against their backs now. Lost Temple? One of them offered doubtfully. Are you paying attention? Banhammer exclaimed, throwing his arm back angrily. An opening! I reached for the cloth dangling from the warden's claws, but the last second Banhammer pulled his arm back. No Lost Temple Infernal wears clothes this thick. They'd overheat! I stumbled and lost my footing for a moment. Sorry! I lost track.
I stumbled and lost my footing for a moment, but I used my arms to push myself back. Swiftly, I grappled to the ceiling and clung on. One of the sentinels perked up. Warden, sir, were you being followed? Banhammer sharply turned around, summoning his gear for defense. I held my breath again, but my heart was racing. Sir, the owner of the evidence is probably from Thieves' Den. They're trying to steal it back, the sentinel reasoned. A clever little thief, aren't you, Silver Shadow? Banhammer growled, shifting the hammer in his grasp. Scan the perimeter. Keep an eye out for this pesky criminal. I'm locking this up in the vault before he gets away with this. All the officers nodded in acknowledgement and hurried off to their duties. Van Hammer glared back at the sentinel, who scrambled with the key in his hands. Oh shit. My eyes studied the surroundings for any way to get an advantage here, but there was nothing. No plants, decor, or cover. Just some stupid weird fluorescent lights. Wait, wires? I redirected my attention to the lights. The frame keeping the bulb in was loose. I could practically see all the inner workings within the ceiling lights. If these worked anything like those stupid Christmas ones, as long as I knock one out, all of them should go out. I just needed to get the one closest to the source. That would be likely by the vault, considering generators are usually behind the building. But of course, I can't go out without... in the document here, they have in really big, fancy text, style. And like sparkles. Yeah, like sparkles over it. I fastened my mask tightly before jumping down from the ceiling using the officers as a nice cushion. The sentinels pulled out their firearms, aiming at me, but in a quick course of action, I held my arms up in surrender.
The warden scoffed. Silver Shadow. I'm surprised you weaseled your way in here. He advanced towards me. And I'm surprised you finally managed to get a lead to my identity, I retorted with a deeper voice. Van Hammer's tone shifted to more confrontational. Do you realize how many infernals you're putting in danger with your reckless interference? Thought someone more competent should do what you can, I responded cockily. Ooh, that's not. Oh, that's not. Van Hammer charged forward, swinging his hammer at me. I was quick to use the illusions of smoke once again, disorienting the police forces. I swiftly made my way over to the vault door and used a singular roundhouse kick to take care of the sentinels. I disarmed them of their firearms, taking them into my possession. I'll admit you got quite far, Banny. I earned a snarl from the warden, but your streak of luck runs out tonight. I aimed the weapon towards the ceiling and fired into the light. Glass shattered from the frame, and the lights flickered before going out completely. The only sight was the glow from both Infernal's horns serving as a guide. Perfect. Using my grapple, I was able to boost myself past the warden. Straining my eyes, I locked in on the target. My scarf. My claws wrapped around the cloth I used as I used my legs to kick my adversary in their face. Van Hammer let out a roar of pain and his grip loosened around the remnants of my attire. The ruckus lured more officers who conveniently opened the door out for me. With some simple gymnastics, I was able to maneuver around the pathetic backup and sprint out the window I came in from. I didn't knock over the plant, but honestly, kind of a badass rebel move. I took as many shortcuts as I could to get back to the apartment, hoping my siblings were either asleep or had already left for work. I slipped into my room through out the window. I shot a quick glance at the clock. 7:30. Oh, I'm 20 minutes late! I changed and shoved my vigilante clothes under my bedsheets. I didn't have enough time to shower at this point, but come on, I can't stink that bad. They won't notice I skipped.
I bolted out the door, making sure the apartment was locked nicely, and raced to the cafe. It was a 50-minute walk from our place, but I could make it 5. I had to take a few detours, let's call them that. I'll deal with the trespassing charges later. I skidded to the front of the shop at 7:45. Slingshot looked up from the counter before his nose scrunched up at the sight of me. Yes, I didn't bother to iron my uniform. My hat was lopsided, and, as Vine told me later, I absolutely stinked. I gave Slingshot a nervous grin. He crossed his arms and gave me a death glare. Why are you late, Shuriken? I sighed, breaking my facade before just answering with half the truth. Let's just say I had a rough night. And that's the end of this story. I like this one a lot. This is just like oozing with personality.
It's very good.
Let me show you guys. This is how the document is formatted. It's very cool. And we have the artists at the bottom. They drew themselves at the bottom. Written by Star Animus and Nightbird TA. Very cool. Really like that one. It was also surprisingly funny. I liked how Van Hammer was written.
It was very good.
Yeah. Let me see if they have any notes. Um. And after another night of successful vigilante work, Shuriken perched by the Badlands police station as he watched the sun rise. He was quite content with the night's work. He caught all the bad guys he could find, and now the police is gathering up the... Wait. The cops end up finding a piece of Shuriken's scarf, knowing that if the piece of evidence was locked away inside the station, he'd be in a lot of trouble. He went on a mission to retrieve it. Star and I worked on this piece through exams, projects, and whatnot that our school throws at us. But we were able to get this done, somehow. I was the first to pitch the idea, but since my English grammar and vocabulary wasn't as good as my sister, Star's, I decided to drag her into this project too. Of course, I need to make a good piece of writing for my absolute favorite character in fighting. We really enjoyed working on this. We didn't want to make something too serious, so we wrote something in between. We wanted to make stupid Shuri and stuff. So this was written by a pair of siblings! That is so cute! Thank you, Nightbird the Avian and Star Animus. This was written very... I love the writing style of this one. This is very good.
Very delightful. Yes!
Fuck, yes. Okay, guys. We have 3 stories left. Okay?
Oh, we're down to the wire!
We
Oh
are
my
down
God.
to the wire. This one, I remember... I remember I said I liked it because it reminded me a lot of my own writing style. I think it was this one. This one is by, Alpha Dime. I'm not sure if there's a title for it. It doesn't seem like it. You got it up, Petey?
Which one again?
Alpha, it's by Alpha Dime.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. I'll start.
Yes.
To be perfectly honest, Bloxy Radar didn't really care for finding the Silver Shadow. So what if they were beating up thugs and thieves? It made their lives over at Badlands Police a whole lot easier. It also saved herself some legwork. She hated legwork. But Banhammer had an ego that was only matched by his height. He couldn't stand the thought of a lawless vigilante doing his work for him, and he'd made it a high priority goal to catch them and put them behind bars all by himself. Now, Radar didn't care much for her reputation. Despite everyone getting on her ass for being lazy, she knew her 99% success rate on solving cases spoke for itself. She had lots of freedom for what cases she took because of that, and she only took ones that were truly worth her time, and didn't require too much physical effort. But even she couldn't overrule the warden, unfortunately. Once again, the Silver Shadow had dumped a bunch of unconscious criminals at their doorstep late into the night, then dashed away. Apparently it was a close call. One of the rookies had caught them in the act, but the vigilante was incredibly evasive, and they just barely escaped. Banhammer hadn't been happy about that, and the incident had him finally swallowing his pride and calling in Radar. Honestly, when she'd woken up to a call in the middle of the night and saw his number on her phone, she'd seriously considered ignoring him and going back to sleep. But she really didn't feel like dealing with the aftermath, so she'd reluctantly got up and prepared to head out. Now, when Radar finally arrives at the station, she sees officers already on the scene, busy putting the pile of criminals into handcuffs. It's a sight she'd seen many times before, but it always amuses her. Wanting to be done as soon as possible, Radar gets to work. First, she scopes the area. From what she knows, the Silver Shadow was very careful about not leaving traces, but nobody was perfect. Meticulously, she looked at the road, sidewalk, dumpsters, everything. It's difficult with how dark it is, but she powers through. When her eyelids start struggling to stay open, Radar prepares to cut her losses and come back in the morning. But just before she turns around to leave, something on the ground in an alleyway catches her eye. A piece of cloth. Radar picks it up, eyes widening when she realizes what it is. This was a piece of the Silver Shadow's outfit. It must have gotten ripped off in the scuffle. Immediately, she summons her gear and scans it. 3072, it reads on screen. There's also a marker indicating the general direction, which was north. Huh. Oh, that's you. Sorry.
You're good. Huh, she thinks. The Silver Shadow is fast. They managed to travel this many studs in the time it took for her to get here? While her gear's general ability to locate any identical objects of the scanned object in a small area, it also possessed the ability to locate a single related object in a much wider range. Meaning, if she tore a piece of paper and let the rest of it fly away with the wind, she could scan the torn piece and get the exact distance and general location later on. It was incredibly useful in theory, but she can only scan an object a certain number of times. Based on how small the piece of cloth was, radar estimates she can only scan it a total of 5 times. 4 now that she's already done so once. Even with that elimination, it's a huge lead. One that she won't let go to waste. She'd get some sleep first, though. Can't really do her job on 3 hours of sleep. Shuriken really hated Fridays. Almost always, Thieves' Rest was extremely busy, packed to the brim with all sorts of customers ranging from infernals who'd just come off of work to young punks intent on causing a ruckus. It was hectic, Shuriken having to use his Thieves' Den training to its full extent to dodge and weave between the customers. It didn't help that he was typically running on only a couple hours of sleep as well. Not only that, but every once in a while Shuriken would have to deal with a rude customer. It was uncommon on slower days, but on Fridays and weekends they were far more prominent. Like now, for example. Sorry, sir. This coupon is expired. Shuriken does his best to maintain a neutral expression when the older infernal in front of him stamps their foot. What? That's impossible. I was told it was valid. Told by who? My child told me it was valid. She gave it to me and told me I could use it.
Shuriken sighs quietly. Well, I'm sorry, but your child is wrong. This coupon expires months ago. It isn't valid anymore. The old infernal's face goes so red, Shuriken thinks they might pop. Liar! He shouts. You damn youngsters think you're gonna do whatever you want, huh? You little... At this point, Shuriken has had enough. Last night, he'd nearly been caught by the Badlands police. This morning, Slingshot had gotten on his ass about his uniform being unironed. And now, he was not in the mood for an asshole customer's bullshit. But before he could blow up, a gentle hand pulls him aside. Hello, Vinestaff says, interrupting the old fart's rant. We're so sorry for any inconveniences we have caused, but we like to keep a peaceful environment here at Thieves' Rest, and you're disturbing our customers. Shuriken glances around, and sure enough, everyone's staring. The old infernal sputters, having been too caught up in their rage to notice. At least they had some shame. Vinestaff continues. If you'd like, we can offer you a free treat as compensation for your troubles. The old infernal glares at Shuriken and stands up. Fine. Just get me another of the thing I ordered. It's the least you could do. While Vinestaff leaves to fulfill their request, Shuriken also walks away, not wanting to be left alone with him. The chatter in the cafe slowly begins to pick back up again, and Shuriken walks into the back, leaning against the wall and attempting to calm himself down. Deep breaths, he thinks. Just relax. A cup appears in his face. Tea. Slingshot says, drink it. It will help you relax. We sell tea now? Shuriken asks. No, it's from Vine's plants. I've been tinkering around with them a bit. They're pretty good. Shuriken takes the cup, downing the tea, all in one go. Slingshot was right. It did taste good. Think that's the fourth customer that's flipped out today, Slingshot points out. Gotta be a record.
Not exactly a record we want to beat, Shuriken snorts. He peeks outside. The old infernal is thankfully gone. Yeah, today's been totally shitty. Slingshot agrees. Can't get any worse though, right? Shuriken gives him a look. Thanks for jinxing it, Sling. Hey! Shuriken leaves before Slingshot can retort, and gets back to work. His sibling was right, though. Surely it couldn't get any worse. Just then, the front door opens, signaling the arrival of a customer. Shuriken initially doesn't pay any mind, busy with serving another, but he eventually looks over for a moment to see, and he's forced to and he's forced to do a double take when he realizes just who it is. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no! A million thoughts go through Shuriken's mind as the best, most infamous detective Badlands Police has to offer walks up to Vinestaff to place an order. It's almost comical. The detective's clothes were unkempt, poor posture, and her eye bags were obvious. Yet he feels far more fear than he would facing off against a horde of thugs. He must have been staring for a while, because the detective shoots him a curious look. Shuriken turns his head quickly back to the customer, who was also looking at him weirdly. You okay? They ask. You look like you're about to throw up. No, it's nothing. Shuriken chuckles awkwardly. Just drifted off for a moment. Sorry about that. What did you need again? He tries his best to act normal from then on, but the sudden spike of anxiety doesn't fade away. He can't stop himself from glancing at the detective, and even Vinestaff takes notice after a bit. Shuri, she says. Once there's a lull in customers, she walks up to him where he's leaning on the front door and puts a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? You don't seem well. You keep looking at that infernal over there. Shuriken shoots a forced grin. Nah, it's nothing. Just a little nerves. That's all. I mean, why is there a cop in our cafe anyway? That's a cop? Vinestaff raises an eyebrow. How can you tell?
Shit, Shuriken didn't mean to say that. I'm pretty sure I saw her at the police station one time, he lies. Vinestaff shrugs. If you say so. I still don't get why you're so nervous. Well, I'm just keeping an eye out, you know. If a cop is here, that means something fishy is going on nearby. Better to be on guard than to be caught lacking. Right. Vinestaff doesn't sound convinced, but Shuriken obviously can't tell her the truth. He takes a deep breath as Vinestaff goes back to manning the counter. Alright? He really needed to relax. It was probably coincidence that detective being here. Like his sibling said, she did look pretty damn tired, so there was probably nothing to worry about. Probably. There was something up with that waiter. Radar was exhausted. She'd spent the entire day traveling across the city to triangulate an area to investigate, scanning the cloth piece at 3 different locations to do so. Oh, that's smart. But even despite the fact that her legs ached and head hurt, she instantly noted the pink-horned waiter. They were clearly wary of her, which wasn't caused by concern by itself, as some people were just jittery around cops, except she wasn't wearing her uniform, which meant they somehow recognized her. The only infernal that recognized her usually weren't very law-abiding. She drank her coffee slowly, pretending to read a newspaper while keeping an eye out on that waiter, where, from idle chatter, she learns his name is Shuriken. For some reason, he looked familiar almost. Radar is sure she's never seen him before, but there was something about those horns that tugged at her brain. She pulls out a photo of the Silver Shadow. It's the cleanest one in the Badlands police database, but it's still quite blurry. The vigilante was hard to pin down. Radar squints her eyes at Silver Shadow's face in the photo, looking specifically at their horns. In closer look, she notices that they were quite similar to Shuriken's horns. Interesting! To be fair, it wasn't a very complex horn shape. She'd seen many other infernals with similar horns as well. Also, the Silver Shadow's horns are green, not pink, though it was almost certainly dyed. Radar puts away the photo and continues to pretend to read. In the corner of her eye, Shuriken shoots glances at her often, furthering her suspicions. She had already visited many popular establishments for questioning prior to this, and she planned to do the same here at Thieves' Rest.
Now, she knew for sure who she was going to interrogate. She sits there for a while, waiting until customers start to clear out and the sky turns orange. This place is pretty cozy, she thinks. Maybe she'd come back once this case was finished. That is, if the waiter had nothing to do with her investigation. It'd be pretty awkward if she went back after getting one of the employees arrested. When only a few customers remained in the cafe, she finally stands up. Hey, she says, walking up to Shuriken. He jolts in surprise, clearly not expecting it. Sorry for the bother, but I'm Radar, Bloxy Radar, of the Badlands Police. I have a few questions pertaining to an investigation I'm running, and I was wondering if you could spare a few moments and answer them? Sure, he said. He glances back at the cashier, then motions for her to follow them to the corner. Thanks, Radar says. First of all, how familiar are you with Silver Shadow? It's an eye-catching conversation starter, and it works, given the way his face twitches momentarily. Who? He asks. Already lying, Radar thinks. They're a vigilante, she says. They're pretty well known from around the city, I'd say. Maybe you didn't know the vigilante's nickname, but you've surely heard of their activities before. They make a habit of assaulting infernals at night. Shuriken's eyes widen, and he rubs the back of his head. Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. I don't think they just assault infernals, though. Pretty sure, I heard they beat up bad guys only. Is that so? Radar raises an eyebrow. Even so, vigilantism is still a crime. Dangerous infernals like the Silver Shadow don't have a right to just run around crossroads arbitrarily deciding who to assault. Well, Shuriken sounds like he's about to retort, but he cuts himself off. I don't know. From what I've been told, they don't seem like they have bad intentions. Maybe not, she shrugs. But my job is to find out who they are regardless. Radar then pulls out a photo of the Silver Shadow. Here's a photo of them. It's a tough ask, but have you ever seen anyone enter the cafe who matches this description?
You guys know that part of Chainsaw Man? The beginning of part 2 of Chainsaw Man, where it's like Denji trying to get himself caught. that's I don't know why I just got reminded of that. Shuriken takes the photo, looking at it intensely. It'd be best to look at the horns, of course, Radar adds. You know, they kinda look like yours. To his credit, Shuriken doesn't outwardly react, but he hesitates just a tad too long. Really? He says. I wouldn't say that. I mean, this photo isn't very clear, but it looks pretty different from mine. Huh. Shuriken turns away from her gaze, then hands the photo back. Well, sorry, but I can't say I've seen anyone who looks like that. After a couple of hours into a shift, infernal spaces tend to blur together, you know? Radar nods. Fair enough. That's all for now. I suppose. She pockets the photo and pulls out a card from her coat containing her contact information. It's wrinkly and the corners are ripped off, suggesting it's been there for a while. If you do see or learn anything suspicious regarding the Silver Shadow, give me a call, alright? He takes it. Sure. With that, Radar steps away and turns around to leave. Thanks, she says, lifting up a hand in goodbye. Tell whoever made my coffee that it was great. She doesn't hear an answer as she exits the cafe. Outside, the cool night air whips across her face, and her shoulders immediately collapse in exhaustion. This was a prime example of why Radar hated investigations that weren't near the station. Though, at least she came out of it with a good chunk of information. At the other places she'd visited, there hadn't been anyone who was particularly dodgy, and she'd been starting to feel frustrated. Now she had a prime suspect. If Shuriken hadn't reacted so strongly to her questions about the Silver Shadow, she would have assumed he was just committing some petty crime recently, which was below her pay grade. But no, he definitely knew something. Radar pulls out a piece of plastic from her coat pocket. It was a piece that had been torn off from the card she'd given Shuriken. If he hadn't thrown it out yet, she'd used the track where he lived later, once Thieves' Rest closed up. Oh, that's so smart. She walks away, stretching her arms. Thankfully, that coffee was strong. He'd probably be falling asleep otherwise.
Shuriken was so fucked. He blew it for sure. He didn't know what he did that drew the detective's attention. Had he been staring too much? He thought he toned it down, but apparently not. It didn't matter at this point in any case. When Radar had come up to him, he panicked like crazy. It was maddening. When the mask was on, he had no problems keeping his composure. But how was he supposed to keep calm here at his workplace, with his siblings nearby? Shuriken closes his eyes. He needed to relax. Maybe Radar was suspicious, but I didn't think he'd said anything incriminating. Everything was fine, right? Shuri? Shuriken looked up to see his siblings approaching him. Vinestaff's brows are furrowed with worry, while Slingshot looks more cautious and on guard. What was that all about? Or what was that all about? Slingshot asks. Why was that infernal talking to you? Vine said. She was a cop. It was nothing, Shuriken says. She just wanted to ask a few questions. About what? Shuriken debates about whether to lie or not. The Silver Shadow, he admits. The Silver Shadow? Vinestaff repeats. What does that have to do with you? No idea. Shuriken rubs his neck nervously. Look, it wasn't a big deal. She told me she was running an investigation. But I didn't have much to tell her, so she left. That's all. Slingshot crosses his arms. Well, if she ever bothers you again, just tell me, okay? I'll kick her out for you. Shuriken chuckles anxiously. Thanks, Sling, but really, it was no big deal. I'm sure it wasn't. Slingshot crosses his arms. If you say so.
This was too easy. From the rooftop of another building, Radar watches as Shuriken, or rather, the Silver Shadow, jumps out of his apartment from the 10th story like a maniac and grapples onto the side of another building. From there, he runs along the wall and quickly disappears out of sight, presumably to go beat up some thugs. Radar yawns. It'd been a simple task tracking down Shuriken once the thieves' rest had closed. He'd actually kept the card she gave him, which was a surprise, and she'd used it to track him to not only his apartment building, but his specific floor and apartment as well. Unfortunately, she didn't have a camera on her right now, but she could always come back another time. A photo of him jumping out of his window wearing his Silver Shadow outfit would be more than good enough to justify a warrant. But
Photos
maybe
of Spider-Man!
I want photos of the Silver Shadow!
God.
But maybe she'd wait a few days before coming back here. She really didn't want to do this. Plus, she really didn't want to do this whole trip again, and breaking into the building had been pretty risky as well. Plus, the paperwork involved with the rest was always annoying. Sighing, Radar decides it's time to leave. It was past midnight already, and she'd been awake for far longer than usual. Once she got home, she was going to sleep for a very long time. She catches the last train back home, and predictably, it's practically empty. Radar has to stop herself from falling asleep on the way, lest she miss her stop. When she gets off, it's a 15-minute walk to the bus stop. Since the last bus had already passed, that quickly turned into a 40-minute walk back home. At this point, Radar seriously considers sleeping behind a dumpster, but being mugged doesn't sound very appealing. While the upper layers of Crossroads were noticeably safer than the lower ones, it wasn't an invitation to lower your guard. Criminals were still out and about, and Infernals needed to be alert constantly. Radar knew this, of course, even if she hadn't had any incidents herself. However, this was the first time she had to walk this far while this exhausted, and even the simple task of paying attention to her surroundings was posing a significant challenge. Wanting to get home as fast as possible, she decides to take a shortcut through an alleyway. It's narrow and dirty, but those facts are the last thing on her mind. Well, they were the last thing on her mind until two Infernals suddenly step out in front of her right before she reaches the exit. Immediately, Radar knows what's about to happen, and she turns to run, only to see two Infernals blocking the other direction as well.
Fuck! One of the Infernals steps forward with a smirk on their face. Hello, they say. Oh my god. Dude, there's like the Green Goblin mask is calling to me. I'm being invited to play one of my favorite games by someone, but I'm locked in! I'm locked in! A smirk on their face. Hello, they say. I'll spare the small talk. You know what we're here for, don't you? If you're looking for money, I have a cool $15 in my wallet. Wallet, Radar replies. She tries to remain calm, but fear swiftly overtakes her. Were these Infernals following her this whole time? How'd she not notice? If she were in an open area, there would be less of them, and she'd be confident she could get away. But she was trapped on all sides. That's okay, the Infernal says, their smirk morphing into an ugly grin. We aren't strapped for cash. We just want to get some blood on our hands. Ain't that right, guys? The other Infernals shout their agreements, summoning their gears. Wait! She holds out her hands, her knees nearly buckling. This was the worst case scenario. She thinks the muggers could be appeased, but these guys were psychopaths. Please, just what? She's interrupted by a kick from behind that knocks the wind out of her, sending her sprawling to the ground.
Oh, jeez.
Laughs explode all around as her pain lances through her body. Don't be so rough, idiot, the first Infernal chastises. We don't want this to end quick, do we? Oh my god, he invited me again! Literally live streaming, you chump. Arrgh. Okay, sorry about that. Radar struggles to stand up, truly panicking for the first time in what seemed like ages. It was ironic. She prided herself on being able to suppress her emotions, believing it made her better at her job. Her colleagues criticized her for it, though, the ruder ones likening her to those black rock bots, and the kinder ones believing it to be self-destructive. Radar didn't listen to any of them. She was the best detective in Crossroads. She got results, and that's all that mattered. But faced with a scenario where logic and reasoning were irrelevant, she flounders like a new spawn. For most of her existence, Radar lived life for herself. She had a few she could call acquaintances, and none she can call a friend. She didn't volunteer, or go out to events, or do recreational activities. She simply did her job, and went out for a drink occasionally, but otherwise stayed home. It was a simple life, one most would call unexpected for someone of her talent. but she was fine with it. It was the one she chose, after all.
But now, faced with the possibility of death for the first time, Radar begins to regret those choices. She cries out as she's knocked down again. Before she can even think about getting up, a blunt weapon smashes against her face, sending blood spewing out of her mouth. One of Radar's favorite pastimes was logging onto the case database and just reading through them. She found a strange fascination learning all the grisly crimes that happened in the city she lived in, believing they would never happen to her. Every infernal involved in them, every victim, they were just statistics in her eyes. She supposed that's karma, her becoming an addition to those statistics. Another victim of a spontaneous murder in the middle of the night. Maybe that's what she deserved. But still, Radar didn't want to die. She was scared, and she didn't want to die. She closes her eyes while the thugs amp up her attacks, a kick to the side, a punch to the face, stab of a sharp weapon to her leg. In her final moments, she desperately tries the one thing she can still do. During a lull in the attacks, Radar summons her gear and scans the cloth of the Silver Shadow one final time, praying he's nearby. 0, her gear reads. What? In an instant, the attacks stop. Radar keeps her eyes closed, certain it's just a sick joke. A figment of her imagination. But then one of the thugs yells, followed by sounds of a scuffle breaking out, and her mind races with all the possibilities of what the hell was happening. Was the Silver Shadow really? In the end, whatever it was didn't last long. The alleyway goes quiet, and Radar keeps her eyes shut, hoping this was all just a bad dream. Hey. A voice calls softly to her and she flinches. Hey, they repeat. I'm not gonna hurt you. You're safe now. Slowly, Radar opens her eyes. If she weren't in such bad condition, she would have laughed at the irony of the sight of her savior, the Silver Shadow, crouching down in front of her. She then attempts to speak before promptly passing out.
For once, Thieves' Rest is relatively slow today. Shuriken leans against the wall, watching a few customers inside with mild curiosity as he waits for something to do. It's a side effect of his time as Silver Shadow, but he'd grown quite good at reading people's body language, and he uses that skill to pass the time. A couple is sitting together in the corner, flirting quietly. While they both seem happy on the outside, Shuriken notices one of the Infernal's smiles seems forced. Skateboard and Boombox are chatting at a side table, somehow managing to keep their voices down. To most, Skateboard would seem bored and uninterested, but Shuriken can tell he's rapidly paying attention to what Boombox says. Finally, an older Infernal is sitting by the window, seemingly staring out into space in loneliness. Shuriken spots their constant foot tapping, however, and he assumes they're waiting for someone. Eventually, Shuriken closes his eyes. While yesterday's Silver Shadow adventure had been uneventful, dashing around the rooftops of Crossroad was still tiring. Honestly, he might have fallen asleep had the door to Thieves' Rest not opened at that exact moment. He straightens instantly, assuming customer service mode, but swiftly finds it isn't necessary when he sees who it actually is. Hi again, Radar says. Bandages and bruises litter the detective's body, and she's using some sort of crutch, but strangely enough, she has more life in her eyes than Shuriken had ever seen before. Can we talk? Sure. Shuriken agrees, heart beating fast. Why the hell was she here again? Surely she hadn't figured it out, had she? If she did, she was in no condition to arrest him, so he could make an easy getaway if needed. Like before, he leads her to the same corner they talked in prior. Before I say anything else, I just want you to know that I didn't report you to the warden, okay? So, there's no need to worry. Initially confused, Shuriken nods in relief when he realizes what she's implying. Then, dread instantly courses through him when he realizes what she's implying.
Wait, what? He exclaims, eyes widening. He chuckles nervously, glancing at Vinestaff over at the counter. What are you talking about? Why would I be reported to the warden? Who is the warden? Relax, Shuriken. Radar interrupts. Shuriken doesn't even think he told her his name. I know who you are. Again, you don't have anything to worry about. Shuriken gulps. I'm not here to arrest you or anything, I promise you, she says. Please just hear me out. He takes a deep breath, looking into her eyes. He can't find a hint of malice in them. Okay, he agrees. I don't want to waste your time, so I'll keep things short. Radar clears her throat, and she visits with her hands anxiously. I want to come over personally to thank you for saving my life back then. Shuriken's eyes widen. I thought I was going to die there. She continues, those Infernals, I didn't know who they were. They just attacked me out of nowhere. I hear so much. I was so scared. And then you saved me. You saved me. Thank you, Shuriken. Truly, I owe you my life. Shuriken stands there, touched. He hadn't been expecting this. Helping Infernals was his calling, but he never expected anything in return for doing so. It's no problem, he smiles warmly. It's my duty. I would do anything to save a life. Well, you didn't have to, Radar says. You could have left me to die, and the police would never be able to catch you without me. I could never do that, Shuriken says fiercely. Never I would able to live with myself, knowing I let someone die. Radar smiles at his response. That's good to hear. And speaking of the police, I managed to convince them to stop going after you. Shuriken blinks rapidly. Surely he was hearing things. What? In the hospital. The warden visited me. Surprising, I know. He was actually worried about me too, which was also a surprise, but he did have a question for me.
Oh shit. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. Wrong tab, sorry. Radar shifts on her crutch. He asked who saved me, she said. And you know what happened when I said the Silver Shadow? He had the audacity to get annoyed. Shuriken suppresses a laugh. Really? Yeah, but he did something I didn't expect. He told me he was gonna call off the search for the Silver Shadow, as a way of saying thanks for saving me. I was shocked at first, but I'm glad now. It would have been pretty messed up for me to go after the Infernal who saved my life. Shuriken grins, still having trouble processing what he'd just been told. You wouldn't have caught me. Are you sure about that? I figured out your identity the day I met you, by the way. Oh, right. He frowns. She wouldn't be here otherwise. How the hell did you do that? Trade secret. Radar presses a finger to her lips, smirking. Alright, I'll stop taking your time. I have to go now anyways. I'm meeting up with a friend. Radar bows her head again. Thank you, once again. I won't forget you. You're welcome. Shuriken bows back. Feel free to stop by any time. I'll get you a discount. Radar smiles, waving at him before exiting the cafe. Shuriken watches as she disappears out of sight, a warm, content feeling in his chest. Who was that? Vinestaff's voice suddenly appears behind him. Was that the detective again? Did she really come back? Slingshot adds, also appeared from behind. Did she bother you, Shuri? Shuriken shakes his head. No, not at all. You did look chummy with her. Vinestaff notes. What did she want? He hesitates, unsure of what to reveal. Nothing. He eventually says, she just wanted to thank me for the help I gave her a while back. I said no problem and told her she could come back whenever she wanted. Vinestaff frowns. I thought you were scared of cops. I'm not!
If you say so. His sibling rolls her eyes and goes back to her place behind the counter. Slingshot then pushes Shuriken back into the main area of the cafe. Enough chit-chat, get back to work. Customers aren't going to serve themselves, you know. Shuriken sighs dramatically, but it contains none of the usual annoyance. For once, he goes about the rest of his day with a smile. And that is the end of the story.
Shuriken and Vinestaff, get back to work or you're fired!
I think this is my favorite one. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is my favorite one.
That one was pretty good.
I really like this one. I really, really do. This was by Alpha Dime. Let's see if they left us any notes. I wanted to focus more on the detective character in my story, and how someone like Shuri could affect her life. That's all they wrote. I really like this one. I just really like the style of it. I love stories that are written like this. But yeah, thank you again, Alpha Dime, for writing this.
Fuck yes, bro.
Okay. Let's see.
Looks like we have 2 stories left, an animation, and 2 comics.
Are we gonna have... Okay, there's like... We also have the other images as well.
I mean, we've been showcasing the images the whole time, no?
No, I meant like I had some like oh, you might not have access to it. I have like a few I wanted to specifically show on stream. Like showcase. Yeah. I don't want to make this like a two-parter stream though. But it's almost
but
7
also-
hours.
Yeah, no, I feel like it might be for the best to just finish things off on another stream, and if it's too short of a stream for that one, just play games or something.
I don't know. I feel like we can do like a final stretch, personally.
Let me see what kind of stuff we have left.
If you want to dip, that's okay. Like that's understandable.
No, bro, I'm ride or die with you, bro.
Okay, man.
Okay, these aren't too long. They're
yeah,
7
they're
pages,
not long.
5 pages.
It's like it's like 7 of 5 pages. Okay, let's do the long one first, so we can end on the short one.
Vibrant Valiance, I think it is.
Yes, I think this is Vibrant Valiance. Okay, this next story is called Another Night in Crossroads by Vibrant Valiance. Penn steps out of the chaos of the mid-morning Crossroads street and into the air-conditioned lobby of the Banlands Police Department. At the desk sits a bored-looking bronze-horned infernal, who doesn't even look up as she enters, instead focusing on the burning, tiny, torn-up bits of napkin into ash. Penn adjusts her hat, out of which pokes 2 sharp, inky black horns, each of which were flanked by 2 pairs of smaller horns, before clearing her throat. The infernal glances up. What do you need? Penn bites back her annoyance at the lack of respect. I'm here to see the captain. The infernal lights another piece of napkin on fire. And who are you? Penn takes a deep breath. Crossroads is a different city. She reminds herself they don't know who you are. Detective, throwing knife Penn. She removes her badge from her pocket to show them. Now, where's the captain? Oh. This causes the Inferno to actually stop what they're doing. She's in the back. They gesture with the nod of their head. Penn takes another breath. She has more important things to deal with right now than a disrespectful officer. Still, she thanks them for before heading further inside the building. She's never actually been to the Crossroad branch before, so Penn doesn't really know where she's supposed to go. But protocol requires each door to be labeled, so it isn't long before she finds the one she's looking for. She knocks briefly, and it is met with a gruff, "Come in." Captain Bluesteel was a menacing inferno, with blue horns as sharp as her gear, and a scarred face set in what felt like a permanent frown. "Detective," she greets with a small nod. "Captain." Penn matches her curt tone. Then a small smile breaks out. "I heard you requested me, specifically." Bluesteel huffs at that. "I need the best. Someone I knew who wouldn't waste my time."
Of course. Penn slings her bag off her shoulder, slinging it over the back of the chair in front of Bluesteel's desk. "When have I ever let you down, Blue?" That draws a brief smile from the captain, one that reminds Penn of a simpler time, back when the two were just new spawns. It's gone as soon as it appears, though, her face setting back into its cold, stony default. Good. Now, the evidence. Right. Penn draws her trusty notebook from her bag and moves to take the file Bluesteel hands her. Sitting down and summoning her gear, she begins flipping through it, taking notes on all the important information. Last night, the Silver Shadow, a Crossroads vigilante, had left behind a piece of their outfit while dropping off some criminals. Penn hadn't heard much about this vigilante, but apparently they've been quite a thorn in Bluesteel's side, especially if she asked for Penn specifically. She flipped another page. According to the file, the piece of fabric was made from materials commonly found in thieves' den, including bright green dye used for the detailing. Can I see it? Bluesteel shuffles something from behind her desk as Penn finishes her notes from before. Before handing her a small scrap of fabric. She studies it. It's pretty much exactly as the file described it. "Is this all you have?" She glances at Bluesteel. The captain nods. "We have a few blurry photos of the shadow, but they aren't very informative." "Can I see?" Bluesteel hands them to her without a word. Penn lays them out on the desk, seeing the fabric next to them. She wasn't lying. The only defining detail of the Infernal is the bright green splashes decorating their outfit. How many criminals did you say they dropped off again? 5. Pen whistles. At this point, you might as well recruit them. Blue Steel scoffs. This is not the time for jokes. Pen grins and goes back to studying the evidence before her. She's only half joking. The Silver Shadow would make a good officer. They're clearly very skilled, being able to avoid not only arrest, but almost any documentation whatsoever. Soda?
Sorry. I gotta think. From what Penn knows, this also isn't the first time the Vigilante has brought in criminals, showing the Infernal's combat prowess. Penn taps her gear against the page of her notebook as she thinks. She needs to research, and a calm place to think. I'm going for a walk. She stands up, desummoning her gear and snapping her notebook shut. Can I take this? She picks up the fabric. Blue Steel sighs and nods. Just bring it back. Penn doubts the captain would give her anyone else this much freedom, but with such a crucial evidence, she knows Blue trusts her. She nods. Of course. She slips it into her pocket before returning her notebook to her bag. Oh, and before I go, she pauses as she slings her bag over her shoulder. That Infernal at the front desk? Torch, what about them? Penn pauses to figure out how she wants to word this. They're not very good at desk duty, is what she settled on.
Actually,
chuckles. Yeah, actually fucking snitching. I guess she is a cop, that's kind of her job.
Oh, yeah.
Blue Steel chuckles at this. Oh, I know. We're working on it. Right, crossroads. Alright then, I'll see you soon. Blue gives her a little nod before returning to her work, and Penn shuts the door. Penn does not like Crossroads. It's loud and crowded, and she misses the serene beauty of Splintered Skies. Ooh, I don't think we've had a Splintered Skies detective. This is the first one. And the only one, probably. She prefers the open view of the sky, the respect that always feels present because her faction only permits the best of the best. For now, Penn has found herself a quiet little cafe to settle herself in. Herself in Thieves' Rest. She has a book splayed out on the front in front of her. On Thieves' Den Flora, looking for what was used for the bright green dye. A visit to a Thieves' Den-based clothing store earlier had told her that the fabric was a material commonly used in the outfits of Dark Age warriors. It would make sense, considering that Silver Shadow's skills, but then why would they be in Crossroads? Penn stares at her notes, open on the table next to the book. Why is the Silver Shadow here? An exile, maybe? She could see if she could find any information on recently exiled Dark Age members, but the faction wasn't exactly easy to work with, and she doubts they'd give her the information easily.
Oh, here. She's drawn out of her thoughts by a waiter, a pink-horned infernal with a mutated arm. Do you need anything else? Penn nods towards her empty cup. A refill, please. The infernal reaches over to take the cup before glancing at the book on her table. Her eyes lit up as she registers its contents. You like plants? I'm doing some research. Looking for something that makes a bright green dye.
Mind staff, autism, magnet.
Oh, I know plenty of those in Thieves' Den, but not a lot that don't try to eat you. Not as much as in Crossroads, though. Penn hums. Anything used by the Dark Age clan, specifically, the Infernal seemed knowledgeable, and also very willing to talk. A rare but helpful combo. Her face falls a little. I don't know. Probably, but you're better off asking. She's cut off as another waiter stumbles into her, spilling the drink in their hands onto her. She hisses as a few drops land on her outfit, but most of it spills onto her wooden arm, saving her from a nasty burn. Sorry. The new waiter backs up sheepishly. The wooden-armed infernal sighs. It's fine. She turns to Penn. I'm sorry about this. I'll be right back. I should probably change. Penn nods, waving her away. It's fine. Accidents happen. She crushes down her annoyance at losing the source of information, but she can always come back later. Clean this up before Sling finds out, the woman-armed infernal murmurs quietly to the waiter before leaving. As annoyed as Pen is at this new waiter, she feels a little bad for him. He looks exhausted, and reminds Pen of the many nights she spent working on cases with barely any sleep. She glances down at him, scrubbing at the puddle on the floor. His horns are the same shade of pink as the other infernals, and now with his sleeves rolled up, she can see a pink tattoo covering his left arm.
Interestingly, the circular pattern on his arm reminds her of the pattern on the fabric scrap. A thieves' den thing, perhaps? I like your tattoo. The waiter glances up, looking a little surprised to be spoken to. Does it mean anything? He blinks, guarded. A flash of suspicion crosses his face. Right, crossroads. Yeah, it's for my sister. He glances back to where the other pink-horned infernal had gone. Pen nods. That's nice. Not very helpful. So are you two from Thieves' Den? The waiter's eyes narrowed, but he nods. What brings you to Crossroads, then? The waiter looks back at the floor with a shrug. Just wanted a fresh start, I guess. What about you? Work. Pen answers, thoughtlessly tapping her gear against her notebook as the other infernal stands. The action draws his eyes towards it. Is that your work? Pen grins. Something like that. Tell me, have you heard of the Silver Shadow? The infernal shifts uncomfortably. I don't think so. Does he know something? Maybe. Does he know? Maybe he just doesn't like talking to her. Also possible, considering what Pen's seen at Crossroads. She wants to ask him more, but is interrupted by the other waiter returning with Pen's refill. Sling needs you in the back, by the way, she tells the tattooed infernal, who's quickly taking the chance to escape. Sorry about him, I don't think he's been sleeping well lately. Pen hums sympathetically. Anyway, I have to get back to work, but if you have more questions about Thieves' Den plants, I can answer them when it's less busy. The cafe had slowly become more busy while Pen was eating, and now it seemed it was about to be the lunch rush. Don't worry, Pen smiles at the waiter, glancing to where her brother had disappeared. I plan on coming back.
Even at night, Crossroads never seemed to sleep. Pen listens to the chatter of voices too far away to make out, backed with bright lights of towering buildings, as she leans against the railing of the rickety balcony connected to the small office Blue Steel had let her use while she was in Crossroads. The evidence had been returned to Blue Steel, and now Pen was left with the book on Thieves' Den's flora and her notes. The book is balanced on the railing, splayed open as Pen sketches the images of a bright green bulb into her own notebook. She's so focused on her task that she doesn't notice the shadowed figure in the alleyway beneath her, until a blade embeds itself into the railing with a thunk. Pen yanks her notebook back to her chest on instinct, but it isn't fast enough to save the other book as the blade is yanked back on a familiar green rope. A chunk of wood splinters away with it, and the book falls to the alley below with unsteady shaking of the railing. Pen clutches her notebook to her chest in one hand, and gear in the other as she flicks the top off to reveal the blade within. Was that their gear? Some kind of grappling hook? No. The Silver Shadow seemed too smart to show their gear, but still. Pen looks cautiously over the edge, mentally daring them to try again. They want her notes, that much is clear, but that also means they know who she is. She's not sure how. She didn't notice anyone tailing her today, but Crossroads is far busier than she's used to. The Silver Shadow unfortunately does not throw it again, only stares back up at Pen. Their features are hard to make out under the darkness, but she can faintly see the green detailing on their mask, enough to make a rough sketch. But that'll only help so much, and Pen wants real evidence. With one quick motion, she throws her gear at the vigilante. She's hoping for more cloth, maybe some blood, but she wouldn't mind a fight either. She doubts the Shadow could take on the full force of the Badlands Police Department. But Silver Shadow is quick, and Pen watches as they disappear into the shadows, while her gear clinks faintly and hits the pavement below. She sighs a little in disappointment as she resummons her gear in her hand. They escape for now, but Pen still has their notes, and now a vague impression of their mask. I'll just finish it off. She stares out at the lights of the crossroads, her grip tightening on her gear as the familiar determination burns through her. She's one of the best for a reason, and she will not stop until she brings Silver Shadow in.
And that's the end of the story. This one was called Another Night in Crossroads by Vibrant Valiance. Let's see if they left us any notes. I like that one. I like their detective pen.
A lot of really
Vibrant-
detectives.
Yeah,
It's nice.
the throwing knife pen gear just seemed like a really good gear for a detective, so that was the main idea behind her. You know what? Fair enough. That's the only note they left. Thank you again, Vibrant Valiance, for submitting your story. Okay,
We appreciate it.
we got the last one here.
Bro, we're so close.
This story is written by May Myrene. Or May Mayrin, maybe. Perhaps.
It is entirely possible.
Yeah. Okay. This one's only 5 pages. I'll start. Magnifying glass. The sudden yell made the Infernal jump out of her chair, the piles of paperwork that were strewn on her desk flying around the room as she quickly adjusted her round glasses, taking a moment for her eyes to focus and see who had barged into her small office. Revolver, sir! What can I do for you, ma'am? She finally manages to say, her face turning a bright red as she looked at her superior, the stern expression on Z's face not revealing much about why Z was here, since, as far as Magnifying Glass knew, that was the only expression the Infernal was capable of. Be outside in 5. We got news that the Silver Shadow was seen again. The younger Infernal opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Revolver was already out of the room, closing the door behind her with a loud bang. You got it, sir, she said to herself, jumping slightly at the sound of a closed door. Silver Shadow, huh? She thought as she grabbed her oversized coat and hat from the lone hanger in the room, giving herself one last look over in the mirror. Her sheep-like horns were poking out from beneath her detective hat, which combined with her floppy ears were making it sit on her heat? That might be a typo. Her pink freckles were also clashing with the dark browns that she was wearing. She took a deep breath and walked outside her office, heading through the cramped alleyway of the CIA. She made her way past metal cabinets full of documents and paintings all of the other great detectives that have worked here. When she first found out about the Crossroads Investigation Agency, she felt something click inside her. Every other Infernal who had her gear before her had been a part of the CIA. All of them. What does the CIA stand for in this universe? I don't even know. All of them climbing up the ranks until they became the leaders of the agency, the cycle repeating over and over again, until it had gotten to her. She moved past more paintings, the look in the long-dead Infernal's eyes making her body shiver. She had never been able to integrate herself into the agency, Revolver having already been there for much longer than her. The older Infernal seemed utterly uninterested in letting her climb up the ranks. She was mostly made to do all the paperwork, no one else could be bothered to do so. So the fact that she had been brought along for a mission, specifically one involving the Silver Shadow, was already making her sweat. Oh, fuck.
You good?
Alright, let me fucking drink.
Take a sip.
Okay. Maybe if she managed to do a good impression of working on such a high-value mission, she could prove herself to her colleagues. As she stepped outside into the light breeze of the night, a newfound determination surged through her body as she went to join the small crew that was... Huh?
Help! I'm in the tunnel!
Oh no! Petey's trapped in hell!
Oh no! Oh god. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Is it me? Oh, it is me! It's me this time!
Oh, it's not.
Oh shit.
It's
Petey?
me.
It was me this time.
God. Oh god.
Dude, Petey is starting to Pibby. We should call you Pibby.
Oh my god. Hello? It wasn't me?
Yeah, no, it was me this time.
Oh my god.
I was at like 5,000 ping.
Oh my god. Pibby D glitch over here. Holy shit.
Pibby. Don't call me PVD glitch. Please don't.
I'm gonna make that a note on
Please
your
don't.
account. I
Please
am.
don't. Please
I
don't. I don't. Why? Why
Add
would you do
nope.
this to me?
Hippie D glitch.
Why would you do
Look.
this to me? Why would you do this?
One bug.
Continue. It's your page.
Oh no, I should have put the one ping! Like one piece, but one ping. Sorry, I'm distracted. Building. About time, Revolver spoke as he saw her. The silver, wide, slicked back horns shining in the moonlight. Time to go, everyone. They spoke before Magnifying Glass could apologize. The Badlands police contacted us personally, so I want all of you on your best behavior. She gave a not-so-slight glance at the sheep-horned infernal, which made a blush profusely. Focusing her eyes on the tips of her shoes, as she could polish them by looking intensely enough. Now then, let's get going. Apparently, the sighting was pretty close to their department, so they were walking there by foot, an anxious cloud hanging over the half-dozen infernals that were present, the cold breeze of the night not helping to soothe their worries. The Silver Shadow was the highest-profile criminal that they were investigating, so any information that they could gather on them was crucial. Infernals were amongst
Oh no.
It's me or
It's you this time. Oh no, it's me again.
oh? Tap 21 is me.
Oh no.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No.
Time aboard and bring along.
I think it's Discord. I think it's
Eh?
Discord.
Yeah, because I also hit 5,000 ping.
Yeah, what the hell?
Dude, we're looking for the one ping. I'm
the one
lit.
thing. We literally are. Sorry, continue.
Okay. Magnifying Glass noticed how all other infernals were whispering amongst themselves, hearing bits and pieces of speculation about how or what they might find, what would be the best ways to approach finding someone as elusive as the mysterious figure they were hunting tonight. The sheep felt suddenly very isolated despite her being surrounded by her peers, none of them giving her even a small glance. Was I brought here just to be ignored? She bitterly asked herself, clenching her fists as she let the others pass her, ending up in the back of the group. Fine, she thought, a determinate glint in her eyes. If they weren't going to look at her by their own accord, then she'll just have to make them pay attention to her. Whatever was going to happen tonight, she was going to get information on the Silver Shadow. It wasn't long before an officer dressed in the Badlands uniform came into view, the Infernal greeting them with a simple nod as they pulled up a piece of police tape that they had used to seal off a large portion of the area, letting the group go through. Another officer came up on them but only seemed focused on Revolver, skipping the pleasantries and going straight to talking about the situation at hand. Most of the Infernals gathered that the two of them, trying not so subtly to listen in on their conversation, while others went around looking around the area for any clues. If there was anything to be found, it would be uncovered shortly, probably by either Revolver or a much more skilled detective than Magni was. So she had to get creative. She summoned her gear, the weight of the object in her hands bringing her comfort. It was a small thing, a black magnifying glass with no interesting patterns or wild abilities. Something that everyone in the department had been given for free as a part of their acceptance into the CIA.
Despite that, however, she truly liked her gear. She appreciated the simplicity of it, the symbolic weight that it carried. I'm a detective! It seemed to scream at anyone who saw her summon it, and that made her feel incredibly proud. She tiptoed away from the main gathering of Infernals, who had already stated their investigative work. She looked past the police tape, trying to spot something that all the others had missed. Something that even the Badlands police had overlooked when deciding that the only relevant information was within the small circle. You can't be here, she heard someone from nearby say. When she looked, she was met with a massive infernal, long dark blue horns blending almost perfectly with their uniform. As Magnifying was about to apologize and hurry away, she noticed that they weren't talking to her. Their stern look was directed at a smaller figure outside the police tape, and a knot formed in Magnie's stomach when she realized that the figure must be a young or even newly spawned infernal. Their horns had just started to grow, and they were holding onto a book with weird symbols scratched into the cover. The officer's face got somehow even meaner looking as the small infernal said something that she couldn't hear. Without thinking, she went up to them, her grip on her gear tightening. "Is something the matter?" she said in a quiet voice, not wanting to draw the attention of the other officers. The guards spared her a glance, but her presence didn't seem to improve their mood in the slightest. "This one won't leave," they replied sternly. "I can deal with them," she found herself saying, her mouth speaking before she could stop it. "I wouldn't want such a minor inconvenience to take away from your very important job." She gave the guard a very forced smile, but it seemed like the flattery did its work. The officer taking a step back while a small smile tugged at their lips. "Very well then, make sure they don't cause trouble." And with that, they moved to the side, letting Magnie sneak below the tape and come face to face with the young infernal. The kid looked at her with big eyes, taking a tiny step backwards as they continued to cling to their book. "Hi, I'm Magnifying Glass." She tried to make her voice sound as friendly as possible, even crouching down so that the two were on the same eye level. She gave a nervous look to where the main investigation was happening, hoping that no one was looking for them, which thankfully no one was, everyone being too preoccupied with their own work to pay attention to what she was doing. The kid didn't respond, inching away from her instead.
"Is that your gear? Mine is this," she said while showing off her magnifying glass. "Here, do you want to hold it?" She knew this was a stupid move, but despite that she held out her gear, waiting for the infernal to take it. This was the easiest and fastest way to show them that she wasn't going to hurt them. Letting one get so close to another gear was a sign of incredible trust, one that she was now showing to some kid she didn't even know the name of. "Sword fight on the heights. What would revolver?" she said to herself.
You could just say Swath.
That's stupid! Swaths? That's
Yeah,
dumb.
It's Swath. That's how it's always been said. What do you mean? That's
That's
not like
dumb.
that's not like a fighting original thing. That's just how it's always been called.
I think everybody on Roblox is dumb.
Are they
Anywho,
also poor?
they are dumb, and they are also poor, and they are also common infected. You need to pull that gift up for people, by the way, while I read. She said
I
to
don't
herself, feeling
I
incredibly
don't
ashamed
know.
by what she was doing. To her surprise, however, the infernal did reach out to touch her gear, running their fingers along the handle before quickly going back to clutch their book. "I'm Depth Speaker," they said, looking
Dead
side to
speaker.
side.
Sorry,
Oh.
that caught me so off guard. Little
It is
kid named Death Speaker.
kid named Death Speaker. They
Sorry,
said,
continue.
looking side to side as if afraid that someone was going to jump them. "Is the Silver Shadow okay?" they suddenly asked, stepping closer to the magnifying glass. I think so," she said, not sure why the kid would be interested in this information. "We came here to look for them." The kid went quiet as if trying to digest the detective's words, their lips pressed together in the thin line that took as they took their eyes off her and looked at all the other infernals that were analyzing every square inch of space inside that bright yellow tape. They saved me," they started to say, their fingernails digging into the book's cover. "I was getting attacked by some older infernals when they came out of nowhere and saved me." The admiration in their voice was clear, and Magnifying Glass couldn't help but get a sick feeling in her stomach as she thought about how everyone around this child wanted the Silver Shadow to end up in jail. "That's where they fought," they continued, pointing at a small alleyway that was almost completely shrouded in darkness. A fire exit could be seen along the small street, along the wall of the small street, some wet liquid dripping down its stairs. It didn't take an amazing detective to realize what it was. "They gave me this," they proudly said, digging in the pockets of their pants and pulling out a crumbling cookie in the shape of a cat, blue icing smudged all over it. But Magnifying Glass barely registered what Depth Speaker had shown her, the detective getting up on her feet and running towards the alley. Something was dangling from the fire escape, something different than the blood that had been shed there. Stuck in the railing was a piece of clothing that blended almost perfectly with the background thanks to its dark green color. The only thing that made it visible to Magni was the stripes of neon green that shined in the moon when the moonlight hit them. They were visible for a moment before the moon was covered by clouds and the fabric went back to being almost invisible. But by then, the detective had already had it on her hand.
She turned it over, Analyzing the fabric as she followed the green pattern with her gaze. It was only a small part of a larger, intricate design, but it was clear who the design belonged to. She opened her mouth to yell at Revolver. Revolver. To yell at Revolver and shows them what she had found. This crucial piece of information that could lead to the capture of one of the most wanted criminals in all of Crossroads. But something stopped her from doing that. Would she get any real praise for finding this? Or would Revolver just snatch it from her hand and continue investigation without her? Maybe she held on to this. She could find the Silver Shadow all on her own, and then they would see all her worth. She stuffed the fabric into one of the pockets of her coat before fixating her gaze back on Death Speaker. Everyone else might not see her as an important member of the CIA, but she was a detective. And she had just gotten her hands on her first piece of evidence and on her first witness. And she wasn't about to let that chance slip by her. And that is the end of our final story. I like this detective a lot. I think it was really creative in the beginning of the story. That there's multiple magnifying glasses before her. But now she's just like a rookie. That's cool. That's a cool detail. But yeah, we're gonna move on to the animations now. Plural. There's multiple.
There are multiple.
There's multiple. I think for the sake of time, I'm just gonna show the two biggest ones.
Alright.
One that is called Catching... Huh?
We have some that are just like 30 seconds.
That's true. Let me, let me see. I might have to mute some of these because these have copyrighted music in them. Well, I'll just start with the biggest one first. You know. I don't remember if this one... I'm pausing the music to see if this has... Does this use copyrighted music? Or, oh, is this silent? Okay. I'll just play it. Beverage Teapot, were you expecting the stream to be this long? Actually, yes. I was expecting it to be like 6 hours. But now it's 7 hours. Okay, so this one is called Catching Silver Shadow. It's up on YouTube. It's by the YouTuber Fizzy. And we are going to watch it. Let's take a look. I'm gonna disable the chat just so there's nothing being obscured.
I will be back.
Okay. And no leads. You'd think it'd be easy finding a single person using an entire team of police forces. We were wrong. Quit smoking in the cafe! Okay, this uses fighting music. Good. Compass. I mean, I'm sorry. Nova. It's a big change, I know. It's fine, Winged. Continue. This piece was found a few nights ago. It appears homemade, which confirms our suspicions that the Silver Shadow is a solo vigilante. Seeing it's only a... Okay, wait. This is really loud. Sorry. 1 second. Okay. Seeing it's only one piece... Okay. How? Listen, Silver Shadow runs on an element of surprise, right? As long as we're alert and expect him... Okay, we'll find him. Oh! Continue! We can use him the stage of robbery! Oh, okay! Oh, okay. This is a really good plan. Silver Shadow comes to save us, and then we can call in reinforcements. And then we arrest him for Oh, Banhammer! We arrest him for vigilantism. I didn't hear. Repeat that? I traced a few Silver Shadow sightings and figured out they patrol this area often. You're going to pretend to rob us in the alleyway so we can lure Silver Shadow here. Huh? Oh yeah, sure. If we succeed in catching Silver Shadow, we'll drop your charges in jail time. Dumb plan you got there, but sure. Watch it, or we're calling this off. Alright, hand me your wallets. So, are they coming, or... Just give it a minute. Alright, I'm leaving. You can't do that. We gave you full wallets. Oh, you don't know, do you? Real wallet. Oh, that's awesome. Holy shit, this is frame by frame, too. Good try, but you're all... Our main piece of evidence? Gone. All that was left was our main... With no leads, this case is closed. Let's go. This was so good! Oh my god!
That was very cute. I'm a
that
big
was
fan.
So good! Dude, Petey, you
a
weren't
live
here
action.
for this!
No,
yeah,
I was.
oh, you did
I was.
see it. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was just muted watching. The fucking
caught me so off guard.
it's really funny. I love the Banhammer cameo. Shout out to Banhammer.
I think there was a bunch of them actually. I saw yeah, Boombox and Skateboarder here. I think Medkit was also here.
There was real life There was real life
and yeah, real life Banhammer.
Boombox, more like boo.
No, be fucking nice.
I'm sorry.
This is really good though. I really like this one.
It was
now,
really good.
We will end this the stream
on
with
the big one.
One final video.
A big stream with one video in it.
Yep. Okay, 1 second. Let me pull it up.
It's 15 minutes.
I hope this uses fighting music. I think it should.
I mean,
mark.
It's based on the fact that it's by who you said it's by. If it doesn't use fighting music, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, okay. Wait 1 sec. Okay. Good evening. My name is Classified. I am, by most standards, a very mysterious person. No one has ever seen what kind of gear I use, and most people tend to forget I even exist. Almost like a shadow. Which makes me the best detective in all of Crossroads. I've solved dozens of cases over the years, but this case in particular is far more dangerous and has taken nearly 5 months. They go by the Silver Shadow. Rumors call him agile, unrelenting, and ruthless. From my most recent encounter, he was seen breaking into buildings, destroying equipment, vanished before anyone else could question him. And my only evidence is this piece of clothing. Let's just say I become a fan of his work. Not out of admiration, of course. I swore to my superior that I would catch him and make him answer for his crimes. But first, I'd always like to prepare for the night. Oh wow, there's 3D models in this. The detective walks into the cafe and orders as usual, a hot black coffee served plain. Today, the same tired waiter that served him throughout countless nights handed him a blend he never expected from this cafe. Hello. Sorry if the blend tastes weaker than tonight, mister. It's quite alright. The detective sips on the cup. Shuriken laughs. Slingshot's trying to convince us watered down coffee is what the consumers want. Haha, very funny. Maybe we'd still have proper cocoa stocked if someone stopped dropping crates during the deliveries. Actually, wait, do you guys want me to read this or should I just let it play out? Sorry, I don't mean to pause in the middle of the video. Okay, please read. Okay. Those crates just disappeared. You say that like it was my fault, Sling. I know people make mistakes, but those cost us so much these days. You'd have to understand that. Ugh. I wish supplies weren't running so low. This place means too much to us to keep scraping by like this. I know. I'm sorry, Sling. Say, do you know anything about the Silver Shadow? Why do you ask? We've been tracking his movements, and every trail I've followed leads back to this general area. So I'm asking again if you withhold any information regarding the Silver Shadow. Well, not really. Don't have a clue where that dude even comes from. Though, for all the crimes he's committed, he's done some good too, you know? Maybe there's a reason that vigilante wears that mask. Detective slammed the table. The vigilante is still a criminal. They damage property, assault suspects, tamper with evidence, and disappear before anyone can hold them accountable. And the mask? They convince themselves they're protecting people by keeping everyone in the dark. When all they're really doing is cutting themselves off from the people who cared. I suppose you're right about that, mister? The detective pauses, then he finishes his coffee and is ready to head back to work, but thanks for the coffee. And the talk. Detective leaves a tip for Shuriken. For what it's worth, I didn't mean to ruin your night. I'm sorry. Oh, not at all. You didn't ruin it for anything for me. Thank you for the tip. That kid's definitely hiding something. But I don't think someone kind like that can ever be a ruthless vigilante. Hello. Your services are needed here at once. Ooh. Shipping lanes. What's the situation? Boss says it's a break-in at the shipyard. Same pattern as the others and a hell lot of stolen goods. Petty thievery at a shipyard. Nice to know even lowlifes have premium preferences. Heh, they sure do. Shall we take a look? Yup. Broken lock, muddy tracks, drop tools. They're amateurs. You can tell that just by looking around. That's right, and I love it when they make obvious mistakes. At first, we thought they were just testing the waters, a missing crate here, a few stolen items there. Every time they tried, some mysterious figure shut them down before they could finish. Interesting. But that's when they started bringing more people. Bigger bags, heavier gear. It's almost like they got desperate. Oh. Did you hear that? Oh shit. Ah, police officers! How much time do I gotta tell you not to interrupt our business? Can dudes rob a place in peace? Not in the name of the law, chumps. Boys, get 'em! Oh shit. Let's not blame anyone here. Look, Slink, there's a lot of demand but not enough supply. You think we can change the menu to address the shortage? If I cut any more stuff, people will know we're struggling. This place won't feel the same. Or to us. I just don't know what we should do anymore. And the mask? They convince themselves they're protecting people by keeping everyone in the dark. When all they're really doing is cutting themselves off from the people who cared. The detective and the officers are in a shootout, trying to prevent the thieves from leaving the dockyard. You chumps better drop your weapons and put your hands up. How about you dudes drop your guns and let my crowbar handle y'all? Officer, we have to fall back and call reinforcements. The two of us can't handle an entire gang. To heck with that, I'm going in. Wait, the detective saw that a thief was about to hurl a crate. Holy shit. Oh no! Oh my gosh. He's here, boss! No, we were so close to a successful robbery! Don't worry, boss, I got this! This will be the last time you terrorize our plans, ninja! How about I make this quick and painless? Holy shit. Oh, holy ult! Holy ult! Well done. Time to pick up the pace! Oh! Enters room, feels the aura. Feels the aura. Oh shit! Thanks for the save, Doc. I really owe you. One? Silver Shadow! I finally have you! 5 months of searching for you. You gave me the hardest time in my entire career! And now, you'll pay for your crimes. He's still in one of the bags? You won't get away this time, Silver Shadow. No one can hide from my sight. Oh shit, you've been spotted. Doc, you have a gear? Officer, arrest the gang quickly. I'm in pursuit. Something is off about him today. A criminal causes chaos. But instead he protected us. Now he's trying to take one single bag of stolen goods. But why? Spotted him. He's cornered himself inside the Thieves' Rest establishment. Weird. Whatever, I'm putting an end to this. I wish supplies weren't running so low. This place means too much to us to keep scraping by like this. Silver Shadow. What are you? Oh my gosh. They actually drew it. No, where'd you go? Aww. So this is who you really are. That's where you're wrong about me, mister. The mask isn't there to keep people in the dark. It's there so the dark never reaches the ones I love. I'm asking you again, do you recognize this piece of fabric? Sir, I've never seen anything like that around here. Not on any customer or any of our staff. Are you sure? Positive. I would remember if someone came in wearing something torn up like that. To be honest, I've been more focused on keeping this place running than noticing what people are wearing. We were already short on supplies. But to be handed exactly what we needed by the criminal you despise so much, whoever did it, I don't think they're as bad as people say. I suppose so. I've solved dozens of cases over the years, but this one opened my eyes. The Silver Shadow. Rumors called him agile, unrelenting, and ruthless. Funny thing about rumors, sometimes certain details are left out. What I saw from him was restraint, mercy, love. I spent months chasing a person who turned out to be a lot like me. Let's just say... I've become a fan of his work. Aww!
So cute!
Aww! Shuriken! Do you think they'll ever find the identity of that vigilante, Silver Shadow? Hard to say. Shadows are pretty difficult to catch. Enters room, feels the aura! Feels the aura! Feels it!
Moments an aura.
Feels the aura!
Hype.
Holy
Hype.
shit! This has to be... Okay, I know Hattern's on the project. They do some work for fighting already. But this has to be, like, probably one of the most impressive pieces of fan work I have seen, like, ever. Holy crap!
Incredible.
All
Like,
of-
genuinely.
Yeah, genuinely incredible. Like all of the artwork, the time, the backgrounds, the characters, the writing. It's so good.
It's so clean.
It is so clean. I like that it's the style of it is almost like a visual novel. Like that's so cool.
And with that, I think we've done everything. Just about.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
We did it! We fucking actually did it!
I'm just letting the credits play, so
Of course, of course.
everyone, all the names get out.
Everyone can see the credit because they deserve all of the recognition that
Mm-hmm.
they've worked so hard for.
Fuck yes, bro. Oh my goodness.
Sees the aura, feels it.
Sees the aura, feels it. That was so good. Holy shit. I'm genuinely like, wow, I'm blown away.
It
I'm
was
leaving a like on
insane. You should show everybody the common infected are dumb and poor gift now.
that. Oh, that's what you want to show me? Oh, someone says
That's
there's
what-
post credits. Hang on.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Hang on. My bad. We're so cooked.
Funny.
That's the 5th time the ninjas come after us. And now we're all going to jail!
I'm going to jail!
When I see that complete freak show again, I swear I will. Yo, what? Nothing, Mr. Warden, sir.
Hi, Banhammer. Hi, Banny Poo.
Excellent. Excellent work to everyone who worked on this.
Cinema.
I'm blown away.
Cinema.
You know, when because I'm the one that came up with this whole challenge in the first place. I was literally expecting to, like, maybe read, like, 30 stories. Like, get, like, in total, like, be submitted, like, 30 stories.
I think
That
you got a little
was-
more than that.
That was, like, my expectation. But, oh my god, all of the artwork, all of the stories, all the animation, the games, the sculptures, the 3D art. There's so much stuff I haven't even shown that is so impressive. I'm blown away. Genuinely. I'm like at a loss for words.
All of you are talented and wonderful, and it is so great to have been able to be here and read all of your stories and see all of your work today.
I'm so glad I like waited until the stream to watch this, cuz I know G, he watched this. And since he saw it, I was like, fuck, I know this is gonna be good. And it was. It very much was. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Hatterned, Sittertap, Felt, Starry Inns, Peeba Fish, Pee-wee's, Josh O'Time, Pillow Lord, and K3 Cjo. I'm blown away. There was probably, I think there was copyrighted music in that, but like I literally don't care. I just wanted to play it out in full.
It was so good.
It's so good. You know what? We'll end the stream off with a little update. It's been for the 153 people that stuck till the end. It's, it's, I wouldn't say small.
Oh, I know what
But-
you're gonna say. Oh boy.
Crossroads. The update we have been working on for 3 years. The entire build is complete. It has been completed.
Everybody
We
sound the
are-
alarm! Ring the
It has been
bell!
completed.
The Wicked Witch is dead!
I want to specify it's the build, which is the main thing that we have been like waiting on. For like this is like the main thing that was taking up most of our time, and why it took literally 3 years to make, and it's done.
It is absurdly. I've seen
It
it.
is-
It is so absurdly fucking impressive.
It is 100% done. The end is near. It is within
Coming
sight.
soon to a theater near
Coming
you.
soon. Coming soon. I don't know about a theater, but coming soon to a Roblox game near you. Fighting Crossroads update. Good night, everyone. Thank you all. I'll see you in another
Goodbye.
stream.
See y'all
Goodbye, everyone.
around. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Kisses.